Thank you, gentlemen. This is rumor control. Here are the facts.
Hello, hello, hello. You guys said you wanted a midweek stream, so why not? It's going to be a real fun one today. I got Mike Sartain with me, my partner in crime, my best friend in Las Vegas. Mike and I are going to dig into Munecat once again. Apparently she has debunked evolutionary psychology much in the same way she, about a year, 2 years ago, debunked the red pill so thoroughly. Here we go. It's not a show without the... Mike, how are you? Let's get rid of that. Hang on, let me unmute you real quick. There we go.
Hey guys,
much better.
What's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you now. So what's up, man?
Well, I just wanted to get into this as quick as we can because honestly, this video is about to hit 1 million views. I don't know if you've seen that before. And I was waiting, like you were, for either Mac and Murphy or William Costello or Alex Date Psych or even Homath or Dr. Bus or Gad Sad or someone to do a response to this video. And I was gonna, I was waiting for someone, or even Jasmine Jafar or Destiny being like in criticism of evolutionary psychology, or Jeffrey Wilson coming out, Jeffrey Miller coming out, or is Miller? I keep forgetting.
Jeff Miller, yeah, Dr. Jeff Miller. Yeah, he was
Jeffrey Miller coming out and saying something about it. Yeah, I was waiting for one of them to come out with some kind of rebuttal to this. And I get it. It's a 3-hour video. And I also get that sort of like Munecat. Is it Munecat or Mooncat? How do you say it? Is it Munecat?
I think it's Mooncat. I did a yeah, she had a let me see. Sorry, Mike. Are anybody echoing? No, we're good. Okay. No, I did a breakdown video of her quote unquote debunking the red pill about 2 years ago, maybe. I think it'll be 2 years in like August or something. And she was just one more of these sort of British accent girls that was coming at me at the time. But she was a little bit more, I don't know, more thorough. And so I felt it was incumbent upon me to do like sort of a breakdown and a rebuttal to her debunking of the debunking of the debunking. So, but this, she has this history of just basically just coming out of the woodwork whenever the spirit moves her, I guess, because she only does videos, like long form videos like this, like maybe every 6 months or every 8 months or something like that. And she's got close to 500,000 subs, but she's only got 25 videos on her channel.
So let me say this first. If you guys want to check out the video, for those of you who are like, I'm not going to watch a 3-hour video, I totally understand. It was something it took me 2 days to do. I listened to it at double speed, and I took notes, vociferous notes that we're going to go over here today. So I get it. But this is one of the situations where this is your first introduction to evolutionary psychology, and you're a political progressive and you've never actually like had any exposure to it whatsoever, and you watch this video, you might actually believe some of the things that she says, which is evolutionary psychology or the purveyors of it are there to tell you how to think. And that simply isn't true. She couldn't find there's no point at which even Jeffrey Miller or Stephen Stewart Williams, which by the way, she doesn't talk about Stephen Stewart Williams at all, which I thought was interesting. There's no point where she talks about David Buss telling you how to think, but she tells you that's what they're doing. So I think it's interesting that we go over some of these concepts. And if you've never had any exposure to evolutionary psychology, you might actually believe some of these things. So that's why I think it was important for us to do this video. Secondarily, let me say, probably the most disappointing thing of all is that she's a fantastic content creator. I was super impressed. All the different skits that she did and the music interludes and all this kind of, dude, that was a ton of production work.
I will give her this. That's actually probably one of the reasons why I did the debunking of the red pill one, because she was just entertaining enough for us. Like, it's all snark. I mean, everything is snark, but it's like, it's delivered in a very entertaining package. I'll give her that.
Yeah. Very entertaining. Dude, there's one part we're going to go into where she talks about, I like big butts and I cannot lie. Flawless. She's hilarious. So if she's watching this, which I doubt she will, because, but if she is watching this, I just want to say, terrific content creator. Probably the most disappointing thing of all is that I actually feel like her progressive biases, she's just as guilty of those things as she claims evolutionary psychologists are guilty of their own biases. But here's the other massive problem in this video is that she essentially, basically, it's something like if you were to take the dumbest Democrats or the dumbest Republicans and have them say some of the most either hyper conservative or hyper progressive things, not knowing what they're talking about, you could make all conservatives or all liberals look stupid. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Like going after low hanging fruit. There are several instances in this video where she actually goes after, like, say, and I'm not saying these guys are low hanging fruit. I'm saying they're not evolutionary psychologists. Coming after me, coming after Casey Sander, coming after Owen Cook, or even Myron Gaines, or whatever podcast, Brian Atlas. At no point do any of these people claim to be evolutionary psychologists. And in fact, one of the main points of contention I have is she goes over the reproducibility study. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Where they try to reproduce certain psychological studies. But Rollo, at no point when she cites all these studies that were not reproduced, she never cites a study about evolutionary psychology. And the reason why I know that she couldn't find one is because if she could find one, it would have been the first study she would have shown.
Thrown up.
So we're going to go over that. I would say close to 60 to 65% of this video, she's criticizing people who aren't even in evolutionary psychology, which she has the right to do, but that's not the title of the video. The title of the video was I Debunked Evolutionary Psychology. So while I love evolutionary psychology, including me in this video seems pointless. And by the way, I don't mind her including me in this video. Very much thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have 500,000 subs, so I appreciate you putting me in this video. My point is,
I got no FaceTime in this video. I got a lot.
Rollo, let's talk about that. You did make a detailed response to her video dealing with the Manosphere. And I think your detailed response may be one of the reasons why she did not include you in this video.
Yeah, probably because she knew she would go. Well, she knew he'd probably do this. I also want to point out a couple of things as far as like the crisis of replicability. I think it's something people who don't know anything about, like, say, the soft sciences and really kind of the hard sciences right now. There's been a crisis of quote unquote replicability since like 2016, 2017, certainly in psychology, but what they call the soft sciences, where that's like sociology, certainly evolutionary psychology, psychotherapy, that kind of stuff. There's all kinds of old school studies that were very, very replicable prior to, like, say 2015, 2017. And then we get into the crisis of replicability. And now it's even into the hard sciences as well. So you kind of have to address that. And that's really kind of a topic for another show. Like Ryan Stone and I did a dedicated show to the crisis of replicability. And of course, if you say that, then people go, well, you're just saying that because you want to like disqualify all of these, non-replicable things that we're finding right now. And I was like, well, at some point you're going to have to discuss that as being a factor in whether or not find something valid. We'll find it valid.
Yeah. So the other issue is when we say the term hypothesis, if I make a hypothesis based on data that I've seen, it may also be based on my own biases. We see that happen all the time, but it's still a hypothesis. If my hypothesis cannot answer everything, that does not mean we throw out the baby with the bathwater, which is something she sort of claims for several times in this video. She's like, so one of the things that Munecat does not describe very well is that science is an iterative process, meaning if you had a Newtonian understanding of physics back in the 1600s, it's a good understanding of physics, but it's incomplete. Later on, when relativity comes out, it's not a perfect understanding of physics, but it's more complete. And then later on, once we get to quantum mechanics, it's an even better understanding of physics, but it's still not totally complete.
Sure.
Evolutionary studies and behavioral genetics are the same way. It's an iterative process. So if people got things wrong, which we discuss all the time between mate switching hypothesis and dual mating strategy, when we talk about that, it's an iterative process where when more information comes in, we may change our hypothesis. In fact, there's a point at the 2-hour mark I'm going to point out to you where she says one of her criticisms of evolutionary psychology is that when new data comes in, they have to change their hypothesis. That's how science works.
Yes, I know.
It's so crazy. But what she does, honestly, Munecat actually missed an opportunity to be a defense attorney because that's what she does. Anytime there's something that's in favor of her opposition, it's like a little sprinkle, and then she covers it over very quickly. And we're going to show you several instances where she does this. Let me say this one more time. Go ahead.
I was going to say one of her sort of debate tactics, and this is actually kind of common these days, and people don't realize they're doing. It's called a Mott and Bailey logical fallacy, right? So, what is a Mott and Bailey? It's kind of an analogy on like a castle that was called a Mott and Bailey castle, right? You throw out one position that kind of sounds like the second position that you're actually debating, but the first position is easier to defend than the more complex second one. And so whenever somebody hits you for the more complex second one, you say, oh, no, we were talking about the first one because it was easier to
oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Point. She uses Mott and Bailey logical fallacies all through this entire video.
Okay. So let's go ahead and get into it. You want to go ahead and do the screen share?
Sure. Let me push this up here real quick. There we go.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do just to try to get through this, because we don't want to take it actually 3 hours. Yeah. We're going to go through the video at 1.5 speed. Most of you should be able to understand it pretty well at that speed. And then I have timestamps for most of it, and we're going to try to respond to as much of it as we can. And one more time, let me say this again. She's a fantastic content creator. She put more work into this than any video I've ever done in my life, and she did a ton of research. And why I honestly, if you are interested in the concepts of evolutionary psychology, I recommend that you probably watch this video and then go back and say, okay, are the things that she's saying true? I recommend you watch this video if you like Evo Psych, in part because then you can kind of see, okay, is what she's saying true, or is this a fallacy? There are often times where there's this void that evolutionary psychology tries to explain, and she does not accept that explanation, and so she fills in the void with patriarchy.
Right.
And you'll see that there's 3 specific examples of her doing that in this video, and we'll go over that. Anyway, let's go ahead and get it started.
Well, just to let everybody else know, like, well, when we stop this, we'll be riffing on like the parts that she's going into. I also just so full disclosure here, I have from Steve Stuart Williams' book, The Ape That Understood the Universe. In the very end, like the last chapter, is he goes into 12 of the most common criticisms of evolutionary psychology. And so as we move along through here, I'm going to point out which ones those are. So
how about at the 20-minute mark, we'll go ahead and just go over those 12, because I think it'll be great. She lays out the majority of her points in the first 30 minutes. So like I said, we're going to watch this at 1.5 speed. Yeah. One other thing, I just got a message from William Costello, who's his PhD advisor is Dr. David Buss at UT Austin. William Costello and Alex Datesike just recorded a video in response to the Munecat video. They're going to be releasing it in the future. So I'm definitely going to check that out.
At least they've done it. Okay, good. Good. At least somebody's got there besides us.
Yep.
I feel all alone. All right, man.
Beautiful. Let's start it off.
All right. You're in control.
Okay.
I don't have any audio from you though.
All right, let's try this again, guys. One more time. Let me see this one more time. Let's go to present, screen share, window, debunk, share. You don't have any audio?
I don't anyways. Try it again. Yeah, I don't have any audio for it. Oh, you know what you need? You're going go make sure you hit the audio when you're linking to that page. There should be an option when you're linking to the
sorry guys, technical difficulties here. Let me try this one more time. Where's it says also share tab audio, and I have it clicked on, which is why this is very confusing to me, because it should work.
Yeah, try it again.
Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna put this in Chrome instead of
that might work better.
Yeah, let me try this in Chrome. Let me see if this works.
We had it just a minute ago. I was just listening to it.
Bear with us, guys. Sorry about this. All right. Let's see if this works. How about now? Do you see that?
Yeah. Okay. And I see the audio thing. Let's try this again.
Damn, girl. Did it hurt?
Is that working?
Yeah. Good to go.
You fell from the peak of the Gaussian distribution curve of desirable female traits? Your symmetrical features tell me there's a good statistical chance you don't have a tapeworm. When you walked into the room, I could tell you were ovulating by your gait. At this time of the month, my scent receptors are enhanced. I can smell your genetic profile. It's compatible with mine. And your waist-to-hip ratio is within the range of 0.7 for childbearing, so I know your offspring will likely reach full term. But if we were to do the deed tonight, what is the statistical probability that the resulting child would be mine? Using Bayes' theorem. Sorry, I'm not naturally gifted in STEM. Well, that's okay. I have very large balls, which means I have a force powerful enough to douche your room into oblivion. Also, I can use my tongue beforehand to see if I can taste the genes of a rival mate. How would you know what that tastes like? Don't you worry about that. This all sounds like BS, but I have an agreeable nature, so I'll nod along. What tax bracket are you in? Basic rate. You see, feminism forced me to graduate with a master's and now I earn more than you. So I'm gonna go find a mate now with dark triad traits to fuck my problems away. But if you're free to cuckold a child later. God damn it, I am so nostalgic for the Pleistocene! Those are all real theories of human sexual selection from
All right, so let's go over this real quick. So the first part is, you know, it's really funny that she's doing it like this. So she's taking the ideas from evolutionary psychology, and then she's wearing costumes and she's using slapstick humor. And the majority of what you're going to see with a lot of these is hyperbole. The idea that women would tend to want men who are in a higher tax bracket, I think deep down, if you guys have been dating any time for the last 30 years, you know that to be true. But it doesn't mean all women are looking for that, and it doesn't mean that they're looking for it all the time. And therefore, what you'll see often in here is she's going to say, evolutionary psychologists say, this is how you should think, and this is how you should feel about a certain thing, because we found data that sort of backs that idea up. All right. So let's keep going with this real quick.
Evolutionary psychology. Welcome to the Munecat channel, where you follow me down whatever internet rabbit hole I've been falling down recently, and we slowly go insane together. My research process for this video went a little bit like this. This paper is goofy. By implying there's a natural order to humanity, it serves as a purpose to retain the status quo, benefiting only those who already benefit from it. Evolutionary psychology is kind of stuck in the essentialist scientific era, but the more we learn about ourselves, the more we realize we don't have an essence. Perhaps humankind is actually evolved as a programmatic monolith, that every person is a synapse within the social tapestry, just contributing threads of knowledge like droplets in an entropic ocean of reasoning, which will evaporate into the cosmos, and only then will we reach the singularity. So, do you want to join me on this journey? Ooh, nice. Good pour on that one.
Since the caveman days,
hundreds of thousands of years ago, very difficult for women to overcome hypergamy.
All right, so let's go over this real quick, just so you guys understand. Hamza and Jordan Peterson are not evolutionary psychologists. Remember, the title of the video is "I Debunked Evolutionary Psychology."
biologically
This will be a very important theme to see during the video. She attacks psychology in general. She goes after behavioral psychology, and then she impugns evolutionary psychology with that data.
be deathly afraid of talking to girls. Social hierarchy.
Alpha male human.
Is ejaculated up to the certain shots built in at about the mental level. The zinc level of orgasm.
And seems to have biological, scientific backing for all their opinions, all of which happen to be centered around Eurocentric beauty standards, 1950s gender roles, and the economic status quo.
There's another point of hyperbole. We don't have scientific beliefs for all of our opinions. Some of our opinions are just opinions.
And then as soon as you try and challenge them or criticize them, all of a sudden you're in your
Feelings, your virtue signaling, you're trying to be politically correct, but they're just looking at the facts, bro.
people seeing culture moving away from a supposed ideal will use varied mechanisms to stop that change. First, they might use the law to restrict.
Real quick, guys, this is one of the most important things that she says. This is the house of cards, or this is the foundation of the house of cards. I want you to listen to this sentence real quick, because what she's saying, while it might be true, this is not what evolutionary psychologists are doing. So let's listen to this one more time, okay?
Your virtue signaling, you're trying to be politically correct, but they're just looking at the facts, bro.
People seeing culture moving away from a supposed ideal will use
People seeing culture moving away from a supposed ideal.
varied mechanisms to stop that change. First, they might.
Okay, so I want to make sure we understand this. Evolutionary psychology, while it may be studying the evolutionary proclivities that humans have that aided in survival, what she's saying is that Dr. Buss is literally going out there trying to stop a change. Guys, please, if you can find any evidence of this, I will shut the fuck up and we don't even have to do this video. If you can find any evidence of Stephen Stewart Williams trying to stop a change, please let me know. Now, if you want to say a derivative of evolutionary psychology videos is red pill content creators going off and saying we need to, Pearl saying we need to repeal the 19th Amendment, that's fine. Guess what Pearl isn't? She is not an evolutionary psychologist. So I want to make sure we understand this. Ready? Let's keep going.
They might use the law to restrict the freedom of people moving away from this sort of norm. But once this technique has been vanquished by the progressives, conservatives may turn to more psychological manipulation.
Conservatives. Does anyone know whether or not Dr. David Buss is a Republican or a Democrat?
Yeah, exactly.
He's a Democrat. Dr. David Buss, who she impugns in this whole video, is actually a Democrat. I want to make sure we understand that she also conveniently leaves this out of her video.
Basically gaslighting the public into believing.
Go ahead.
I also want to point out the fact that people always jump up my ass whenever I say that the red pill is a praxeology. Okay. I've written God knows how many different essays. I've got a really good one up on my Substack right now. But the reason why I always call the red pill praxeology is because it's not a belief set. It's not a political ideology. It's basically, if you know what a praxeology is, it's the science of studying human behavior in that behavior has a function and a purpose to it.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's good, whether or not it's bad, it's not liberal, it's not Democrat, it's not lefty, it's not righty. It is what it is. And again, as you were saying before, it's not written in pen, it's written in pencil. So if some part of it is in error, we go back, erase that part, and write in whatever it was that is more correct than what we knew before. That's the problem with a lot of these, especially people who are critics like this, simply because they get up in their feels, right? It's emotionalism versus empiricism. And the problem is like when you can't counter anything with empirical data or even like a logical, reaction, you go back to your feels.
Oh, and now before you go there, I agree that a lot of people are trying to debunk evolutionary psychology with their feelings. I don't think that's what she's doing totally here. She does, Rollo, she does a fucking ton of research in here. And there are a lot of ridiculous claims that some people make. I'm not saying that that's what the issue is. And while I may agree with you in general, in this case, I don't want to at all make this about Munecat. I don't want to make this all about Munecat, because this is about the concepts of in evolutionary psychology. At no point do I want to make this personal about her or whatever. Is it most likely that the fact that she is politically progressive caused her to make a video like this, and that she wants to the idea, I'll give you 3 tenets here, guys. This is really important to understand. There's 3 kind of basic tenets that she has to believe in order for this to work. Number 1, patriarchy is real, and patriarchy is more pervasive than, say, a meritocracy. I personally believe the world is mostly meritocracy with the patriarchy sprinkled in, certainly because we're bigger and stronger and we have more jobs with higher status and more control. I totally agree with that, but I think it's mostly a meritocracy, meaning I'm not going to be magna cum laude in my school because I'm a man and you're a woman if you have better grades than me. Now, number 2, that patriarchy is only the cause and can only be blamed on men. It cannot be blamed on genetics. And you'll see her go over this several times, where she's basically, whenever there's an innate sex difference, instead of saying, well, this innate sex difference has to do with biology, she's going to use patriarchy. There's 3 specific times where she uses the term patriarchy to sort of explain it. So patriarchy cannot be. Go ahead.
Okay, the reason why she keeps coming back to patriarchy, hold that thought. The reason why she keeps coming back to patriarchy is because patriarchy is easier to defend, once again, because it is a social construct. When this kind of mentality is trying to argue against empirical data and empirical arguments, they resort to social constructionism as the basis of anything that's why she keeps coming back to patriarchy, because patriarchy, at least in her head, like to me, patriarchy isn't a social construct. It's actually an evolutionary concept of organizing society, which is endemic, social plague that is all socially constructed because men want to be tyrannical, leaders over everybody.
Yeah. So you're actually, that's part of my second point, which is her suppositions don't stand if patriarchy is actually genetic, meaning 2 things. Number 1, men are stronger, have 17 times more testosterone than women, which makes them more assertive and more aggressive. And women keep fucking men who have these masculine qualities that women are complaining about. Does that make sense? Yes. If women are having sex with men who have the qualities that specifically promote a patriarchy, meaning me being more assertive and aggressive causes me to be more attractive to the opposite sex, and it causes me to make more money and have more resources. If women would stop sleeping with men like that, then it wouldn't propagate the so-called patriarchy. But if that were the case, then you can't blame patriarchy on men. Patriarchy would partially be blamed on men, but mostly be blamed on genetics and the things with which women reward with sex. And then the third supposition that she has is that patriarchy must only subjugate women. Meaning the victims of patriarchy are always women. And as we know, the lowest rungs of society in every society are always men. Men are more likely to be homeless. Men are more likely to take their own lives. Men are more likely to lose a ton of money in divorce. Men are more likely to go through psychological issues, and men are more likely to be victims of violent crime. Right. We see this often and more and more. So if there is a patriarchy, the ultimate victims of the patriarchy are low status men. These are 3 suppositions that she has to stand on, or else this video doesn't work. Because what she's saying is evolutionary psychology attempts to explain sex differences between men and women, but it does so imperfectly. And therefore, because it's imperfect, fuck it, let's just throw everything out, because it tries to use genetics as far as a form of explanation, and we don't understand everything about genetics. Fuck it, let's just throw everything out instead of understanding that science is an iterative process where we learn, we take steps over time, and we start filling in some gaps. Like the example I used between Newtonian physics, relativity, and quantum mechanics. We iteratively over time get a better and better understanding. And then the other issue that I said I've had with this is about 65% of the video is her criticizing people who are not involved in evolutionary psychology. For instance, anyone who says the word caveman, she lumps them in with evolutionary psychologists.
Right.
You've said before, what is the red pill? The red pill is whatever you need it to be in order to criticize the red pill. She does the same thing. It's a great example of this. And by the way, for those of you who don't even care about evolutionary psychology, it's good that you watch this rebuttal video to kind of see certain mechanisms that people use in order to try to persuade you on YouTube, so you can be aware of these mechanisms. Let's keep going.
Believing things have always been this way for a reason. And the final resort of this psychological manipulation is the misleading use of science. Evolutionary psychology is the perfect tool for this. Social hierarchies exist, but it's okay because you're rung on the societal ladder was determined by your genes.
Okay, one more time. Let's do this again. Can anyone find for me? I will give you $500,000 if you can find anything for me where any evolutionary psychologist said, this is the way the world is, but it's okay because it was determined by your genes. Right. This has said by no Evo psych professor or purveyor ever. Have dating coaches said it? Sure. Have men said it in other areas of, for sure. People have definitely said that stuff. David Buss has never said men are stronger than women and it's okay because of your genes and you should just accept it. They've never said that. Right. They have never. And you understand, if what she just said isn't true, and if she were to admit that it wasn't true, then there's no point for this entire video. Evolutionary psychology is an attempt to try to study innate sex differences when it comes to mating. There's other forms of evolutionary psychology, but she's mainly talking about it when it comes to mating. She's not talking about it when it comes to like intelligence, stuff like that. And so you even trying to determine why these things are happening is offensive to her, and you shouldn't even be trying. And we'll get into that here in just a second. But really important you understand that last concept. No one in Evo Psych is telling you how to feel. We're going to get into Jeffrey Miller later and his polyamory. Jeffrey Miller never claims that his polyamory is a prescription that he learned through his evolutionary psychology studies. He does not claim that. He does not claim that everyone needs to be polyamorous. And he does not claim that because monogamy is not the natural state for Homo sapiens, that because not monogamy, therefore polyamory. No one has said that. By the way, there's a negotiation. There's an area in between monogamy and polyamory where it's like a couple of boyfriends that you have throughout your entire life. It's neither polyamory nor monogamy, and that's where most humans actually live in that area right there. We'll keep going.
Right. I got
nothing you can do about it.
Real quick. I got one thing. Once we come back, this, by the way, is the number one fallacy about evolutionary psychology, according to Steve Stuart Williams. Keep going though.
The one I just said.
Yes.
Yeah, it tells you how to think.
Number one on the list.
Science itself is in a crisis. It's being mistaken for logic and reason.
Real quick, if you guys want to go look up the criticism of evolutionary psychology, there's a video that Gad Saad did. Yeah. And she talks about Gad Saad around the 3-hour mark. Gad Saad talks about the difference between normative and descriptive. Normative is me telling you how the world should be. Descriptive is me telling you how the world is. Evolutionary psychology is a description of how the world is. What Myron and Brian Atlas and me and Rollo and Casey Zander and Owen Cook and MLD and all these other people, and Chris Williamson and Lex Friedman and Joe Rogan, what we decide to do with that data, that can be normative, but it's normative because it's our opinion, but it's not descriptive necessarily. Okay? She's trying to say that evolutionary psychology is normative when it's actually descriptive. And I don't know if she's doing this on purpose or if she just doesn't know the difference between the two things.
And academics are in a pit of misleading studies, unreplicated studies, publication bias, manipulated data, and outright fraud carried out by their own peers. And they're scrambling around trying to figure out how to fix it. And meanwhile, it's being communicated to a public who don't know how to engage with it critically. And this mess is being taken advantage of. Political pundits will use small, convenient sections of it as a weapon of truth, and others will use sections of it as a misleading marketing tactic to sell supplements and books. It has never been so lucrative to be a science-backed nutritionist or neuroscientist influencer. Evolutionary psychology is just one of the tools that these people will use to convince you, to fool you, because it sounds plausible. Why not use Evo Psych logic to train people in everyday public speaking skills?
And when we can't see someone's hands, something interesting happens. You should start to feel just a little bit uncomfortable. And the reason for that is because when you can't see my hands, you wonder, What is she doing back there? Because we were approached by a stranger caveman. The first place we looked was the hands to see if they were carrying a rock or a spear. In other words, we wanted to know if we were safe, if they were friend or foe. Now, this actually still remains from caveman days.
Oh, right, because without that little story about cavemen, I never would have realized that it was weird to do public speaking with your hands behind your back. That's
Okay,
when
this is very important, guys. This is a very subtle thing that she implants for the rest of the video. Because you could have come to this conclusion on your own, why do we need evolutionary psychology to look at it? Again, because you could probably build a building on your own. Why do we even have the study of physics at all? Why is there material engineering? Why do people even get PhDs in it? Duh, bro. Duh. Hot guys like hot girls. Duh, bro. You don't need evolutionary psychology to do that. In fact, when you try to do it, we're going to put funny glasses on and we're going to talk really funny like this and make fun of you because you're actually trying too hard, bro. That's what she's doing. I want to make sure you understand. Whether or not, I don't know about the thing about putting your fucking hands behind your back, if that's an evolutionary adaptation. We don't know that. That's a hypothesis that she might have. She's not bothered by the fact that by the results of that hypothesis. She's bothered that there's even a hypothesis in the beginning to try to use evolutionary studies to explain why people are the way they are. For those of you who don't understand, you are subject to natural selection. I know Andrew Wilson doesn't believe this, but the rest of you should know you are subject to natural selection. That's why you are here. And even the cultural influences and the stimulus that comes into your life that isn't specifically from your genetics, even those stimuluses the culture that we live in is also subject to evolutionary psychology. Does that make sense? We don't have a society where we all go around and celebrate eating poop. Why is that we don't do that? Because our evolution does not, because our bodies don't want us to eat poop. It's a toxin to us. So we don't develop. Another one is the the closer you get to the equator, food gets spicier. Well, why is that? Because there's more pathogens as you get closer to the equator in hotter equatorial environments. And you'll notice the food is more bland when you go further north. What is that? That is our evolution, our necessity to kill parasites that went into our culture. You guys understand? It's not a function of nature or nurture. It's a function that nature actually creates nurture. And it's, again, this is a difficult concept for a lot of people to have, because there is an argument for nature and nurture. But the thing is, even in the function of nurture, your parents speak a language that their parents taught them. They live in a society where they breathe air and have food, clothing, shelter, and access to clean water. These are things that we're evolutionary adapted for, meaning our body, because we need clean water, that's why we have faucets. Does that make sense? I know I'm going a roundabout way to do this, but the reason why we have running water in our homes is because as humans, we need running water. This is a function where our biology dictates what our society creates. Got it? Cool. Let's keep going.
That's what I've been doing wrong the entire time. Wow, thanks, cavemen.
Now, this is actually a good thing. As humans, this keeps us safe. Dr. Paul Ekman has
Oh God, no, he's haunting me. No. Why not use evolutionary psychology to train your dog?
You know, you're a caveman back in the caveman days. You think caveman, we're hanging out, worrying about clickers.
There's another one. Really important to understand. Anytime someone says the word caveman,
that's what she triggered. That's her trigger word.
That's her trigger word. Whenever someone says the word caveman, they are now a PhD in evolutionary psychology. Okay? There's a point in here where you'll see in a little bit where Owen Cook, he says, in my opinion, this comes back from our caveman days. And so first of all, he says, it's in my opinion. And number two, he says caveman, not evolutionary psychology. And number three, he's not an evolutionary psychologist. So why is she even like, Your Honor, facts not in evidence? Your Honor, objection, relevancy.
No, they just get their dogs down and they start to grab them and wrestle them and pretend that they were fighting bears and stuff.
Come on. If you got decapitated by a rival tribe, you know your dog would have been first in the queue to hump your severed head. You can use evolutionary psychology to scam people into buying your course on how to be an alpha male.
You'll have access to some knowledge that your mind has, and instead of having to overthink it, and instead of being dragged around by your emotions, you're going to make decisions and speak from presence. Really what we're accessing here, in my opinion, is what it...
One more time.
You can use evolutionary psychology to scam people into buying your course on how to be an alpha male.
You'll have access to some knowledge that your mind has, and instead of having to overthink it, and instead of being dragged around by your emotions, you're going to make decisions and speak from presence. Really what we're accessing here, in my opinion, is what a caveman...
Really what we're accessing here is, in my opinion. Remember, she's saying you're using science in order to sell a course. He just stated that it was his opinion, and he's not using that to sell a course. By the way, do you want to know someone who is using evolutionary psychology to sell a course? Me, motherfucker. Me. It's funny she didn't come after me, because that's exactly what I'm doing. If she wants to come after me, I'm totally fine with it. And by the way, Rollo, there's a couple of quick ones. I'm going to, spoiler alert for those of you who haven't watched the video. Spoiler alert. Guess what? She doesn't go after mate choice copying. She doesn't go after parental investment hypothesis. She totally doesn't go after Stephen Stewart Williams. She doesn't go after fucking sexy sons hypothesis. She has a bunch of things she doesn't go after. The one thing she goes after where I think she nukes herself she does a very poor job of trying to defend this, is the idea that men are more interested in casual sex than women. And she explains it by saying it's because of patriarchal shame that women experience, which is crazy. Like, it is just, if that were the case,
because patriarchal shame, but it maps onto social constructionism, which is the only theme she can think in.
But can you like conceive of this idea? Ready? I'm going to speak in absolutes here. Absolutely, in general, men have about, on average, 17 times as much testosterone as women. Women also have more testosterone than estrogen, but they don't have as much testosterone as men. One of the hormones that regulates libido, one of them is estrogen, but the other one is testosterone. So you're telling me that I have 17 times as much of this libido regulating hormone as you do as a female. And yet the reason why I'm more interested in casual sex is because of fucking patriarchy.
You were taught to.
Bro, you are absolutely deluding yourself if you believe that's the case. Because here's the thing, man, give women anabolic steroids. What is the first thing they claim when you give women anabolic? They're like horny as shit. Like, I don't understand how we got, like, once at some points, I really do like her video, because when we get to the spatial recognition stuff, I do think a lot of that stuff is bullshit, and I kind of agree with her. But when we get to the stuff about innate sex differences with casual sex, this is immutable. This is absolutely not arguable anymore. It's crazy that we've gotten to this point. It's like arguing with a flat earther about gravity. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Man would have access with hunting down a fucking woolly mammoth.
Oh, what happened? Stand by. Rollo, you still there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Rollo, sorry, I lost you. Give me. All right, good. I got you. Somebody tried to call me and it screwed up.
Yabba dabba fucking do! Or if you've ever cursed your irises with Naked Attraction, a British dating show in which participants do dating but backwards and are subjected to the genitals of their prospective mate, then their torso before revealing their personality. Rounds are interspersed with what the latest studies have told us about what humans find attractive, because we can't make up our own minds. No, science will tell us what we like.
One more time. Science is not telling you what to like. This is what a really good defense attorney does. Sneaks in these little subtle jabs. And if you guys have ever watched like a certain NBA players, like Patrick Beverley's a great example. He talks shit when they're winning. Who's the guy? I'm trying to remember the shooting guard for the Houston Rockets. I forgot what his name is. Dylan Brooks. He's another great example. They talk shit when they're winning, but when they're losing, they don't have anything to say. This is a situation where she's on a roll. She's on her video. She's on a pose. And so she's going to sneak in these little jabs, and she's not going to expect you to remember what she's saying. She's telling you that evolutionary psychology is telling you how to feel. And she's using the example of a dating show where she's saying they're telling you how to feel. A dating show that is not about evolutionary psychology. Just hold that in mind. Guys, I don't mind that you're being sold to, and I don't mind that you get sold to. What I mind is that you don't know when you're being sold to. You're being sold to right now, okay? Just pay attention to what she said. We'll do that again.
What the latest studies have told us about what humans find attractive, because we can't make up our own minds. No, science will tell us what we like.
Famous curvy figure. Kieran's among the 81% of men who crave a curvy figure. And women with this ideal waist-to-hip ratio are found to have a lower risk of disease, be more likely to conceive, and even bear more intelligent offspring.
I don't know, if you're looking to mix genes with a guy that you met on a dating show because he wanted to see your genitals before he saw your face, perhaps neither of you are giving yourselves the best chances of conceiving a child who will join Mensa.
Anthropologist Helen Fisher studies how our bodies and brains have evolved so that boy meets girl. They find that men react differently to women. Men are turned on visually. For women, the ideal mate is more than just a source of fertile sperm.
Oh, really? Well, what if all I want is a source of fertile sperm that I don't ever have to speak to, ever? Never underestimate the wants and desires of a woman in her 8th era.
She seeks the more intangible characteristics, such as reliability, loyalty, kindness, that suggest a good husband and a good father for her children.
I'm not looking for a father. I'm looking for daddy.
You called?
Shut up.
She needed to remember what he did last Valentine's Day, what he promised last Christmas, what he didn't do last summer. She needed to remember to see if he was going to be a good husband and a good father. That's what women do all the time. We get on the telephone and talk to other women, constantly recounting what he did and didn't do.
Yeah, he just tried talking to me.
Women are particularly interested in the men's character. And that they
guys, notice this. So she's going to show these videos, and she wants you to believe that this is just all silliness. Now, notice at the end of this, spoiler alert, she doesn't provide any rebuttal to anything you're hearing in the last 30 seconds. What she does, because like, for instance, if you grow up and you're just around Republicans and conservatives all the time, you start to hear things that are progressive as being ridiculous. And if you're like Munecat and you probably surround yourself with progressives all the time, what you're hearing right now sounds silly to you. But if you're a person who's dated in the last 30 years, this doesn't sound silly. Women do call their friends to talk about dates that they went on. This is not absurd stuff that they're talking about.
I wonder what she would say if you presented the studies that show that women are better at communication skills. And these are like neurological studies. Like this is like
no. She does. She vaguely brushes over this, but like it's one of these things where it's like even when women get credit for certain things, like for instance, it was spatial skill, like remembering objects within like a small area. She doesn't even give women credit for that. Because there's either two modes that she works in this video. Either one, there is no innate sex difference, or number two, the innate sex difference is caused by culture, or more specifically patriarchy. They're like it's like no offense, I'm sure she's a very strong, healthy woman. I guarantee you I can bench press more than her. How do I know that, though? It's not because I'm arrogant or I have dark triad traits. It's because I'm a man. That's why. Like, it's crazy to me that
patriarchy makes you lift more weight than her.
Patriarchy hold on, listen. It's not that I can bench press more than her. It's that patriarchy makes me believe that I can bench press more than her. Do you understand? Does that make sense to you? Because it doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
You called? Shut up. She needed to remember what he did last Valentine's Day, what he promised last Christmas, what he didn't do last summer. She needed to remember to see if he was going to be a good husband and a good father. That's what women do all the time. We get on the telephone and talk to other women, constantly recounting what he did and didn't do.
Yeah, he just tried talking to me.
Women are particularly interested in the men's character, and that they build up a memory map of their behavior in order to determine if they will be a suitable mate and father to their children.
Guys, but put a 1 in the chat if you've ever had a woman remember your behavior and bring up shit from your past. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm not saying it's scientific, but the idea that this is supposed to sound absurd to you, which he's posting right now. But if you've dated a woman, it's not absurd. And I'm not just trying to speak in generalities. Right now, I'm not trying to be scientific. I want to make sure I'm being totally anecdotal right now. But the idea that what we're hearing right now, because listen, she's not going to offer a rebuttal at the end. She's not. Just what? Well, listen.
For dinner, I bought some pizza from Sainsbury's earlier, and I got some beer. I also fed the cat.
By the way, this is hilarious that she uses the same music. It's really funny. I actually give her credit. That was one of the funniest parts of the video right there.
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
As a boy reaches puberty, testosterone secreted by the testes promotes the growth of particular masculine features.
Yeah, I'd probably be making a face like that as well if puberty was causing me to be haunted by my own gigantic...
Okay, one more time. What do you guys see what she just did? One more time. Testosterone causes masculine features, or whatever it is that she was saying. What was said was factual. So now a factual thing that explains an innate sex difference between men and women has been presented. What does she do? She makes fun of it by talking about a sperm behind him. Watch her do it one more time, guys. I'm just trying. Basically, we're in legal class right now. We're in law class. We're trying to go up against a defense attorney. Let's watch one more time what she says here.
Promotes the growth of particular masculine features.
Yeah, I'd probably be making a face like that as well if puberty was causing me to be haunted by my own gigantic sperm. Over on the most cursed corner of the internet, YouTube, EvoPsych is most commonly used in the context of giving dating advice, most of the time to men. It can be used to explain why you like big butts so much. It's because you're...
By the way, this is my favorite part of the whole video.
Thinking about your potentially sexy daughters.
Studies show that women with lower waist-to-hip ratio are more likely to bear daughters who would also develop low waist-to-hip ratio, thus making it a heritable trait.
You will like big butts, and you will not lie. You other brothers can't deny.
The reason for this type of sexual preference has to do with bearing children. Specifically, women with wider hips are supposed to bear children with more ease.
When a girl walks in with an itty-bitty waist and a round thing in your face.
Further, females with 45-degree curvature would have had the advantage in foraging during pregnancy, as such body type would prevent them from spinal injuries.
Cool. Someone should tell the 90s, the 60s, and the 20s. Somebody should also tell the era
Okay, first off, I love that she was doing that. That was pretty funny. 2 thumbs up on that part right there. Oh, that's funny. Now, here's the part that we're going to go over.
Tuberculosis chic in the 1800s. I'm not sure. Those women
were... one more time. Tuberculosis chic. So this is another common misconception. Men do prefer women with a smaller waist than hips. When we talk about hip to waist ratio, it doesn't have to be 0.7, although that tends to be around what the average is, 0.7 to 0.68, 0.68 to 0.72. The thing is, there can be variability. As Mac and Murphy pointed out this week on Twitter, there is variability. No one's saying there isn't. The difference is what men do not prefer in general is for women to have a thicker waist than hips. Right. The point is that their waist is smaller than their hips. Not that it's 0.72 or 0.65 or whatever. It's that their waist is smaller than their hips. Now, yes. Are there certain periods of time and certain cultures where men like thicker, heavier women? Yes. Generally, when there was a scarcity of food. When there's a scarcity of food supply, we would, and by the way, during periods of tuberculosis or famine, you will see men making statues of more robust, more plump women. But 1 or 2 statues, meaning this exception does not disprove the rule. The reason why this is really hard, and most of her audience is not a bunch of like right-leaning heterosexual men, is because right-leaning heterosexual men look at women and we know what we want. Regardless of what she tries to say about 21st century beauty norms, we as men, we have a penis. We know when it gets hard. We understand what we're attracted to. And we understand it wasn't because of television, radio, or film. It wasn't because of no one programmed my heterosexuality into me. I know it's hard for them to grasp that, but the reason why, and I'm trying to have empathy for her in general, is because she's not a man. If she, like, again, there are things that she goes through as a woman I can't experience, and I try to have empathy for, but I don't fully understand. But there's no way for her to understand as a man how sure I am about my heterosexuality or what it is that I'm attracted to. And how I know I wasn't convinced to do this because I watched something on television. Okay. That's the part that's so crazy to me.
Let me throw one in here that maybe you didn't. Well, I mean, you probably already know this, but the thing is when we're talking about beauty standards, there's the objective side of this whole thing, which of course, you know, with Dr. David Buss, and there's an objective standard of beauty. There's the hourglass figure. There are certain variations on that theme. Okay. Now, the other part of this is that what do men tend to select for? Youth and fertility, that across the board. How is that manifested in women? It's a hourglass shape. They're thinner, they're younger, whatever. What is it? Younger, hotter, tighter. Okay. So those things are the basis. There are variations on that theme. The other part of this is that she's not really considering, and I think more people need to consider, is that women's standard for classic conventional male beauty are static. They don't change throughout history. Okay. So if you look at the Greco-Roman sculpture all the way up to where we're at right now, they're not looking for like gigantic, bodybuilder type guys, but they are looking for guys who look like a swimmer's body. They're looking for muscular definition. And you can see that play out across all these different epochs of, human history. But for men, our tastes kind of change with whatever is most applicable for us at that time. So when I've talked, I think we've had this conversation about like men's fetishes. If you go onto like say Pornhub, and you will see every single sexual fetish that you could possibly imagine. There's skinny girls, there's fat girls, there's little girls, there's tall girls, there's red hair, blonde, black, whatever, midgets, whatever the hell it is, girls with little feet, girls with big feet, whatever the hell it is, because men are opportunistic breeders. So when we're talking about, there was this, time during history when women, the Rococo era, when there were, fat, plump women were more attractive at that time. Yeah, because the aristocracy who was paying for those pictures and those sculptures at the time, they like fat chicks. That was their thing back then. If you went out in the fields for the vast majority of people in Western Europe during that time, they didn't look like that. Okay. That's why it was a fetish at that time. And everybody's just simply can't get that through their heads. Yes. Is it contextualized? Yes. Is it like there's ethnic variations of it? There's certainly regional variations for it, but it all is a variation on a theme, which is objective standards of beauty.
Okay, so let's go back to this other sort of a mechanism that she uses often. I've heard other people with this criticism. Look, so for instance, we'll use Alex Hormozi as an example. Alex Hormozi will sit there and say, this is a technique that I used for a low ticket offer that I did previously, or this was a giveaway that I did. And someone will listen to that, and Alex Hormozi what is he doing? It's an iterative process. He's like, this is just one step that I took that got me closer to success. And someone will say, no, bro, that doesn't work for me. Therefore, because it doesn't work for me, it doesn't work at all. Do you understand? So her objection is, because there are exceptions to 0.72 hip to waist ratio, therefore, because there are some exceptions, therefore, all of hip to waist ratio technology and studies and standards, all of them are to be thrown out. Forget about the fact that they've actually taken blind men and have them haptically create with their hands what they think the perfect hip to waist ratio is. And even they come up with a 0.72 hip to waist ratio. And there are things that show that women who have smaller waists and wider hips are more likely to be able to carry children to term. Okay. It doesn't make, I'm not saying it has to be 0.72, but the problem is when it's 0.75, that doesn't disprove that men prefer smaller waist to hips. That's where we have to understand. Because what she's doing is because of X, therefore Y. No, there's an area between X and Y where reality exists. And because she's using hyperbole, meaning exaggeration, when it is not X, therefore it must be Y. And you'll see that later on when she talks about Jeffrey Miller talking about monogamy and polyamory, because not monogamy, therefore polyamory. No, that's not how this works. Neither Rollo nor I are polyamorous. Rollo is monogamous, but he wasn't monogamous his whole life. And I'm polygynous, meaning I have a female partner and we have female partners together. So because of that doesn't, and by the way, I am not prescribing that for any of you. And I am not in any way stating that something I read from David Buss, Stephen Stewart Williams, Jeffrey Miller, Gad Saad, or fucking Lita Cosmides told me to be polygynous. That is just totally my own decision to do so. Okay. I was thinking about jumping in the great gay pride parade. There's like, it's a blue flag. It's blue. It's pink with blue in the middle and then another pink. I was going to run the polygyny flag to the pride parade in West Hollywood. Anyway, sorry, my bad. Let's keep going.
As long as it works for me.
Were attempting to depict fertility. Oh, and could somebody go back 30,000 years and tell the makers of the Venus of Willendorf that the artifact they're making actually doesn't conform to 21st century beauty standards?
Yeah, but why does that matter? Like, and also when they're making these statues, this doesn't disprove what men found to be attractive. Also, the other thing about these statues is, could it possibly be this is them celebrating fertile women who give them children, and this is maybe what the fertile women look like? Yeah, maybe an exaggeration of it.
Where is Ryan Stone when I need him? Because he's done a whole episode on this.
Yeah, this doesn't mean, just because, again, this is another big difference, is that often with women, a low status man, they won't even see them. They literally don't even see them. They're like the mailman. They don't remember what he looks like. The guy who got them their Chick-fil-A, they don't remember them. We as men, we still see grandma. When grandma's on the side of the road and she needs someone to help her change her tire because her tire's flat, we as men, even though we're not attracted to grandma, we still see her. We still see her. That's the difference here. In this case, this may be a celebration of what mothers look like after they carried our children. And this may be a celebration of those mothers. And they may have been more robust. They may have been heavier. That's fine. It doesn't mean that there's no inscription on the back of this statue, this figurine that states this is what men found attractive 3,000 years ago.
This was pornography in the Pleistocene era. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sure. Not Pleistocene. Pleistocene's 11,000 years ago.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, it's amazing and everything, but would the guy who made this YouTube video about arses stick his cock in it? Or, I don't know, just use it to dunk on women on your alpha male podcast?
Everybody get ready. Get ready. Hold on to your dicks, because this is where it gets good.
Facts and logic about why it's okay for men to cheat on them, actually.
Men, we're biologically hardwired for it to not be that serious. Like for men, sex is like taking a piss.
Hey, hold on, real quick. Where did Myron get his PhD in evolutionary psychology from? Does anyone remember? Can put it in the chat. If you guys remember the fucking university that Myron got his PhD in evolutionary psychology from. Hey, can anybody look at the bottom and tell me what the title of this video is? I debunked evolutionary psychology. I understand. Me, Rollo, and Myron have things that we disagree on. And I totally understand. If she wanted to make a video going after all the red pill content creators and all the panel shows, I would be totally for that, and I would find it very entertaining. But she is trying to throw Myron and me and all of us dirty, scummy YouTube content creators in with David Buss, and I don't appreciate it. That's why I'm making this video. David Buss has nothing to do with this, and neither does evolutionary psychology. But it's one of these things where, because you got robbed by someone of a certain skin color, therefore everyone of that skin color is going to rob you. That's what she's doing right now. This is YouTube bigotry that she's doing at this point. Okay.
I also want, let me run this out there real quick. Is she's also picking and choosing like certain little clips here. Like she did the same thing in the red pill clips when she was trying to sort of like make her point and everything. And this is what all these guys believe. The problem is like they never, anyone who would actually get involved and understand that the red pill is not like a bumper sticker. It's not just a 45-second TikTok video. Guys like me, guys like you, other than like myself, Mike is probably the single most well-educated guy I know when it comes to sort of like the studies and the science, the evolutionary psychology than anyone else. But there's no way we can possibly go into such minute detail about sociology, anthropology, psychology, every ology, neurology. I got to be a brain scientist. I got to be endocrinologist. I got to have all these other things, to be an expert in, to become some sort of like pundit or whatever for the red pill. The problem is when you see stuff like this, when you pick out one little clip from Fresh and Fit, then that defines the entirety of the whole thing. And what happens is, see, here's what's happening. They're taking evolutionary psychology, they're bastardizing it and turning it into what they want it to be. No, that's not what they're doing. Myron does not have some degree in evolutionary psychology, but I know damn well he's read my book. I know he's well read on this stuff. So it's not just pulling this out of his ass. So
well, even if he is, it's his opinion. He could have an opinion. My point is, Rollo, if you state it's your opinion, then that's fine. We have procedures. And we had in the military, I can't remember what it has. We had technique and procedure. Mm-hmm. Technique was something you did. You wrote on your checklist. That was a technique that you could a fucking rule of thumb for whenever we would turn the aircraft in order to do air refueling. We had techniques for it. And one navigator would pass it down to another navigator. But then we had procedures, meaning if there's an engine fire in flight, you cut the fucking fuel line. That's a procedure. That's not a technique. One of them is based on a regulation, and the other one is just shit that you do. It's your opinion. And in this case, when Myron says it's okay for men to cheat, which, by the way, I don't think it's okay for men to cheat. You don't think it's okay for men to cheat, but we're getting thrown into this fucking jambalaya with everyone else. Yep. I'm sitting in a pot of gumbo, and right next to me is Jeffrey Miller, fucking Stephen Stewart Williams, and Gad Saad, when those guys have PhDs and I don't. I know more about evolutionary psychology than 99% of YouTube content creators, but I don't know anywhere near as much as William Costello. Not even close. That guy would lap me 15 times over because that's his specialty. And my point is, I'm admitting my own flaw. People like me should not be included in a video talking about debunking evolutionary psychology. I am not qualified. Do you understand what I'm saying, Rollo? I am not qualified to be criticized. I don't know enough to even be criticized in this case. Now, if I state something that some other evolutionary psychologist said, and by the way, she talks about not Matt Ridley. What's his face? The selfish gene.
Dawkins.
Richard Dawkins. We talk about Dawkins. Dawkins, ready for it? Drum roll, is not an evolutionary psychologist. He's an evolutionary biologist. And so she does the same thing where she mishmashes it all together. My main point of contention is when she's sitting there trying to say, I debunk evolutionary psychology, which is a study you can get a PhD in, there's no need to include YouTube videos like this. That's not the point. Now, if you're in, the YouTube video, me interviewing Dr. Buss, yes. And by the way, she has probably 10 clips of that in this video. That's fine. But my point is, it's like saying, I don't want to vote for this Republican candidate because the guy next door to me is an idiot and he's a Republican. That's basically what she's saying. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's what's going on here. She's impugning all of us, and she's impugning us on our opinions when we're not stating them as if they are facts.
Where's the science? The science behind that?
Because clearly, the men watching these podcasts have girlfriends and always have multiple chances to cheat on them.
It's like for survival reasons. It's like just hardwired naturally in our DNA. That's what we want.
But don't worry, if it's the other way around and your girlfriend cheated on you, then there's evolutionary explanations for that too.
That is, they're trying to get investment from one guy.
Do you guys see what she did? Hold on. Did everybody watch what she did? She showed panel show, Dr. Buss. One more time. Do you guys see what she did? Panel show with no evolutionary psychologist. Panel show with no evolutionary psychologist. Dr. Buss. Do you guys see this is what defense attorneys do? They're like, well, this guy's guilty and this guy's guilty. And these two guys know a third guy. So therefore he must be guilty too. Are you guys watching it? I don't mind when you guys get sold to. Just know that you're being sold. That's all I'm saying. And Munecat, love to have you on the show. I'm not, if anything I say is insulting to you, I don't mean to be insulting.
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that you made this video, and I'm sorry about raising my voice. I'd love to have you come on, but I got you on this one. Right here, it's very clear what you just did. It was Myron and then David Buss. Do you guys see what she did there? Pay attention.
Like the good dads, but good genes from another guy.
If a man's attached, here's what happens. She'll twist a knife.
Oh, you guys, oh my God. Myron Gaines, David Buss, Casey Zander. Do you see what we're doing here? You guys, do you understand?
Whiteboard saying Casey Zander too.
Crazy. Casey Zander. Do you guys know what university in South Dakota he got his evolutionary psychology PhD in? He didn't. He's a dating coach who has nothing to do with any of this. Okay, shout out to Casey Zander. He's coming on my show next month.
Yeah, I would love to.
Or trying to purposely hurt you because it proves her hypergamy right that you're now weak for her. When you see a woman lose respect and desire for a man, all morals, all normal human behavior goes completely out the window. The primal instinct kicks in and she's just like, oh, weak man, do not want his genes, do not want him to procreate.
One more time. Because he said primal instinct, therefore now he has a PhD in evolutionary psychology.
Sounds sciencey.
If he said primal instinct or caveman, he is now imbued with a PhD in evolutionary psychology.
Do not want him to carry on. Goodbye.
Men will literally fill an entire 120 by 90 whiteboard with armchair evolutionary psychology instead of going to therapy.
She could be the smartest woman on the planet, and then when she's going to make a sexual decision, it's a chimpanzee that takes over.
Yeah. I am the biggest fan of Sterling Cooper there is.
And Paul from Apex Mindset. Good friend.
Sterling Cooper is a porn star. What are you doing?
Paul is
this is crazy, bro. This is
Paul is still in the National Guard too. So just throwing that one out there.
Let me help you out with this, guys. It's like showing a 70-year-old man playing basketball and he turns the ball over and he's an American, and then saying all Americans are bad at basketball. That's the level that she's gotten to here. Do you guys see how she's put two YouTube content creators in front and then David Buss in the middle and then two more YouTube content creators afterwards? Do you see what she's doing? Damn, Notice what she's doing.
I didn't make this video.
Well, no, of course. I think because she knew the reaction. She was kind of maybe hoping this reaction wasn't coming. I don't know.
There's a primal brain, and it's just like flinging poo and throwing her vagina out there. Like it's just, it doesn't have it. It's like, you know, and then they're like, what happened to me? I don't even know what I'm doing, right? That's most women. So that person, her opinion of you is garbage, you know?
I don't know, Paul, apex mindset. I'm sorry that happened to you, but maybe her prefrontal cortex was active, and maybe she wasn't some kind of shaved ape woman, and she just didn't like you that much. Try jerking off.
Again, one more time. We in this space are constantly telling men, and there's no, by the way, she doesn't mention this at all in her 3-hour video. Spoiler alert. We are constantly telling men in this space, you need to do better. And the reason she doesn't like you is because you didn't do better, is because she's looking for better. We've explained that. And now she's saying maybe she didn't like you. You'll notice that hypergamy, when it fits her narrative, or when it doesn't fit her narrative, she doesn't want to accept it. But in this case, hypergamy does fit her narrative. So maybe she just didn't like you, bro. Yeah, I was
going to say also,
it's useful to. It's a useful tool to her now. So she's going to use it. But then later on, when it's not useful to her, she won't use it again. And you'll see a couple occasions where she does this, where new information comes in. And so evolutionary psychologists change their hypothesis. So get ready. Evolutionary psychology is biased based on the preconceived notions of these middle-class white men. And then evolutionary psychology is flawed because whenever there's new information, they change their hypothesis. But it's biased because of the preconceived notions, but they change their hypothesis because of new information. But it's biased, but they change their hypothesis. But you guys see, no matter what, you can't be right.
Yeah, it's unfalsifiable. That's why. Yeah.
No matter what, you can't be right. And by the way, I'm not making this up. I'm going to show you the timestamps where she literally says these words. Okay.
I was going to say, is like, as far as the prefrontal cortex thing, that's been like sort of this running joke amongst the guys in Rule Zero and the groups I hang out in, because Sydney Watson, I think it was Sydney Watson, brought up the fact that like the reason why like women like naively love like dark triad guys is because they're usually young and naive, because their prefrontal cortexes haven't fully developed until they get to be like 25. And then suddenly magically they're like, they make better decisions with the guys that they want to get with. And so it was a sort of this running joke. But the thing is I'm sure she probably would have been on board with the fact that Sydney Watson is trying to blame women's bad behaviors on an undeveloped prefrontal cortex. But if Paul from Apex Mindset talks about it, then that's just the fallacies of evolutionary psychology.
Yeah, one more time. I want to make sure absolutely, and if she's listening to this, I want to make sure absolutely we understand. Not everything is based on evolution. No one's saying that. And when evolutionary psychology finds something like a standard deviation, and there's the middle of the deviation that is like a 0.72 hip to race ratio, that doesn't mean men can't like fat or skinny women. That's not what we're saying. That's not how statistics works. Okay. It's not an absolute. But if you hold us to an absolute, then that means it's very easy to follow. If I make a hypothesis that men tend to do better when they have more masculine traits in a relationship, and women tend to do worse when they have more masculine traits in a relationship, when you find one example where that isn't the case, then you have falsified my hypothesis. Here's like the median of the mean of the distribution. You've apparently falsified my hypothesis, and therefore everything I have to say is wrong. But that's not how statistics works. This is another trick people play on you. One more time. If I state there's an 80% chance it's going to rain tomorrow, and it doesn't rain tomorrow, it doesn't mean I was wrong. People, because they don't understand statistics, they think because it's not X, therefore it's Y. It's a very Aspie sort of autistic way to look at the world. Because it's not X, therefore it's Y. It's binary. She's trying to take evolutionary psychology and take the results and then make them binary to make them more falsifiable. Does everybody understand? Again, I don't mind that you're being sold to. Just know that you're being sold. That's all I'm asking.
Off instead of recording a podcast next time. We even use the elusive caveman lifestyle to legitimize fad diets.
Many of the foods we're eating today are
okay, one more time. Paleo diet is my body. Is that evolutionary psychology or evolutionary biology? Watch one more time, guys. Remember, what is the title? You said, Michael, she can talk about whatever she wants. She sure can. What's the title of this video? I debunked evolutionary psychology. So let's talk about the caveman diet now.
Our bodies really aren't genetically designed to eat. We evolved to eat lots and lots of meat. Primal! We only eat primal!
Nutrition is out of the scope of this video, but just for posterity, this is all bullshit too.
I've done steroids.
Much of this is people falling victim to naturalistic fallacy, a tendency to believe anything deemed natural is good, but what natural even means can really be called into question. I mean, a banana looks...
One more time. Anything that people think is natural is good. We're right back to the initial, remember the initial things we talk about? Evolutionary psychology is telling you how to feel. No, it's not. Like, again, is MLD telling you how to feel? Maybe. Is Ryan Stone? They might be. Is Richard Cooper? It's up to them. They can tell you whatever they want. That's their opinion. But evolutionary psychology is being blamed for telling you how to feel. And so now she's saying because something is natural, then you're told that it's good. So because there are gender differences between men and women, like if you think the world is misogynistic now, that's your opinion. If you think the world was more misogynistic 1,000 years ago, you're fucking correct. It was. I don't disagree with that at all. I absolutely agree. But that's kind of for whatever reason, that is the case. Things have certainly gotten better, but that is your opinion that you believe that to be the case. But this idea that she's saying that because something is natural, that therefore it should stay that way, meaning because women knew their place 1,000. No, I don't agree with that. I think women should be able to vote. And so do you, Rollo. Like, I don't think because things were the way they were that they have to be now. That's the difference between normative and descriptive. If we describe that there were gender roles in previous societies, that doesn't mean we're normatively describing that there should be some now. Now, I know certainly those of us in this space do describe that. But what I try to say is it tends to work better when things are that way. It tends to work better when your wife respects you. I don't have a scientific study that proves it, but it tends to work better when that happens. Okay? All right, let's get back to the video.
It looks nothing like it did before we started cloning them. And I mean, I don't know, I quite like having shelter and a computer and healthcare, but cyanide isn't great. Well, let's rewind the clock a bit and figure out where this all started. 164 years ago, the Father Christmas of evolution, Charles Darwin, produced his seminal work. I always think that sounds a little bit like a euphemism.
Dude, at this point, I really thought she was going to try to debunk Charles Darwin. I really did, bro. I was waiting for it, but she didn't do that.
On the origin of species, it cast a new light on the way we view humankind, not as this divine creation summoned into existence by some intangible, mysterious deity, but as a product of millions and millions of years of random genetic mutations naturally selected to develop beings suited, like perhaps imperfectly, but in a sort of equilibrium to their environments. It wasn't this bearded white guy from the Bible saying, make the most perfect animal that ever existed, now put tiny knives in its hands and have it find joy in bringing twitching, half-deceased rodents inside. People realized evolution was actually just Mother Nature being a messy bitch and throwing gene spaghetti at the wall and seeing what would stick. Hey, let's snake! And this was a pretty mind-blowing revelation for a lot of people.
So we kind of all agree to this point. Her description of natural selection, I agree. And her description of natural selection sort of replacing the belief that God created us a certain way. Again, we're on the same page here so far.
Especially the ones who really liked the God dude. They really wanted to believe, for some reason, that the God dude that they pray to every night was the same guy who thought up this penis snake. But in the world of evolutionary psychologists, in a way, the belief in a deity has sort of returned, but not in the form of a god, but rather an almost godlike perspective of Darwinian evolution, which I, in part, blame Richard Dawkins for.
That thing in her mind that's always looking for the alpha, it can't ever turn off. You understand what I'm saying? It is primary for her genetics. If you guys ever read The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, it is primary for her genetics, her genes to pass themselves along.
It's a weird sort of one step up from creationism, this belief that our brains developed alongside the rest of our bodies in this sort of perfect...
One more time. A belief. Now, this is where evolutionary psychology came from. So for the longest time, we believed in natural selection, but we believed that it was just animals and not humans. Humans were not subject to natural selection like animals did. Then later on in the last century, we came to the understanding that human biology is also clearly was developed through natural selection. If you just look at the structure of an ape's body and ours, you can tell that that's clearly the case. Now, what happens though is that we believe that evolution only was the neck down in humans and not the neck up until the early 70s with sociobiology and evolutionary psychology, where we came to the understanding that the natural selection also affected human psychology. Okay, now, the idea that natural selection affects human psychology, now we look back on it's obvious. It's 50 years ago. We've totally figured out that this is the case. I don't understand. Even that she wouldn't deny that. But the idea that they all didn't develop together seems to be a step up for her. Listen to what she says here one more time. Something that's pretty obvious she's saying is a step up for her.
It's a weird sort of one step up from creationism, this belief that our brains developed alongside the rest of our bodies in this sort of...
This belief that our brains developed alongside of our bodies. Like, I don't understand how that's a step up. That's kind of obvious.
Utilitarian manner, which allows us to pass our genes.
What would be the point of having natural selection select for traits that allowed us to be able to survive, but yet we wouldn't put those things in our brains? Yet at the same time, we can literally see a deer give birth to another deer, and that deer can walk immediately. Well, how can the deer walk? How would it have the coordination or the ability to know how to walk? Well, it would do so because there are certain instructions that come along in its brain.
It's what I call evolutionary firmware is what it is.
Yes, it's evolutionary firmware that had to exist.
Yes.
So of course our brains would evolve with our bodies. Right. Do you understand what she's doing here? She's calling into question one of the most key principles from evolutionary psychology, but like, it's really strange to me. She has to make this separation, because if she can't make the separation, then she can't do this weird thing. So liberals believe in natural selection. In fact, they believed in it before conservatives did. Liberals believe in natural selection, so she can't go away from natural selection, but evolutionary psychology is natural selection on the brain. So in order for this video to work and for her to be able to go to tea parties in whatever city she lives in and hang out with her liberal friends, she has to make this separation between evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology. That's what she's doing here. Because if she doesn't, then natural selection obviously would also affect our brain. And everything she just said in the last 10 minutes of this video would be false.
Once again, because she is clinging to social constructionism as her model for the reality that everybody is in.
So partially social constructionism, but more specifically that culture shapes humans and their preferences, and specifically patriarchy.
Well, and then if you go and I think that's one of the most difficult things for, like, especially a liberal mindset, because liberalism tends to be very invested in social constructionism, emotionalism, and egalitarianism. I'm trying to think the fourth one. Anyways,
here's the thing with those things. I agree with you, but for this video, I don't want to put emotionalism on her, and I'll tell you why. Because she did so much goddamn work, Rollo. She looked up so many studies.
Emotionalism in the sense that they cling to what should be as opposed to what is.
Okay, yeah.
It's this. Got it. I feel like we should have. If I get into this, this is exactly the same argument I used against Destiny back in the day. I feel like we have evolved beyond this. How come we can't be like better humans because we think and we feel and we should be like, aren't we better than this? And the fact of the matter, we
are better than this.
But the thing is like, we're still, all of that we're better than this is downstream from biology. It's downstream from evolution.
But my retort to that is, Rollo, if you and I go to Chipotle and we're bigger than some kids who got a bowl, we don't kick them in the fucking back and take their food.
No.
Okay, so like we are better than this. My point is we are. But the point, here's my issue one more time. Somehow we have this belief, like, if I study serial killers, that doesn't mean I condone serial killers. And if I study oncology, that doesn't mean I condone cancer. But if I study innate sex differences between men and women, that doesn't mean I necessarily condone them or think the world should be that way. Now, I happen to think the world does function better when men are men and women are women. I happen to have that opinion. I'm not calling it scientific. I'm just calling it like my experience in the world.
Right. And the example you just gave me about we don't go into Chipotle and just beat up some kids, because we actually can, like, we can rise above our innate like evolutionary firmware. We don't go in there and just like, but we're not cavemen, right? We're evolved above that, which with that argument right there puts the lie to what she was saying before when it comes to we can't help ourselves because it's our selfish genes. So every guy is now going into Chipotle and beating the fuck out of little kids. That's the byline that she's selling about evolutionary psychology right now, is that we're trying to say that it's not the devil made me do it, it's my selfish genes made me do it now. And she
don't literally mean kids, by the way. We mean people smaller than us.
I know there's
people like, again, in previous times, a stronger tribe may have taken the resources from a weaker tribe. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
We don't literally want to go kick kids in a Chipotle.
Should it be that way? No, but it's not.
Although I'm sure she's going to make a response video to this where like she goes and kicks some kid.
Yeah, that'll be it. Please do. I'd love to see.
By the way, you have my permission. Yes. You have my permission to do so. Let's keep going.
Genes to the next generation in the most efficient way imaginable. Like, we're all driverless meatbags programmed by our gonads, and there's this little guy in there at the controls dictating.
Okay, so this is hyperbole. All of our proclivities are generated through our genetics. No one has said this. This is called a straw man argument. Basically, you take my argument, you take it to the extreme, and then you add in some hyperbole and some exaggeration that I never said, and then you use that argument against me. It's a straw. She's created a straw man with which to stab. Well, that's what she's doing. So let's listen to it one more time. Did evolutionary psychologists ever say this thing that she's saying right now?
Of our bodies in this sort of perfect utilitarian manner, which allows us to pass our genes to the next generation in the most efficient way imaginable. Like, we're all driverless meatbags programmed by our gonads, and there's this little guy in there at the controls dictating our every move. Like, don't take that.
Dictating our every move. That's hyperbole.
Guy, he's low value. How will he support my eggs? Don't date her. Her waist-to-hip ratio is 3 percentage points out. This means she won't be able to cultivate the genes in my spermatozoa to the optimum efficiency. Evolutionary psychology bases its assumptions on the theory that our base traits were established in what is called the EEA. Yes, the European Economic Area. I am joking, you idiots. The EEA in this context is the environment of evolutionary adaptiveness. See, yes.
Okay, so she gets the EEA thing wrong twice, and we'll go over what the EEA actually is. And I don't know if she just legitimately didn't understand this or what the thing is.
I was going to say that's like
Savannah, which conveniently happened too long ago for any of us to really know what went on. No one was on there.
And by the way, this is another argument she makes. because we cannot go back in time in a time machine, therefore never conclusively prove some of the theories. Therefore, let's just throw all the theories are now unfalsifiable, and therefore we shouldn't even do these studies because what are they doing? They're just highlighting and sex differences and muddying the waters and making it difficult for us to move forward into an egalitarian society because you keep displaying innate sex differences between men and women.
On their phones, everyone was living in the moment. So we happily project current gender norms onto it. Time for a moon history lesson. So quite a long time ago, all the countries in the world were in one big blob, and all the dinosaurs lived together on it in perfect harmony. Until one day, the Ferragosaurus Rex came along with a pint and started talking about certain groups of dinosaurs as if they weren't as good as the other ones, and this made them get all mad at each other, and then they voted for Panjexit. Panjexit created loads of separate continents, including one that they called Africa, named after a hairstyle that hadn't been invented yet. And this is where humans first appeared a few million years ago. Once they'd started living in caves and drew this AI-generated lion orgy on the wall, they all had a meeting and agreed that they peaked and they should stop evolving there and then, so that future evolutionary psychologists could call this the environment of evolutionary adaptiveness to make their jobs a lot easier to do.
Okay, so this is what she gets wrong. So I can maybe she just genuinely doesn't understand this. So the environment of evolutionary the era of evolutionary adaptation. What did I just forget? Adaptation.
Adaptation.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm forgetting because I'm sitting here and I'm on so many drugs right now because I'm got allergies. The EAA that she's describing is when humans became the apex predator and started using fire in the wheel. It's not when evolution stopped. Okay. So what happens is what happened at the point of the EAA is we started having less selection pressure against humans. It doesn't mean we were perfect. And in fact, if you were to look, once we get to that point, I think there's fewer than like 10 million people on the planet, and now there's 8 billion. So what happens is you have a point to where there's massive evolutionary pressure for you to not get hunted by the lion, for you to not have food scarcity, for you to be able to find shelter, and for you to live in a tribe, a very structured hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and anything outside of these proclivities would cause you to die. So only a select group of people survived. Once we got to the point where we're the apex predator, where we can throw objects overhand, we can use fire to cook, we have all these other tools that make us the apex, most dangerous animal on the planet. At that point, now, because the selection pressure has left, all the different derivatives and possibilities of human evolution start to expand. It doesn't mean this was perfect. It meant this is when the selection pressure stopped. And I don't know if she just didn't understand that or whatever, but she's saying it's a primal genetic play. No, that's not what EAA means. That's not what it means. So I just want to clear that up because I think she says that twice in the video. And maybe this is just too complicated for her to understand or whatever it is, or she just didn't want to understand this concept, but that's not what EAA means.
The hypotheses that evolutionary psychologists formulate tend to reveal more about the person doing the hypothesizing than about actual humanity. Most evolutionary psychologists hide behind their Google Scholar pages, racking up citations in a perpetual circle jerk with other evolutionary...
Okay, so what she's doing here is because Dr. Buss, I think he's one of the 10 most cited psychologists in the entire world, something like that. She needs to go ahead, a defense attorney. She's laying the groundwork for undermining him. So she's actually using the fact that he's so cited against him. Do you guys see that?
Logical
this guy's so smart. This guy's so smart. You shouldn't even listen to him. This guy's he's so published. Of course, he's part of the matrix. You see what she's doing right here?
Bandwagoning. Yep.
She's laying that groundwork. She's sliding it on there really quickly, and she's using little ding, 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 ding noises so that you don't notice what she's doing. Dr. Buss being so cited should work in his favor, and she's saying it works against him. Okay. Again, I don't mean that you're being sold to. Just know that you're being
Most
sold.
Evolutionary psychologists hide behind their Google Scholar pages, racking up citations in a perpetual circle jerk with other evolutionary psychologists, but some professors just love the spotlight. Meet Jeffrey Miller. He'll appear in your documentary leaning up against his F-150, exhibiting his accumulated resources for the ladies.
Okay, so before we go on to this, and she just skewers Jeffrey Miller. He's the star of the whole video. She talks about Jeffrey Miller more than anyone else in the entire video, which is really messed up. One of the things she does is she goes after him personally in several cases, and then she also starts to conflate his work in evolutionary psychology with his polyamory.
Yeah,
and that's not. She's way outside the bounds of this. I don't know enough about Dr. Miller. I've only read one of his books. I don't know enough about him to.
I'm probably more familiar with Jeff than you are. Yeah. Jeff is actually okay. So Jeff blocked me a long time ago. Okay, because Jeff was like very, I don't know, tight with Jack Murphy back in the day. So just I'm throwing that one out there, but I think it had more to do with his sort of evangelism of polyamory because he and his, I think his still wife, Dr. Diana Fleischman. I actually knew Diana Fleischman before I knew about Jeff because she's in the same field as I am, which is behavioral psychology, right? And so as far as him being a very good evolutionary psychologist, yes, he is a fan freaking tastic. The reason why I'm blocked is because we had a difference of opinion when it came to polyamory, because I held him to the, called him to the carpet about mate guarding dynamics and male jealousy and everything else that was involved in that. It seemed to me he was trying to sort of rejigger the data so that it would sort of fit his idea of being polyamorous. And that's when he just basically blocked me. But other than that, I mean, I've always had nothing but good things to say about Jeff, except for the polyamory side. So
yeah. So just so we're clear, it's separating the art from the artist.
Right.
So O.J. Simpson.
Yes. Thank you. Good.
Murdered two people and also ran for 2,000 yards in a season. He did both things. Separating the art from the
like when Mel Gibson had his meltdown and everybody says, "I'm never going to watch his movies again." He makes good movies. Come on.
Yeah. Kevin Spacey has some serious fucking problems, and he's a good actor. Both things can be true at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. So the thing is, in this type of situation, I don't know Jeffrey Miller enough to like defend, but what she does is she goes after a lot of his personal proclivities, and she does that in order to undermine his, like,
she's poisoning the well.
Put in the one in the chat if you've ever had a professor who was weird. Put one in the chat if you've ever had a professor who's weird. I'm not gonna hold that against him. Why I'm saying is I don't think polyamory is the right way to go, specifically because it's not like if you can make it work. I don't have an issue with it. It's just I found that when men stray outside the relationship, they tend to come back. It doesn't mean it's okay for men to cheat, but when women do, they're going to pick someone else. I'm just saying, if you have a polyamorous relationship, just get ready. Your girl's going to leave at some point. They tend to. That's the only reason why I would disagree. But again, I just stated my opinion. I did not state a fact, and I didn't state it like it's just my opinion. I just don't think it's a good idea. But I don't dislike Jeffrey Wilson because of it. I don't care one way or the other. But my point is, that's not what she's attacking him for here. She attacks him for his polyamory. And she says, because they state that monogamy is not the natural state for humans, therefore, if not monogamy, therefore polyamory. So let's go through it here.
Jeffrey appears a relatively meek, soft-spoken man in interviews, which is not what you expect when your first exposure to his viewpoints is via his Twitter feed, on which he goes by the name @PrimalPoly, which just conjures up images of a Neanderthal Zeus surrounded by ovulating cave women lining up for a drop of his prime genetic material.
The funny thing about sexual selection is it's a very powerful evolutionary process, but it's not blind, dumb natural selection. It's driven by our tastes, our pleasure.
Hundreds of thousands of years ago, humans started selecting partners who were more intelligent. As a result, intelligence began to grow in our species.
He spends what seems to be most of his waking hours on Twitter.com just pissing out the hottest takes. He thinks that contraception is the root of all evil, and everyone trying to eradicate ableism, eugenics, and racism from science is a woke ideologue, and he thinks there should be a YouTube channel that teaches feminine beauty tips to young men, not in the name of diversity and challenging fashion norms, no, but actually, so when a man goes on a date with a woman, he can judge how long she took to get ready for the date. Then he can know whether the look...
Again, objection, Your Honor, relevancy. Like, I understand why she's doing this, and I don't know Jeffrey Miller. I would not have said some of those things that he said, but my point is, this is not his work on evolutionary psychology. I want to make sure you guys understand that, okay?
Yeah, she's poisoning the well.
Classy or not. Jeffrey seems to think he's the originator of the Manosphere, since he was the one talking about the hypergamous nature of women 20 years ago, and he hated women before it was cool, but says that since run amok with his ideas, he thinks that the red pill is now in its rebellious teenage years, just tacking on extra beliefs like semen retention and making women the enemy.
It was strange to see like second and third hand ideas from like my early work getting kind of recycled into Manosphere. Like wisdom or good advice or often bad advice, and then get into arguments with Manosphere guys who are like, no, you don't understand human sexual dynamics at all.
This is my fucking work.
But you see, lovely meek Jeffrey believes that men should follow their natural, evolved desires, but in a way that respects women. Oh, thanks, Jeffrey.
Getting in touch with your sexuality, your sexual desires, the ways that you view women, trying to make those both consistent with your evolved desires, but also kind of find your ethical path.
I don't know, Jeffrey, why don't you allow your eyes to live consistency with their evolved desires? Why do they have that woke glass over them, distorting their realistic view of the world? Take your glasses off, Jeffrey! He serves as a middleman for incels who think they're too intelligent for the...
Here we go. Ready? Everybody, hold on. Here's another one. This is probably, there's several singularly like false statements that she makes. This one, she has no leg to stand on. I want you to listen to what she says. Ready? Very closely.
Ass over them, distorting their realistic view of the world. Take your glasses off, Jeffrey! He serves as a middleman for incels who think they're too intelligent for the Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast.
He serves as a middleman for the incels who think they are too fresh. When was the last time we used Jeffrey Miller to book girls on our show? Rollo, when was that?
I don't think, yeah, right. I don't think I have ever heard his name brought up on any single one of these.
I don't think Jeffrey Miller has the name Jeffrey Miller has ever been brought up on Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast. I could be wrong. The idea that he's a middleman for them is categorically false and totally baseless. And it makes me wonder, like, this makes me question, because there are other parts in her video where she brings up studies and counters to those studies. And I'm just taking her at her word. And now I'm starting to wonder, This statement she just made is in total bad faith. This has one has nothing to do with the other, but you know what it does, Rollo? It mixes in evolutionary psychology with these panel shows.
You could probably go. We should do this. We should I could do this right now. I could go on my phone. I'm going to go hit up Brian. I'm going to go hit up Myron. I'm going to hit Fresh. I'm going to hit up everybody I know who has a show in the Manosphere. Say, have you ever heard or ever mentioned Dr. Jeffrey Miller? I guarantee you.
Have you ever heard of Jeffrey Miller? Exactly. Exactly. By the way, Jeffrey Miller's book, Mate, I loved it. Rollo did not love it. I love that book. I thought the advice in the second half of that book was spot on. But
it wasn't Jeffrey Miller that was the problem. It was Tucker Max.
Yeah, it's Tucker Max. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Ready? Let's listen to this again. This is categorically false. I would never do so, by the way. Munecat, if you're ever listening to this, I think you're a great content creator. But if I was going to sue you for defamation, this is where you would lose. You are categorically wrong right here. Let's listen again.
Think view of the world. Take your glasses off, Jeffrey! He serves as a middleman for incels who think they're too intelligent for the Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast on which there once lived an era of unassuming and sometimes drunk and or underage women being coerced on to be manipulated into giving answers for cathartic takedowns by
Again, we do not have anyone like underage and drunk women. That's what you just said in order to get dunked on. Listen to what she says here. Hold on.
Host. But this has since morphed into women being fully aware of the scheme, being paid a guest fee, and then making even
being paid to guest speak. We have never paid Nelly or Domo or Carly a fucking penny to come on the show. And we are fully aware that they are getting OnlyFans subscribers. In fact, I was the one who pointed it out, and Abba and Preach made a video about it. The idea that we're too stupid and duped, that she plays this clip while showing an image of me. Listen to her, what she says before. I have brought this up several times.
Answers for cathartic takedowns by a host. But this has since morphed into women being fully aware of the scheme, being paid a guest fee, and then making even more money on top of that from the OF signs up while the milquetoast host is too dumb to realize it's a bit and looks like he probably refuses to stand.
Too dumb to realize it's a bit.
Up at the end of the interview.
I just lay you until, you know, like you're like, oh my God, I have no more inside my body anymore.
But with Jeffrey, we've got a sort of, oh, poor women. They can't help being hypergamous, manipulative cheaters, disgusted by the idea of having sex with you. It's just in their genes. He's also a big fan of the peacock's tail, which you'll find is a bit of a common boon within the Evo site community because, of course, that's the most grandiose display of sexual selection adaptation for the choosy females. His wife even wore them in her hair on their wedding day. Ah, Jeffrey's wife, Diana Fleischman, the incel's wet dream. She's not like other girls because she's open and honest about what she wants.
Because I'm incredibly emotionally transparent and my facial expression is very transparent, and it doesn't bother me to say exactly what I want. I think many women don't want to say exactly what they want because part of the Q investment that they're looking for is for somebody to use enough cognitive cycles to guess what they want.
She believes Jeffrey is a high-status male and feels that it would be selfish of her to keep him to herself, so she decides to let other women enjoy his high-status fruits.
I think Jeffrey's wonderful. So in some sense, I would feel guilty monopolizing him entirely. And it's actually very much kind of utilitarian reasons.
Okay, this is funny. This is funny, but it's not debunking evolutionary psychology. Do you understand my point? Like, this is funny. I get why she's doing it. But to be fair, this is not her PhD thesis. She can write whatever she wants. My point is the title is I debunked evolutionary psychology, and she thinks Jeffrey Miller is a weirdo, and she's just pointing out that she thinks that his relationship with his wife is weird too.
I still like to see her, like her physical hard proof that we have paid the girls to be on our show.
Oh my God, it's just crazy to me. We paid them to be on the show.
Please show me. I want to know now.
Oh my God, and that Jeffrey Miller's a middleman for us. Did you know that? Crazy, bro.
About it, and most people would not think about things that way.
I must be towards one of the more extreme ends of the Gaussian distribution when the x-axis is labeled female innate propensity to view Jeffrey Miller as high-value mate. But each to their own. Someone else can have my slice of the Jeffrey pie. I'm not hungry. They're in a polyamorous relationship because they basically means that humans actually didn't evolve to be monogamous. Monogamy has just been this temporary fix to prevent a pool of incels from running around and starting podcasts. But now, because of feminism, we have that pool of incels running around starting podcasts.
Here we go. The big one. The pool of incels starting podcasts. The pool of incels. That means, for those of you who don't know what that word means, it means involuntarily celibate. You could believe a lot of things about me, and a lot of things about Myron, and a lot of things about Brian, a lot of things about Rollo, and a lot of things about Fresh. But one thing you cannot believe about them or Justin Waller, Andrew Tate, Sterling Cooper, or MLD is that we are involuntary or celibate. Neither of those things are true. She is claiming that Myron Gaines does not fuck women. Do you understand? If you don't believe me, I'm going to play it one more time for you.
Of incels from running around and starting podcasts and evolved to be monogamous. Monogamy has just been this temporary fix to prevent a pool of incels from running around. That humans.
There's two parts here. She's saying polyamorous. She says because humans are not supposed to be monogamous, therefore he's polyamorous. That's not correct. because there's a middle ground between there, as I described before. But second of all, we're all incels creating podcasts.
We didn't evolve to be monogamous. Monogamy has just been this temporary fix to prevent a pool of incels from running around and starting podcasts. But now, because of feminism, we have that pool of incels running around starting podcasts. And they talk about this a lot on podcasts. Now, I've got nothing against...
I got another idea. Can you guys name for me one single incel that you know that has a podcast? If you truly believe that David Cooley doesn't fuck any women, if you truly believe that fucking Marquette, I don't care how much you disagree with these guys. I do not give a shit. If you believe, does Chris Williamson, do you think he can get laid? I want to know who you think these incels are that are creating podcasts. Involuntarily celibate, meaning their penis does not go in a vagina. Okay? I want to know who is the name of these people who are doing this. This is like so incorrect. Yeah, mean girl, incel is just a new mean girl. Incel is the new racist. It's exactly right.
Yeah. It's what they say when they don't know what to say.
It's madness, bro. Like, again, categorically wrong. Jeffrey Miller has nothing to do with these panel shows. Doesn't come on these panel shows. Okay. Number one. And number two, incels don't make these shows. The dudes who are making these shows, regardless of what you say about them and how much you may disagree with them, they don't do bad with women. Myron Gaines does just fine with Angie. He does just fine. You do fine with Missy. I do fine with Kylie. Like, this idea that like because here's the thing, Rollo, if they actually understood how good some of these guys who have these shows actually are with women, that would totally cripple their argument. Incel content creators, I don't even know who the fuck I can't. It's not that I know I'm not an incel. It's like I can't even think of a single incel who has a podcast. Not one. Where he's like, man, I can't get any pussy, and I just really, I'm so angry, and I wish
it's hyperbole. It's her snarky. It's her being hyperbole once again.
Hyperbole is it's hot as shit outside. That's not hyperbole. That's saying the sky is green when it's blue. She is like that is that's not hyperbole. That is totally categorically wrong. These are not incels making these podcasts. If she actually understood that, like, Myron would say things, and I don't agree with everything Myron says. I agree with a lot of it, but I don't agree with everything he says. But Myron does well with women. I know he does. I've seen him even before he was with Angie. The idea that Myron teaches these things and does well with women is so bad that cannot stand. And here's another thing, guys. I want to explain. Can you just put it on you and me real quick? I want to explain something to guys real quick. Okay. If Rollo and I give you a piece of advice and women disagree with it, then they're going to talk to us like we're weirdos, and they're going to use the incel word. Oh, these guys said that you shouldn't show a bunch of vulnerability when you first meet a woman, which is true. I have said that because it is right. But if I say that and they disagree, they're going to call me a weirdo and incel a creep.
Right.
But if I say something and it works, they're going to call me manipulative and a narcissist. Got it? If it doesn't work, I'm a weirdo and a creep. If it does work, I'm manipulative and a narcissist. The problem isn't my advice. The problem is that I'm giving advice to men. I'm trying to take the complexity and sophistication of intersexual dynamics and simplify it for men, which is not helpful for women. Therefore, if I say something and it doesn't work, you're a weirdo and an incel. And if I say something and it does work, you're manipulating, you're grooming, you're a narcissist. There's no way to win. It's circular logic. I just want you guys to understand that. And I'm talking about me specifically because I have 1,600 clients, and my clients will tell you I give really good advice. So if I'm giving good advice, one of the two things has to be true. It can't be that my advice is good because of patriarchy. That can't possibly be the answer. The answer has to be one of two things. Either my advice is not good or I'm manipulative. That's the only possible answer.
Because it has to be unfalsifiable so that they can always be right. That's why.
Okay, let's go back to the video.
Yeah.
Against polyamory between consenting parties, although Jeffrey and Diana seem to be doing it because they want to accelerate human evolution by allowing men like Jeffrey with his prime genetics to impregnate multiple women. So if polyamory were the norm, this would supposedly reintroduce sexual competition and increase the genes in the pool that are highly desirable for sexual selection, which is the cringiest reason to be in a polycule. Like, at least join one because you're running a global crypto Ponzi scheme from a penthouse in the Bahamas and you've got money coming out your ass, so you're bored.
Yeah, you're happy. I think it helps that you're bisexual.
Yeah, it helps a lot that I'm bisexual.
They are the literal embodiment of, hey, my wife and I saw you from across the bar and we really dig your vibe. Can we buy you a drink? Would you like to become a data point in our study on the effects of polyamory within a socioeconomic context, Jeffrey?
I 100% am going to do that. I'm going to walk up across the bar with a girl and be like, would you like to become a data point? And
I'm going to put it on an Instagram live.
Would you like to become a data point in our study on polygyny? We'd like to have you become a data point.
We've been checking you out.
Jeffrey's favorite
We'd like to know if you would be interested in my superior seed.
Yes.
Area to discuss is sex differences, a subject on which he has written multiple books, including The Mating Mind, Spent, and Mate, Become the Man Women Want, a book which he wrote with Tucker Max. Remember that guy who made that awful film, I Hope They Serve Beer in Hell? Based on a
It wasn't awful. It wasn't true, but it wasn't awful. It wasn't great. But I thought it was funny when he took a shit in that hotel lobby. I thought it was pretty funny.
I was going to say the other
stories he wrote about his boost of escapades and having sexual encounters with women.
What'd you say?
I was gonna say she's also taking a lot of this shit out of context, especially the stuff about like monogamy and polygamy. The thing is, and I was just talking about this on my Sunday show. If you look at this, she'll never know the guy's name, but it's Dr. Tim Burkhead, who wrote a very good book called Promiscuity. He is an evolutionary biologist, not a psychologist, and essentially both are true. Human beings are monogamous and they're promiscuous as well.
Yes,
they can both can be true at the same time.
But what it is it's within. It's like you have a car that has tires, and over the life of the car, you change those tires. Over the course of your life, you're going to have intermittent periods of monogamy interspersed in a life of polyamory or polygyny or whatever. You're going to have that. Those are the exact words I used with Dr. Buss, and he agreed to that. What he did not say was because of not monogamy, therefore polyamory. That is not what we said. That's what she's saying. We said he didn't say. Okay, just one more take, one more straw in the straw man.
Women that teeter on the edge of consent to talking to the turtles.
Are they telling you to kill that fat girl behind us? Because that's what they're telling me to do. What? How can you be mad about that? Fat girls aren't real people.
You can credit the founding and legitimization of the entire field of evolutionary psychology to John Tooby and his wife, Leda Cosmides. John Tooby passed away last year, passing on the baton to Dr. David Buss, someone I touched on.
We are 25 minutes in, and she finally gets to Dr. Buss. 25 minutes in.
Quickly in my Manosphere video, he has written multiple books about what he contends are the ingrained differences between the male and female mind, offering the supposed evolutionary framework backing up every unhinged r/red pill post in existence, something which without fail...
One more time. Not only is what she's saying not true, literally we have Alex Datepsych who is going around explaining that there's a lot of people in red pill space who disagree with certain concepts in evolutionary psychology. And one more time, she's using hyperbole. Every unhinged red pill idea. So she's done the same thing. Instead of reading Dr. Buss's books, which I guarantee you she hasn't, what she stated and said is that Dr. Buss is deliberately and nefariously providing fuel for some of these conspiratorial ideas and putting fuel on the fire with regards to hating women. Which, if you've talked to Dr. Buss or listened to any of his briefings, any of his TED Talks or whatever, or any of his interviews, it isn't true. Nor is it in his books. And in fact, if anyone is critical of the Manosphere in his books, who is it, Rollo? It's Dr. fucking Buss. He literally opens up when men behave badly, criticizing the Manosphere. So this is, again, one more time, we're back to step one. You know, one of the ironic things about this, it's that it's got me and William Costello and Mac and Murphy and Alex Dateside. This is something we can all talk about. Like we're all on the same.
Like everybody, we throw rocks at each other on Twitter, but this comes out and like everybody like bands together.
Yeah, we're all like, this is actually going to cause us to all band together because again, this video is going to get 1 million views. It'll probably cross 1 million views while we're sitting here talking about it right now because it's at 980,000.
Yeah.
Congrats to her, by the way.
I want to know where she got Tubi from because I thought it was Robert Trivers was the one who came before David.
I mean, I'm sure the thing is, it could be, but I think Tubi's definitely before Buss.
Oh,
yeah. Hold on. Let's keep going.
Dale gets him invited to regular appearances on the 3-hour broadcast circle jerk.
What I call the mate switching hypothesis. The mate switching hypothesis. Mate switching hypothesis. Mate switching hypothesis.
But of course, it's not only sex differences that Evo's like.
Isn't it funny? She talked about the mate switching hypothesis, but like the mate switching hypothesis is a difference from dual mating strategy.
Yeah.
Right? Like literally, like his beliefs got closer to hers, and she's still criticizing it.
Right.
Like, do you understand? Before he believed in mate switching, he believed in dual mating.
Yeah.
Which is more hypergamous. It's actually his belief now is less hypergamous, and she's still dunking on him. That's you know what the funny thing is, Rollo, your criticism of him switching hypothesis was he was doing it to appeal more to the woke left crowd. And here is an example of the woke left crowd still catching an alley-oop on his head. How crazy is that?
It's because she doesn't know.
Can't make him happy.
She has no idea what she's talking about. I have been more critical of mate switching hypothesis. As far as I know, I'm probably the only guy who's been as critical as I have been. I am the red pill for fuck's sake. But like now she's gonna say that this is what those guys are really about. Now I'm like, okay, whatever, keep going.
All right, let's keep going.
like deals with. It's also sometimes, race differences. Thankfully, this side of evolutionary psychology remains mostly pushed to the fringes of political discourse nowadays. The ones who
now, guys, I actually agree with this. This part gets really, really messy, and it has to do with like the heritability of intelligence. This part gets really nasty if you get into
Race
it.
realism and ethno-nationalism.
Yeah, this is where we get into some of the Nick F stuff, and that like I'm doing research on this. Is intelligence heritable? Yes, but like it doesn't mean. I don't want to go too far into this, but this part really does get kind of nasty.
Who still believe its claims are at most not openly discussing this in public, and I'd like it to stay that way. So I'm going to be focusing mostly on sexual selection theories and gender differences in psychology, as that's in the mainstream. But the way that I tie this all up in the end is pretty much going to be blowing it all out of the water. By my lizard cave woman brain, ravenous for confirmation bias and flies. So I started to delve into some articles in defense of evolutionary psychology.
Ready? Okay. She's looking for articles in defense of evolutionary psychology. If you guys look down at the bottom, is at 2716. Defense of evolutionary psychology. Ready? Let's go.
Yeah, I got a whiteboard for this video. I have a lot of things to teach. Stop passing notes at the back. So evopsych is a field which attracts a lot of criticism from other scientists, but a lot of the time for good reason. You might assume that evopsych would say everything is on this end of the spectrum, everything is nature, but they do admit that the environment and culture has heavy impacts on the way that we think and act. And conversely, many academics who are mostly nurture do agree that there's probably certain mechanisms in the brain that are ingrained from birth. The main contention is really where you come down on this nature-nurture spectrum. If you think it's entirely nurture, you're all the way on this end of the spectrum. That's what they call blank slatism. Your brain is essentially a tabula rasa, an entity subject to the experiences it is exposed to from birth. But academics, they tend to get into fights, and there is this tendency for many non-evopsych academics to assume that all evopsychers think that the brain is entirely molded by the Pleistocene, either that or Plasticine. I can't remember which. But it's not surprising when you read some of their papers and are exposed to the type of language that they use to describe human nature. It's a bit like looking into Sam Bankman-Fried's mind, which seems to be so cooked by effective altruism.
Okay, so we are done defending evolutionary psychology at 2844.
I know, and now look at the distraction here. Oh, let's move on to the next.
Guys, again, notice what this is another great defense tactic that she's doing. We're going to look up papers in defense of evolutionary psychology, and 90 seconds later, while we have not brought up one single thing in defense of evolutionary psychology, 90 seconds later, we are back into bashing it and calling it the mind of Sam Bankman-Fried.
To the point that he's unable to see anything outside of the myopic perspective, the probabilities and equations. It's like this sort of ostensibly dispassionate and algorithmic approach to the well-being of humankind. For example,
hold on. Listen. This is again very confusing to a lot of people, and maybe she just genuinely doesn't understand this. Scientific pursuits are supposed to be dispassionate. There's nothing like she makes fun of people for being nerdy, but like someone has to do this work. Someone has to be dispassionate and algorithmic. Because the rest of us are emotional. We don't have to pay people to be emotional. Everyone can just be. We don't have to pay people to like the Super Bowl or Dancing with the Stars. They just do it anyway. We have to pay people, and we have to fund individuals and motivate individuals to be dispassionate and algorithmic. Otherwise, we never come up with formulas for putting ships into space, building skyscrapers, and coming up with ways of curing diseases. Someone must be dispassionate and algorithmic. That's not a bad thing. That's a feature, not a bug. And I don't understand this criticism. A scientist being dispassionate and algorithmic, 2 thumbs up. That sounds like a good scientist to me. What am I missing here?
You're missing the fact that everything that comes out of her mouth goes through the filter of emotionalism. So if someone is dispassionate, that means there's something very wrong with them. They're retarded. They're completely messed up in some way.
Exactly.
Anyone not absolutely brain broken by evopsych would just be like, maybe it's just nice to be nice to other people because we've evolved to be a social species who live in groups who like look after each other. Whereas
again, this is another, we've already done this once. Remember when she talked about the girl who put her hands behind her back? He goes, well, I could have figured out that putting your hands behind your back is weird, and I didn't need evolutionary scientists to teach me that. Watch, she's doing it again. Watch this. She does the same thing. Listen to what she says here.
Maybe it's just nice to be nice to other people because we've evolved to be a social species who live in groups who like look after each other. Whereas academics in the field of evopsych are like, hey babe, one day at the evopsych lab today, it took a while to apply our finding from mice to humans, so I brought you some flowers to say sorry. Oh babe, you didn't have to. Actually, yes, I did, because in order to secure the passing of my genes to the next generation, Darwinian evolution provides an explanation for cooperative behavior.
Again, so because cooperative behavior may be able to be explained by like a couple of ladies drinking wine around a fire, because it could be explained that way, therefore this explanation, the Darwinian explanation, is nerdy and try hard and should be derided with high-pitched voices and props.
Your brain is broken if you don't.
Your brain is broken if you don't understand that.
Because everyone, and notice the language. Everyone should. Why can't we just be nice to emotional language? Why can't we all just be nice to each other.
No, but she's trying to say, why are we nice to one another? And then the answer is, well, because of Darwinian altruism. Whatever. There's a bunch of kin selection.
Anything analytical is nerdy, stupid, and regressive and retarded. Whereas anything that any normal person would just go along to get along, bro. It's vibing.
Yeah, it's like we find this whole thing, and we're going to get into the part where women prefer men who can acquire more resources, and men are more interested in casual sex. And when we get to that point, which is unassailable, by the way, when we get to that point, it's like, why are you trying so hard, bro? We already know that, bro. We don't need evolutionary sciences for that, bro. Why are you trying so hard? You're a weird, a nerd. Like that. She's basically trying to nerd shame people for being dispassionate and algorithmic, because it makes, especially when these people hurt her narrative.
Right.
That's what's going on here.
Behavior in which W is probability and C is cooperates and D is defect, W exceeds C over B. So if we extrapolate this findings, acts of indirect altruistic reciprocity between strangers, natural selection favors those who adopt these strategies that base the decision to help on the reputation of the recipient. So as you see, they don't really help themselves when they try to defend their field by saying that they're doing the very thing that other behavioral scientists would say is extremely bad practice. The most common
Yeah, but she's not defending her. She's not doing a great job of defending her own video when she's doing the same thing that she's claiming evolutionary psychologists are doing. The answer to the question is always patriarchy. Well, that means that patriarchy was the answer to the question before she even did the research. She's literally guilty of the bias that she claims evolutionary psychologists are guilty of. But those evolutionary psychologists that she claims to be like having conservative dogmas, when those evolutionary psychologists aren't even conservatives. That's the part that's fucking nuts to me. And then also blaming people who aren't evolutionary psychologists and then taking the things they say and then lumping it onto Dr. Buss. What's going on here, dude? Like, I don't understand. Have you guys noticed? Put a 1 in the chat if you notice that over 2/3 of her criticisms have to do with things that are not evolutionary psychology. Over 2/3 when she talks about me, or she talks about red pill, or when she talks about she shows shit in movies, or she talks about Tucker Max, or she talks about the polyamory that Jeffrey Miller has, or she talks about any of this shit. That's not evolutionary psychology. The title of the video is I Debunked Evolutionary Psychology. 2/3 of this video is dealing with things that are not evolutionary psychology. Myron Gaines is not evolutionary psychology. Talking about cavemen or primal instincts is not evolutionary psychology. They could be derivatives and ideas that may be fueled by something you read from evolutionary psychology, but by debunking someone who has an interpretation of what they read, you do not debunk the source material. Perhaps that is too complicated for some people to understand. But she has not even begun to debunk it. And by the way, there are some points that she makes later on in this video where she does a really good job, where I do feel like certain evolutionary psychologists are going way off in the fucking deep end and coming up with ideas that are absurd, okay? Or not provable at least. But like I said before, it's an iterative process. We make mistakes and we move forward. But the idea that we shouldn't even be studying this, ask yourself why. Right. Why would anyone not want you to study this? The dynamics between men and women. What if you could unlock the secrets to where you aren't getting cheated on or dumped or used for money? Oh, we can't have that, because that's what evolutionary psychology will teach you.
It asks the wrong questions.
It asks the wrong questions. Exactly.
And that's when people give me shit about the red pill and they talk, oh, well, you know, it's all rooted in evolutionary psychology and this and that. I'm like, yeah. Even what it gets right, it gets right. What it gets wrong still asks a question that prompts you to think about shit like this that can't be processed with people who are just emotionally ego invested in emotionalism.
All right, let's keep going.
Criticism of the field is that it's rife with just so stories, which essentially means an untestable explanation for a theory. And these motherfuckers will come up with anything. Like, they observe gorilla breasts as being flat, but women breasts are rounded. So this must be, they say, for the pleasure and sexual selection.
All right, guys. So we got to the 30-minute mark. Here's what we're going to do from this point forward. I'm just going to go through timestamps so we can make this go a little quicker. There's so many things she talks about in here. Again, you're going to be surprised to hear this. I actually recommend you watch this video. I'm not going to not recommend it. I recommend you watch it because, especially after you've heard me describe it, it's so much better when you have an understanding of like, oh, okay, I see this is straw man. I see what she's doing. Okay, this is her preconceived notion. Okay, she provides evidence for this point, but not the second point, and then mishmashes the 2 points together. Now watching this video again, I think you'll have a better understanding, and it'll also take you. She goes into very deep corners of evolutionary psychology. She does. If she had just kept this video to simply evolutionary psychology, it would be 30 minutes long. It would not have been 3.5 hours long because she barely goes over it.
Yeah, it takes her the first hour to poison the well is what she's doing.
Yes, for sure. So we're gonna go to 32 minute mark.
Before we do, since we're at this mark right now, before we do, because she just mentioned exactly what I wanted to get into here with Steve Stewart Williams rebuttals to these things. The number one most common like sort of refutation or there's only 6, but let's go with this one first, because this is exactly what she's talking about. Okay. Evolutionary psychologists sit around spinning just so stories. Gadsod has talked about this on like at least 2 or 3 different videos where he gets into this, okay? About traits we already knew we have, and then conclude that their stories are true based solely on surface plausibility. This is a recipe for scientific disaster because you can make up a plausible sounding adaptionist story about anything. Essentially, you're retconning whatever it is that you think is, with history and evolution, okay? So it's probably fair to say that evolutionary psychologists sometimes accept adaptionist hypothesis on insufficient evidence. I'll say more about this soon. However, to suggest that the entire field consists of nothing more than just so storytelling is unfair. Evolutionary psychologists start with just so stories, also known as hypotheses, but then they go out and test their hypothesis and publish the findings in peer-reviewed journals. In doing so, they convert the just so stories into tentatively accepted or rejected scientific claims. This isn't an occasional exception, so to the just so story rule, there are literally thousands of published empirical studies in evolutionary psychology. It is also worth pointing out that all the scientific hypotheses are just so stories before they're tested. So why do people only level the criticism at evolutionary hypotheses? In most cases, it's purely because they've heard other people doing it. They're parroting a criticism that's been bouncing around since the sociobiology controversy first ignited back in the 70s. Back then, in the early days of the field, the criticism had some merit. Today, though, it's simply outdated. Certainly, you can make up adaptionist explanations for pretty much anything, but you can make up a socio-cultural explanation for pretty much anything too. So why should the sociocultural explanation win by default? So that's the number one there. Then I hope, okay, I won't go into the next part of it. But the thing is basically this is the number one criticism of evolutionary psychology, and has been answered and has been basically, debunked, for lack of a better term, for a long fucking time now. So the fact that we're even coming back to this as if it's like people are just simply retconning history to fit their biases. Well, why would they think that people would do that in the first place? Because those biases are against whatever their fucking ideological belief set happens to be. And in this case, it's whatever her socially constructed emotionalism is telling her. That's why she has a problem with all this. That's why she does a 3-hour fucking video like this, because she has to find some way to reconcile and square the circle of what these guys are saying with whatever her ego happens to be invested in when it comes to social constructionism, when it comes to egalitarianism, when it comes to what should be and what feels good, as opposed to what fucking is. Because what fucking is asks difficult questions that she doesn't have any answers to. As I said before, you can't just give people data. You have to tell them how to feel about the data, because if you don't, they will hate you for it. And how do they hate you for it? By doing 3-hour videos just like this.
Yeah, it's really interesting that she doesn't even mention Stephen Stewart Williams in this video once. Right. It's like you're talking about.
Did she mention Gadsod?
She will, and at 3 hours she mentions Gadsod. By the way, I don't think he has a PhD in evolutionary psychology, even though he does talk about it a lot. But the thing is, Stephen Stewart Williams is Pippin. If Bus is Jordan, then Stephen Stewart Williams is Pippin, and she doesn't mention Pippin at all, which I thought was really strange, and I think it might be because of this passage in his book. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if part of the basis for her outline was seeing those objections to evolutionary psychology, and she expanded on them. I think that might be where she could have got that, because the just so story thing is directly from Stephen Stewart Williams. I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm not accusing her of it. I'm saying that would be an interesting.
I put one more thing out when she was criticizing all the girls on Fresh and Fit, like being half drunk all the time. Like, look at her Pilsner glass right now.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's like, yeah, that's Okay. I didn't even think about this, about being drunk. Yeah. Okay.
Definition of a just so story is something that will, because your hypotheses will include the contention that we evolved the trait that we're testing. That bit is the just so story because you literally can't prove it. But what's the rebuttal of this?
It is certain that our ancestors, like other old world primates, nursed, had
Everybody pay attention to what this quote is right now.
two sexes, chose mates, had color vision calibrated to the spectral properties of sunlight, lived in a biotic environment with predatory cats, venomous snakes, and spiders, were predated on, bled when wounded, were incapacitated from injuries, were vulnerable to a large variety of parasites and pathogens, and had deleterious recessives, rendering them subject to inbreeding depression if they mated with siblings.
I mean, this is true, but it's also true of most mammals. It's simply not enough knowledge for us to make the kinds of connections evolutionary psychology makes between its evil.
Wait. Hold on. How is it not? Like, do you guys remember what she said before? How it was a step up to say that our bodies and our minds evolved at the same rate. What did she just do right there? She admitted that there's clearly where there are clear signs where evolution shaped adapted human beings. So, for instance, your eyeballs can see light in a visible spectrum that's visible on the surface of the Earth, right? Which makes sense. The sunlight is usually between 3,800 Kelvin and 5,600 Kelvin. Okay, that's true. The idea we have an aversion to snakes or the other things that if we go back through all the things that he talked about here. Actually, I lost it here. Give me 1 second. Certain ancestors, certain old world things, when it talks about bled from wounded, incapacitated from injuries, vulnerable to large variety of parasites and pathogens, deleterious recessive rendering. So when she starts talking about these things, this doesn't help her. The whole concept of natural selection does not help her argument. And so what she has to do now, like I said before, she has to separate evolutionary biology from evolutionary psychology because she can't argue with evolutionary biology. She can't. She's not going to go against Darwin. Her friends, her woke liberal friends are not going to support her going against Darwin, but they will support her going against Buss. And so that's what's happening here is she's using this terminology to separate those two fields of practice. Okay.
Venomous snakes and spiders, were predated on, bled when wounded, were incapacitated from injuries, were vulnerable to a large variety of parasites and pathogens, and had deleterious recessives, rendering them subject to inbreeding depression if they mated with siblings.
I mean, this is true, but it's also true of most mammals. It's simply not enough knowledge for us to make the kinds of connections evolutionary psychology makes between its evolutionary predictions and the data it finds. The just so story is when the hypothesis connects the data gathered to something about early humankind that we don't know and will never know, such as how they chose their mates based on behavioral traits or how they actively avoided pathogens, if they even did, because it might just have been pure luck. A large part of evolutionary psychology is focused.
No one's saying it isn't pure luck. Like there probably were humans that didn't avoid pathogens. Do you know what happened to them? They died. They're dead now. That's called selection pressure. Selection pressure sometimes is fucking random. It's not a cognitive thing sometimes.
Discussed because there is a belief that it actually underlies a lot of our political affiliations and biases, i.e. you're more likely to be conservative if you're more susceptible to disgust and sensitive to potential pathogens, like there is this propensity to avoid foreigners because of the risk of disease. But the science isn't even settled on that. I mean, this study revealed that the feelings of disgust and recognition of others' disgust doesn't start happening until about 5 years of age, meaning it may well be learned. And I mean, have you ever seen a baby piss in its own mouth? They're disgusting little freaks. And when you really...
She also conveniently leaves out the study where it shows children look at the faces of more attractive people for longer, because that study hurts her narrative about 21st century beauty standards. There aren't 21st century beauty standards. It's so funny. If you're a man, you know this is true. I never have this argument with men. Mm-hmm. Men do not believe, in general. I'm sure there's some men who have been completely like brain warped and fucking hypnotized enough to actually make this argument. But if you're a man, you fucking know what you're attracted to. There's nothing in your life that probably, for a heterosexual man, if you're a gay man, maybe for other men, but like as a heterosexual man, there's nothing in your life that you are more certain of than what fucking turns you on. There's nothing you're more certain of. So when she talks about it like this, it's like, because she's trying to lay the groundwork for subjectivity and beauty. We know as men, that's just not the case. It doesn't mean I might like black girls and you like white girls. We're not talking about black and white. We're talking about facial symmetry, clear skin, sign of youth, and a hip to waist ratio where your waist is smaller than your hips. Men like that. Even if you like a fat ass or a small ass, men still like those same things. And we know that we like those things, but she's laying the groundwork for a little bit of subjectivity in that discussion right there.
Really delve into the studies behind much of evolutionary psychology, you'll find that the science just doesn't even hold up when you apply even the slightest bit of scrutiny.
I'm just going to pop in a disclaimer here to start. These studies are written by people clearly under the assumption that gender is very binary. I realize that this is not the case, and I will be talking about that more.
Ooh, okay. So she has to cover her ass, because part of the thing that she has to do in here is she has to go into some weird places. One of the problems with her making this video about evolutionary psychology is that she gets dangerously close to like arguing against evolution. evolution is a long before conservatives were into evolution, Democrats were into evolution. In fact, the whole objection to like the core, what is it called? Core competency, core, the educational core. I can't remember, but Southern states didn't want it taught because they were teaching high school kids evolution. Common Core. Part of the reason why Republicans didn't want Common Core in schools is because they didn't want natural selection to be taught. So natural selection is a closely held belief to liberals. That's why she has to put this disclaimer out, because she's going to go to places where she talks about innate sex differences. And then when she does so, she's actually going against some of her friends who want to argue that there are, when I say her friends, other progressives who do not believe in innate sex differences at all.
You'll find that science just doesn't.
That's what this disclaimer is.
And hold up when you apply even the slightest bit of scrutiny. I'm just going to pop in a disclaimer here to start. These studies are written by people clearly under the assumption that gender is very binary. I realize that this is not the case, and I will be talking about that more later in the video. I just didn't want you to think throughout the whole thing that I think that way. I don't. I'm just
listen how apologetic this is. It's crazy.
She has to get her
studies.
There's been 100 years of theory-free research looking at spatial cognition in humans, and people kept finding a male advantage on certain kinds of spatial cognition.
One of the most proud findings evolutionary psychology has is the marked gender differences in the ability to rotate images in one's head in favor of men. But it was found that even slightly altering parameters of a test evened out the gender differences, using more realistic-looking images in the test rather than 3D images.
Now, I've never heard Dr. Buss specifically, or even Jeffrey Miller or Stephen Stewart Williams talk about the spatial rotation thing. I'm assuming I'm going to take her at her word that this is a study and part of it was debunked. And I'm going to skip ahead here, but I just want to let you guys know the part that makes this kind of strange is that that women get credited for having spatial recognition in certain areas where men don't, and she even dunks on that. Do you guys understand? Like, even when evolutionary psychology credits women, she still, because she can't let there be innate sex differences either way, or ingrained sex differences. So even when women get a W here, she has to turn it into an L. It's really interesting listening to this part. I'm not going to subject you to that. We're going to go to the 44 minute mark. But yeah, the spatial cognition stuff, I've never heard it before. I'm sure there is some evolutionary psychologist who believes this, but I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole.
While you're scrubbing through that, let me throw this one out here real quick, because this is number 5 that she just got through. The hypotheses in evolutionary psychology fail the basic scientific validity. They're unfalsifiable. They have no way to prove they're wrong, even in principle. After all, we don't have a time machine, and behavior doesn't fossilize. This is basically what she was saying in a more snarky way.
Wait, did she say that? Would he say time machine in this one right here?
No, well, yeah, she said something. Well, we weren't there, so we don't know.
Stephen Stewart Williams say time machine.
Yes, this is out of his book. This is out of the book.
Bro, she literally says the word time machine.
Time machine. Yes, exactly. It's exactly.
Okay, so my hypothesis previously, what I said before, is I felt like Stephen Stewart Williams was getting, or she was getting her outline for this video based from Stephen Stewart Williams' objections. It seems like that might actually be
going point by point. So first point, if you argue that evolutionary explanations are unfalsifiable, you can't also argue that they're false. Many critics do, but the two claims contradict each other. Second point, if evolutionary explanations are unfalsifiable, then competing socio-cultural explanations are unproven. After all, if we'd shown that the socio-cultural explanations are true, we would simultaneously have shown that the evolutionary ones are false, which would imply that they're falsifiable. If the evolutionary explanations are not falsifiable, as the critics assert, then we can't have shown that they are false, and thus we can't have shown that any competing theories are true. In short, anyone who uses the unfalsifiability argument cannot then claim that evolutionary explanations are false or that sociocultural explanations are true. That's a little awkward.
Okay, you guys see one more time? It's like she's saying these innate sex differences, or she used the word ingrained. These are, Dr. Buster uses innate. She uses ingrained. We can discuss the difference. But these ingrained sex differences, whereas an evolutionary psychologist might argue it's mostly because of heritability, she's saying it's because of patriarchy. She'll use that exact term. Now, if it is, or patriarchy specifically, but culture in general, if that is the case, then what she's saying is your evolutionary psychology theories are unfalsifiable, therefore they are false, which isn't true. And the problem is her then assertion that the actual correct answer is C, patriarchy, is also, there's no evidence behind that either. Meaning her competing, you'll see during this video, she does mention patriarchy at 3 different places, but she doesn't provide evidence that it is true. She just provides evidence that evolutionary psychology might be wrong. She does not provide evidence that she is indeed right. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right, we'll keep going.
Killers, but are men hunters and are women gatherers? Well, this recent meta-analysis of ethnographic studies found that in 80% of hunter-gatherer societies, women are reported to engage in hunting, and in a third of those, women hunt big game. So the entire theoretical framework that these studies are being based on isn't even settled in itself. And even in the case of
one more time,
stop it right there. This is absolutely 100% been debunked already. Yeah. Aporia, I'm going to go dig up the article. This is 100% horseshit on her part. This is all, in fact, everybody when they saw this jumped on this right here. The thing is they're trying to say that, well, women hunted too. Yeah, you know what they did? Hunted and snagged small game. They were trappers and fishers. They did not go out after game, and it was only it was on a biculture basis. So to say that women were as good a hunter or were the same as men when it came to hunting is 100% false.
Yeah. So let's back. Let's do this, Rollo. Let's totally accept her assertion.
Okay.
That in 80% of societies, women did hunt.
The fact that she's throwing that out there right there, it shows.
Of course, it's. I agree with you. I thought it was absurd too. Let's just take it on face value. I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Let's say that were the worst case. What she's not. When she's saying, you hear the number 80%. You're like, oh, 80% of the time women were hunting. That's not what she said. She said in 80% of societies, women were reported to have hunted along with men. But like what Rollo said, that doesn't mean they did 80% of the hunting, or even 50% of the hunting, or even 20% of the hunting. Could there have been a situation where there was some kind of plague or some predator that had injured all of the able-bodied men, and a woman was forced into a situation where she was supposed to hunt? Absolutely, yes. I have no doubt that's happened somewhere in history. Okay, I have no doubt that there were women that were outliers that were fantastic hunters somewhere throughout history. That is not the thing that we're saying. But what she's trying to say is because some women hunted in 80% of societies, therefore the whole idea of men being the majority of hunters is now somehow falsifiable, in question, or debunked, which is absurd. And she's going to get it later on into woman the hunter or man the hunter. Which actually was a big point that Homav had. This is one of the most falsified papers of all time. She actually mentions it in here in about 30 seconds.
In case of this meta-analysis, you have to consider the societies being witnessed are current-day foraging societies, some of which are living in very close proximity to their Western neighbours. It's also a meta-analysis of studies carried out mostly by men from dates as early as 1888 by people from Western countries operating under their own biases that they are likely to project onto societies that they're witnessing for the first time. If you look at some of the earliest literature focused on foraging societies, such as Man the Hunter from the 60s, you have enlightening quotes.
There you go. Man the Hunter from the 60s.
Human hunting, if done by males, is based on a division of labor and is a social and technical adaptation quite different from that of other mammals. The biology, psychology, and customs that separate us from the apes, all these we owe to the hunters of time past.
Basically implying that all human evolution is thanks to the activities of men. Women are literally described as beasts of burden in this book, at the same level in the hierarchy as the dogs.
Women and dogs. Okay, so here's the thing. She is going to go back and she's going to find papers that were written before evolutionary psychology was even created. Even before evolutionary psychology existed, and she's going to pin these. By the way, that's misogynistic. To say women are like beasts of burden and they should be trained like dogs, I agree that's misogynistic. But I don't agree that David Buss said that. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I don't agree that David Buss made that statement. And it's really easy to do that. It's to say white men were slave owners, therefore all white men are bad. That's where she's gotten to at this point. Okay? Even having a discussion about intersexual dynamics or about men and women hunting, having the discussion and using any sort of word. If you guys have ever read, it's a long. Have you guys ever read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by Jeffrey Miller? Jeffrey Miller. I forgot what the guy's. No, it's not Jeffrey Miller. But in the book, he refers to certain Nazis being homosexuals, and he uses a pejorative in the book that you wouldn't use today. Because of that, you don't blame every historian for being a racist or a bigot because of that. Okay. Let's keep going.
And customs that separate us from the apes, all these we owe to the hunters of time past.
Basically implying that all human evolution is thanks to the activities of men. Women are literally described as beasts of burden in this book, at the same level in the hierarchy as the dogs.
Women and dogs have been the principal beasts of burden since Paleolithic times, and these are not universally available for the reason that women are not always at the site of killing and butchering, and many people did not breed dogs suitable for packing.
Among the great inventory of hunting technology is the ancient and widespread bolas. Its principle, common to the bull roarsling and centrifuge alike, is simple enough for women and children to manipulate and helps explain some of their substantial contributions to the hunting economy.
Oh, thanks boys for letting us swing your balls with our pathetic little weak arms. Much of what is said in Man the Hunter hunter is simply based on the assumption that men hunt and women gather, despite the fact that in the memoirs of expeditions that they reference, women are often documented as actively taking part in hunts, but the language they use to describe women's activities is draped in the stereotypes of modern Western nuclear family norms, like, for instance, describing male members of the tribe by name and describing women as a homogenous group just accompanying male activities. Since the 70s, this presumption has been continually challenged, such as in the book Woman the Gatherer from 1981, but the ideas from Man the Hunter have permeated evolutionary psychology to this day.
I get the point you're trying to make, but I have yet to meet a hetero woman who enthusiastic.
All right, we're gonna more great stuff and more great singing, but we're gonna
let me
men produce between
while you're scrubbing through there, I put it's a great article. It's called The Myth of the Female Hunter. It's by Aporia is the I think that might be on Substack. This came out July of last year, as a matter of fact. So she's kind of late to the fucking party with all of this. But essentially what it does is it debunks everything she's just mentioned right now. I'm actually kind of shocked she even did this. 100% of societies had a sexual division of labor in hunting. Women may have participated with men in some hunting contexts, typically capturing small game with nets, but participated much less in large game hunting with weapons or by persistence. Even within these contexts, it was usually the case that that the role of women during the communal hunt was different. For example, women flushed wild game into nets while men dispatched the game. They were the ones who were actually killing the animals. So this is just the end discussion or the end paragraphs of that Aporia article. Anybody who wants to know why she is 100% false in this, look at that Aporia article. This has been making the rounds really ever since then. And funny how we don't hear any of these the feminists coming up saying like, oh yeah, well the women hunted too. Bullshit. Been 100% debunked.
Yeah, I mean, no, the thing is, sometimes women do hunt. I'm not saying that they didn't. My point is, what she's trying to do is say, because some women hunted, therefore the entire structure of this argument falls apart. And that just simply isn't true. There have been a few female kickers in high school football in Texas. Therefore, women are now equal to... Stop! Just stop. You're being ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're just getting into... I know a woman who was a deep snapper in a high school football game in Texas. It doesn't mean... we just got to slow down with this shit. Anyway, the point is, she's trying to say that this kind of takes away this is actually the second most ridiculous claim she makes. The first one is when we get into
she's trying to establish, once again, is like she's trying to diminish the idea that, first of all, I don't know anybody like in our circles that is even talking about this until this article came out kind of debunking it. But then like the problem is like what she's trying to do is promote three things really: social constructionism. We've already established that. Then we're going to say that the reason why these myths persist about like women hunting or women not hunting is because patriarchal men want people to believe that only the men went and did the hunting, right? Then on top of that, we have to add one more layer, which is the layer of the blank fucking slate, okay? Meaning that, well, women actually went and hunted just as much as men because men and women are exactly the same and they're exactly fucking equal. And this is one more thing. It's the fourth leg of the stool. You knock out blank slate, you knock out social constructionism, you knock out emotionalism and egalitarianism, and every point she says collapses completely. All they are is belief sets and ego investments in those belief sets, such as social constructionism, which, by the way, I can go and I can debunk that right now with the 4 laws of genetic behaviorism. Done. Then we can also go look at the blank slate. Go check out Dr. Steven Pinker's book called The Blank Slate, The Modern Denial of Human Nature. Done. So what's left? Emotionalism and egalitarianism. And that's all she does is refer back to feels.
Well, I mean, this video has to exist because of egalitarianism. I feel like, again,
exactly.
this response, no, it happens because what happened, you remember I told you this a couple years ago? One of the biggest things that was so surprising to me is why it took so long for David Buss to go on Joe Rogan. And I kept saying evolutionary psychology was the most underrated player in the league. It's the Pablo Bancaro. It's the Pablo Bancaro of the fucking NBA. Like, the dude is awesome. You ever seen him? He's the 6'10" power forward for the Orlando Magic, and none of you have ever heard of him. He's fucking awesome. He's the most underrated player in the league. That's what evolutionary psychology was. As it starts to gather steam, then now she has to do something to push it away, because arguing against red pill manosphere creators, it's like, trust me, bro, and they're just calling each other names. Arguing against PhDs is a different matter, and she needs to cut this snake off at the head before it grows too big.
Right.
That's the purpose of this video. It's getting too big too fast. There's a point, and I don't want to say I'm deliberately skipping this. It's actually interesting. At the 52-minute mark, if you guys want to go check out where she talks about female orgasm, this is where I differ from a lot of people. You know what about female orgasm? They're great. 2 thumbs up. They're like, what is the purpose of the female orgasm? You know what the purpose of the female orgasm is? So she keeps coming back. So she keeps coming back to your house, guys. That's the purpose of the female orgasm.
Mate
Orgasm
retention.
is great. Mate retention. Any of these red pill guys are like, it doesn't matter that women have an orgasm. I don't give a fuck. And I don't even care why it's there. All I know is when you give it to them, they come back to your place, and sometimes your place is fucking clean afterwards.
I was on
thumbs up for the female orgasm.
I remember being on Fresh and Fit with Sterling Cooper, and I think Myron got into something about like if you go down on your girl and you're concerned about her orgasm or something. Like if you go eat a girl out, that's like a beta behavior. And me and Sterling like, like nah, I'm good with that, man. I'm gonna have to part ways with you on that one.
Yeah, bro, I'm with you on that one too. Like I just like making women have orgasms. 2 thumbs up. Not opposed to that. All about that. Having other women join you and helping out in it. All about it. So I don't disagree with her. So I'm not gonna. But it's at the 52-minute mark. If you guys want to look,
I have it in my my Twitter bookmarks. But Rob Henderson actually came up with a study about getting head and also cunnilingus and everything else. And the postulation is that they are mate retention behaviors. That's what they were.
Let's see. Let's do. Okay, here we go. This is really important. Hunter gatherer. Let's go to the 49:52 mark. This is a really big one. This is one of the parts where she talks about patriarchy.
Sure.
Perhaps you could entirely blame it on the patriarchy. Women are understood.
Hold on, let's go back a little bit.
Be hypothesizing that women are more worried about the sexual infidelity of men because they'd be more likely to impregnate other women, leading to them having to split their time between multiple baby mothers. And we might be hypothesizing that men would be more upset about the emotional infidelity of women because that would mean that they wouldn't care as much about the children with his genes. Yeah, that's right. I just hypothetically just sewed the fuck out of my woke feminist agenda. Destroyed. So the only question is, why in current culture is this emotional?
Hold on, let's back up
gender
here.
differences in sexual. How hard would jealousy based on just so evolutionary theories?
And so the sexes seem to differ in which aspects of the infidelity. With women more attuned to or more upset by the emotional infidelity, men more by the sexual infidelity. Jealousy is an evolved emotion that serves several adaptive functions. Okay, one of which you mentioned is a paternity certainty function.
If culture had been constructed around the ideals of women being sex crazed and men as emotional wallflowers, then perhaps we'd be hypothesizing that women are more worried about the sexual infidelity of men because they'd be more likely to impregnate other women, leading to them having to split their time between multiple baby mothers. And we might be hypothesizing that men would be more upset about the emotional infidelity of women because that would mean that they wouldn't care as much about the children with his genes. Yeah, that's right. I just hypothetically just sewed the fuck out of my woke feminist agenda. Destroyed. So the only question is, why in current culture is this emotional / sexual infidelity phenomenon happening? Perhaps you could entirely blame it on the patriarchy. Women are understood to be faithful and emotional, so perhaps if I were a dude, it would be upsetting. I would assume the emotional investment in the other person was quite strong and quite serious, and men are understood to be hypersexual, unable to resist the urges. I was literally told at school when I was a child that men think about sex every 7 seconds, and I believed it. So maybe within that socio-cultural context, I would be more upset if a man got emotionally invested in someone, because if he just fucked someone else, I'd be telling myself that's just his primal urges. Maybe one of the 8,228.57142857 times he thought about sex during the 16 waking hours of that day, he just gave in to his urges. I mean, who wouldn't? That's like Chinese water torture, but coming from your own balls. A huge.
Okay, so let's go over this real quick because this is a really important distinction. So what she's essentially saying is the reason why let's do this. I'm going to go to my default speakers because my speakers are going to power here. What she's saying is the reason why men are more worried about jealousy than women are, or the reason why men were more worried about sexual infidelity and women were more worried about emotional infidelity. The reason why she's saying that is because she was taught in school that men think about sex all the time and sex doesn't mean as much. But the problem is there's a reason she was taught that in school.
Because of the patriarchy.
Well, no, because it's true. Because it's fucking true. Men do think about sex more than women. That's the problem. So she's saying, because I was taught a thing that's true, it caused me to change my beliefs about this true thing. But you're forgetting about the part where it's actually true. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's not a patriarchy. Like, men actually are more interested in sex than women. She doesn't provide an alternative scenario other than to just say it's patriarchy here. Patriarchy
She does. She also selectively clips that shit from Dr. David Buss, because I think both you and I know that there's more to that, right? Okay, so like, why is it that men are more interested in sexual infidelity? Like, if a guy discovers that his wife or his girlfriend has been fucking them,
yes,
his jealousy is fixated on where was it? Is he have a bigger dick than I? Did you get off? Did you fuck him in the kitchen? Did you fuck him in our bed? Did you fuck him? Like, show me the details. Tell me about the details, right? Because that guy it doesn't want to be cuckolded. He doesn't want to know. He wants to know that the kid that's coming out of there is his kid, right? That's an evolutionary, that's why we get jealous. That's why we do mate guarding. Got it? No, I don't see how that's like a really hard curve to get up and over, right? The other thing is that he was mentioning is that women tend to be more focused on the emotionality. Do you love her? That's why women are concerned with emotional affairs and emotional investments in the relationship. Are you in love with her? Because it's a risk of loss of resources is what it's about. That woman doesn't want to share those resources, of course, with another woman, but also that's what she's primarily interested in. That's the focus there, right? It's long-term security. Am I losing my long-term security because you're no longer in love with me and you're in love with this new chick? That's the focus. She never gets to that. It will never show up in any of these videos because it's inconvenient for her to have to actually fucking address that, because if she were, she would be unable to say it's the fucking patriarchy. They were taught this way. They're just bad people, and we need to teach men to be better people. That's essentially what it comes down to.
So let's go over a couple of things. She's not denying that these differences occur. What she's denying is that they occur because of genetics, and she's saying they're occurring because of patriarchy. Meaning, like, if there were no patriarchy, if there were no culture, if there were no cultural influences, then women would be just as jealous as men. So there's two ways to totally disprove what she's saying. The first one is if you ask men in general, they're going to ask, did you fuck him? Women are going to ask, do you love her? They asked, and I forgot what the numbers are, but it was something like close to 90% of men were more upset by physical infidelity, and something like 60 or 70% of women are more upset by emotional infidelity.
She deliberately cuts that out because it doesn't go with the point she's trying to make.
Well, she's not trying to cut it out. She's just trying to say it's because of patriarchy. But here's the second part. Yeah. The second part is what she then forgets is this is the part she leaves out, Rollo, is when they survey gay men. And gay men are more interested in sexual infidelity, and lesbian women are more interested in emotional infidelity. That kind of doesn't, patriarchy thing doesn't seem to work when it comes to that. So then here's another piece, a data piece. Guys, I'm going to tell you something. There's a couple of third rails that she does not touch during this video. One of them is Dr. Buss's 37 culture study. She goes nowhere near that motherfucker, because that is the basis upon most of these arguments where they fall apart. If culture was the reason why, or patriarchy was the reason why, then what would happen is you would not have Inuit Indians and Filipinos believing the same things. Meaning, when they surveyed these 37 different cultures, you should not have cultures in Africa and South America where men were more interested in casual sex than women, and women were more interested in resource gathering than men. You should not see that. You should see it. You should see a distribution. But you saw in every culture, women were more interested in gathering resources. In every culture, men were more interested in casual sex. How is that possible with 37 cultures in the 90s when there's no internet, there's no radio, television, or film for Inuit Indians that live in fucking in the Amazon, or Aboriginals that live in central Australia? How is it that they have the same proclivities but no cultural connection to one another? Her theory's debunked. It is not patriarchy, because patriarchy is culture. It is hereditary.
Yeah.
And that's why
it's all, even if it was, it's all westernized patriarchy on top of that.
She never discusses Dr. Buss's 37 culture study is at all. She stays away from Stephen Stewart Williams. She stays away from parental investment hypothesis. She stays away from mate choice copying. She stays away from the 37 culture study, even though these are primary things in evolutionary psychology. She stays away from them because she couldn't figure out how to chip away at them. Okay, let's keep going.
Huge mystery to evolutionary psychologists is the elusive female.
Hey, hold on 1 second, guys. I got to do something real quick.
Female orgasm.
Want
to let it run?
No, here we go.
Orgasm.
Female orgasm has been a mystery that psychologists have been attempting to understand for decades.
And I have done studies with vibrators and so on, indicating that some of the other great apes do seem to have contractions.
Why is it necessary to have an orgasm? Why would selection have favored having an orgasm sometimes and not others? Why does it happen so infrequently?
In an attempt to give the female orgasm meaning, in this study, Miller and friends hypothesized that women who are unable to orgasm with partners must be less likely to pair bond with their partners, but they just found that to...
I'm not sure if this is this a Is this
not be true. They also drew up multiple other hypotheses, like seeing if women successfully orgasm more with men of high status, men who earn more, masculine men, liberal men, men high in extroversion, neuroticism, psychoticism, or impulsiveness, and they all failed. Maybe you should have included a variable in here, which was men who ask women what she likes in bed and listen to her. Maybe that could have given some clues. Oh yeah.
This part is funny. I recommend you guys go back and watch this. We do have to skip around. I actually agree with her. I think female orgasm is terrific. Let's keep going here. Let's go to 57 here. Here we go. It's 50. Yes, here we go.
2 experiments from 40 years ago and 2 of his own student surveys. Absolutely bulletproof, but we've got to find more evidence. So Buss hypothesized that men would have more affairs than women's sexual variety. But then he hit a hurdle. Women are starting to have affairs more and more. Fuck.
Studies point to about 40 to 50% of married men have an affair at some point during the course of their marriage, and it's about 20 to 30% of women. Women are actually catching up with men.
I'll let you into a secret. It's because over the last few decades, we've started letting women leave the house more. More chances just to meet a guy who's just there. More chances to meet a guy and just...
Well, okay, ready? One more time. Women weren't cheating as much because of patriarchy, but the innate sex differences are because of patriarchy. But women are cheating more because they have more opportunities because there's less patriarchy. Everybody following along? Okay, just want to make sure everyone's following along with what's going on here. It's so funny. It's like women catching up to men as far as cheating is a W to her. You guys see how like this is like a badge of honor.
No, it sounds like women's sexuality is something that is innate and evolved, and that if they suddenly had free reign and unfettered, freedom to go and exercise hypergamy, that's what they would do.
Guys, let me say something to you. Both genders, if they could cheat more, would cheat more. I mean, I'm just gonna let you know. But men would still cheat more than women. Both genders would cheat more if they could cheat more. If people could do anything they wanted, they would fuck more. If you guys didn't know this. If you ask people, do you want more money or less money? People in general are going to want more money. If you ask people, would you want to fuck more desirable people on a more regular basis? More people will say yes than no. And if you ask people, a lot of people, if they could cheat more, would. The idea that women are cheating more is not, it doesn't mean there's a hereditary change. It's a cultural change. I do agree. There were times in our history where we would stone a woman for cheating. We don't do that in the United States right now. And so women cheating more, I would expect that. This is not, she's claiming this as a W, but I don't think it is. And the other part is like women cheating more. She's kind of proud. You see how she leans it? She's kind of proud of it. Go, you go girls, cheat more.
The other part is that she's not acknowledging as well is that the instance of infidelity for women in certain age demographics is much higher than other ones too. Yes. So they're not going to, well, she's not like in between, I want to say it's between the 18 and 24 mark right there. Women cheat more than guys do statistically in that demographic. Now, if you take it all in aggregate, yes, men cheat more than women. But if you're taking it in specific demographics that sit in different phases of a woman's maturity, there are phases in women's maturity where women will cheat more than guys. And again, based on like ethnographies and everything else and countries and stuff.
All right. Let's keep this going here.
But why does Bussy think women are cheating? Time to come up with a new hypothesis, the dual mate hypothesis.
My evolutionary colleagues, other scientists who study this, have advanced what's called the dual mating strategy hypothesis, or the good genes hypothesis, where they basically propose that women can get the best of both worlds by getting investment and resources from one man and good genes, like genes for good health, from another man.
Women are clearly looking to mate with alphas with superior genes and using the beta cock men for stability to raise the kids. You might remember that one from the Manosphere too. It's got various names, one being alpha C beta mutes. Ah, shit, Bussy's hit another hurdle.
There's reason to be skeptical about this. One of the reasons is that we know from DNA fingerprinting technology that only 2 to 3% of offspring are actually fathered by men who are other than the person believed to be the father, the husband.
Shit. So what now? Well, we're gonna have to.
Well, okay. So by the way, the whole cuckolding thing, you know, when they say it's like 2 to 3%, well, part of the reason why is because you can check. Like it probably was higher than that in previous generations, but it's like once you get to the point where a woman knows if she has a baby with someone who isn't her husband, she's going to get caught. She's less likely to have a baby with someone else that isn't her husband.
We don't
bring this back to survey.
Hold it for a second. We don't need evolutionary psychology to produce that. We need to plot the human genome, which is exactly what we've done. So when you look at the genomic record from as far back as what is it, 8,000 years, like just right around agriculture, right there. It was what 17 women reproduced for every one guy. Okay, that's not evolutionary psychology. That's fucking biology is what that is. So a lot of this, and I've been trying to put this point out there for a while now. A lot of the stuff when I'm talking about dual mating hypothesis and versus mate switching or whatever, the reason why I'm so adamant about dual mating is because because evolutionary biology backs up a lot of it, and not just necessarily, you know, going back and trying to hypothesize for evolutionary psychology reasons. If you look at the human genome, and even up to now, like even now in modern times, it's 7 women per 1 guy reproduce. Is that a result of sexual selection? Is that a result of warfare? Is that a result of
patriarchy?
It's yeah. Well, what it is.
Listen, if 7 women for every men are reproducing, then the victims of patriarchy are those 6 other men.
Yes, exactly.
Victims of patriarchy are those 6 other men.
Yeah, it won't be.
Does anyone else not see that? Like, if patriarchy is real, the victims of patriarchy are the 6 other men.
Yeah.
How does anybody like this idea that patriarchy is this? No, if there's a cabal of individuals who are controlling the world, the people they're fucking are those homeless people you see on the side of the road. There's not a bunch of women who are living like an egalitarian lifestyle. That is crazy to me. It's just fucking crazy.
I was just looking at those stats for like, what was it? Twice as many men are single as there are women right now. That's
under the age of 30. Under the age of 30, it's 63%.
Just came out like recently. So it's like basically double the amount of men are single than women. Other people are like, well, who are these women fucking? Well, they're either fucking the same guy or they're fucking older dudes. We're like, once again, there you go. It's not going to be evolutionary psychology that proves dual mating. It's going to be Evo Bio that will.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Because that's easier to manipulate. So here we have Buss's final hypothesis. Women actually have affairs because they're cultivating backup mates just in case their current relationship fails.
Women.
By the way, a new study came out recently that shows 70% of women admit to having backup mates. And guess what, guys? You won't find that in this video anywhere.
Who have affairs tend to be sexually and emotionally unhappy with their regular relationship. But it turns out it's not true for men. If you compare men who have affairs with men who don't have affairs, there's no difference in their marital happiness. 70% of women become emotionally
like, she doesn't even comment on this. This is so incredibly important. Women, when they're unhappy in a relationship, are more likely to cheat. Men who cheat and men who don't cheat show the same level of marital satisfaction. How is that? Because of a patriarchy? How is that possible? Guys, it is, oh my God. Anyway, forget it. Sorry, keep going.
Involved with their affair partners or fall in love with their affair partners. Now, if you're just trying to get good genes, this seems like a very bad strategy. Why get emotionally involved or fall in love? The qualities desired in the affair partner turn out to be more or less identical to the qualities desired in a long-term mate. And so what I think this does, this set of clues combined with other evidence points to the mate switching hypothesis, which I think is a more compelling hypothesis about why women have affairs.
What is his evidence? His own survey of 121 students.
In our lab, we've also documented that women tend to cultivate what we call backup mates.
In the study, both genders said in general that they look for the same qualities in opposite gender friendships. That
the backup mate stuff has been reproduced. Just so we're clear. I know she's saying his source. It's 121 of his own students. There's other stuff that he's done that's been reproduced. She's not going to include that.
They look for in romantic partnerships. Something that can easily be put down to cultural expectations of genders, but you know, it's probably your first thing, Bussy. You know, the backup mate thing. Yeah, it's probably that.
One woman told me, she said, men are like soup. You always want to have some on the back burner, okay, in case something goes wrong with your relationship.
Am I missing something here? Am I womaning wrong? Am I supposed to have binders full of backup men? The logistics sounds like a fucking nightmare. I'm not Andrew Huberman, and the way in which Bussy finally bolsters his point home is
like that drop.
The Huberman shot, and then he calls him Bussy. I don't understand. Like, what did David Buss ever do to you? David Buss is it. I don't understand why the personal attack against David Buss is crazy to me. I don't understand this.
Throw in some tasty anecdotal evidence.
A female colleague of mine who was complaining to me one day, she said, David, why is it that all the guys that I'm interested in don't seem to show any interest in me, yet I'm pursued by all these guys who are trying to chat me up, and I have no interest in them? And what I told her is, I was brutally honest. I said, on the mating market, you are an 8, seeking 10s and being lusted after by 6s. And she said that this simple piece of information, when she thought about it, was more important to her, was more helpful to her than 3 years of psychotherapy to figure out what the problem was.
So you see, we wouldn't be wasting all of our time and money on the pointless field of psychotherapy if women would just date uglier men. But anyway, evolutionary reasoning.
Jesus.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Well.
Yes. Bro, like she ironically figured it out. That's crazy. Yes.
Deductive reasoning kicks in.
Like she accidentally solved the fucking problem and without even trying. Yes, that is the. By the way, gentlemen, you want to know something? You'd be happier if you dated less attractive women, because they're fucking like picking women on their physical attractiveness is one of the worst ways to pick a woman. It is. She's right. She's trying to be funny and was completely correct. Yes.
Accepted, the audience laughs along, and people leave comments praising Dr. Buss for doing real science.
Pragmatic/realistic psychology is my favorite type of psychology. It invalidates most ideological views over the subject in a heartbeat. Someone give this boy a medal! Someone give this man a medal! The poor fella in the brown blazer at 1738 looks like he just had his whole world demolished by that fact. Lol. P.S. David Buss is a smoking hot man. I am Haley Buss.
If this does not red pill you, then nothing will.
She's not yours. It's just your turn.
Look how
didn't know Gary Busey was this smart. And this isn't just his TEDx talk or podcast appearances. He'll do this in his books rather consistently.
Women's desire for status shows up in everyday life. A colleague overheard a conversation among 4 women at a restaurant. They were all complaining that there were no eligible men around, yet these women were...
Okay, so let's do this also. Dr. Buss does use some like storytelling in his books, but that's because he's selling books. He doesn't use the same storytelling in his, like, if you go take his college course, he doesn't, I mean, he'll tell the stories, but like that, they're not academic papers, they're books. So if you're a teacher, this is the difference. Dr. Buss is a researcher and he's also a professor. Professor meaning you profess a thing, meaning you have to be in front of a group of students. It better telling stories that are funny or get people to remember or an anecdote. That is a tool used to teach. And I know because I'm a teacher, I'll use individual tools. If all I did was take my clients and just give them statistics, they're going to fall asleep. So because she doesn't understand this, what she's going to do is use a teaching method that Dr. Buss uses, which is tell a story, and she's going to use it against him as if he is replacing scientific data with his anecdotal study. Again,
remember when I told you about Ape That Understood the Universe, and I told you it's very entertaining too because it's written as
it is very entertaining.
Like an alien that's like unfamiliar with all humanity and everything. It makes it very engaging and it's easier to read that way.
Exactly.
Surrounded by male waiters, none of whom was wearing a wedding ring. Waiters do not have a high status occupation, were apparently not even considered by these women. What the women really meant was not that there were no eligible men, but that there were no eligible men of acceptable social status.
Cool story.
One more time, I'm going to say this before, and again, this is my opinion. I'm not saying this is a fact. There's a certain status of men where women don't see them, like literally do not acknowledge that they're men. Like they might bump right into you because they just don't see you. As men, we see women. Even when the women are unattractive, we see them. If a woman is on the side of the road and she's crying and holding her baby, we're gonna be like, what's going on here, ma'am? We don't have to be attracted to them to see them. We don't look at women. Women who are really attractive, definitely we see them more. I'm not saying we don't, but like women who are suffering or crying, we still see them and try to help them. We don't sit there and say, I'm going to pull that woman out of this burning car because she's hot. As men, we don't do that. We still see you even if we're not attracted to you. There's women out there who legitimately, guys, you know what I'm talking about. Munecat's not going to know this because no one's never not seen her. She's always seen. She's an attractive blonde lady. She's always going to be seen. But she's not aware of what she isn't aware of or what she doesn't see. And if you guys if you guys are a man out there watching this and you're 5'5" or 5'3", and you've just seen women ignore you, you know what I'm saying is true. Women below a certain status don't even see that you exist. Men, we always see women. We might not like them. We might not be attracted to them, but we always see they exist because part of our survival is the survival of our tribe, and the tribe includes older women and younger women, fatter women and skinnier women. We're there to protect, but not just protect the attractive ones. So that's a pretty major difference.
Even considered by these women. What the women really meant was not that there were no eligible men, but that there were no eligible men of acceptable social status.
Cool story, bro. And he sometimes seems to even confuse himself as to what is an anecdote that he's just pulled out of his ass and what is empirical evidence, even if it is his own heavily biased evidence.
Wives often complain about receiving insufficient support from their husbands. Indeed, lack of sufficient economic provisioning is the most frequently cited divorce complaint of women.
The most common divorce complaint for women is unreasonable behavior. According to survey data, this is most likely to be men not pulling their weight with the housework, and thank God for the self-sufficient.
Okay, so there are different.
Now, who is making the speculation? It's most likely because of this. No.
So just so you guys know, there are different studies that go over why women file for divorce, and in some of the study, in the top 3 is usually the thing that Dr. Buss says, but it may have been the number 1 thing in a different study that he did personally. It doesn't mean he's wrong. Men losing their jobs and becoming less economically viable does tend to lead to divorce. Is it the number 1 reason? It could be. It might not be. It doesn't mean he's wrong. It's just we do several studies and we may come up with different answers. But making less money is definitely near the top if it is not the top.
Economic provisioning women now have access to, otherwise there'd be no way to escape unreasonable behavior.
In an attempt to replicate the studies from earlier decades, I surveyed 1,491 Americans in the mid-1980s using the same questionnaire. Women and men from Massachusetts, Michigan, Texas, and California rated 18 personal characteristics for their value in a marriage partner. As in the previous decades, women still value good financial prospects and a mate roughly twice as much as men did.
Newsflash, Dr. Buss, all countries in the world still operate under a patriarchy. There are things called wealth distribution and political power. This could possibly be why there is a trend of women still needing to marry up in order to live a comfortable life. And
again, women want to marry up because they need to marry up because they had fewer resources. It could not be because men were more assertive and more aggressive and gathered those resources. That can't be the case. It must be because women need by the way, if she wanted to make the argument that throughout history, women developed an adaptation to want men who can procure more resources because they were more aggressive, assertive, and had bigger muscles, I would actually agree with that. But that's not what she's saying. She's saying that that men and women are the same. And the only reason women prefer men with more resources is because they've been kept from having resources, not because they have psychological or physical adaptations that cause them to not want to get into certain fields like construction and more likely to get into fields like teaching. No, that is totally because of a patriarchy. It's not because of their psychology. It's just so crazy that she's doing this, that she's saying this when you guys know this to not be true. Hold on, let's go back to this.
Support
one more time.
Power. This could possibly be why there is a trend of women still needing to marry up in order to live a comfortable life and support children. What Pussy Boy fails to mention is that it has been reducing as women earn more. Here's another example of Evo Psych going back on its original hypothesis when new evidence comes to light.
Okay, wait. What did she say? Did everybody hear that? Let me say that. Play it again.
As women earn more. Here's another example of Evo Psych going back on its original hypothesis when new evidence comes to light.
Wait, one more time. Let's listen to that one more time. Remember, she debunks evolutionary psychology, and evolutionary psychology is biased with their own opinions. But what does she say? We're going to play it a third time.
As women earn more. Here's another example of Evo Psych going back on its original hypothesis when new evidence comes to light.
It goes back on its original hypothesis when new evidence comes to light. What's that called, guys? Ready? Write it in the chat. Scientific method. Yeah. That's what it's called. She's literally criticizing a science for using the scientific method. So their bias, because of their own, whatever waspy white Protestant biases, and then they change their hypothesis based on new evidence, and then they're biased, and then they change their hypothesis, and then they're biased, and they change. That's the scientific method. No matter what happens, you can't win. You can't win. It's circular logic.
Does nubility indicate more than high reproductive value? Nubile primiparous pregnancy outcomes in evolutionary perspective.
Basically, they're trying to find excuses for old dudes being creepy with teenage women. They originally hypothesized that men are attracted to low BMI and high WHR, waist to hip ratios, because this was cue of health and fertility in a woman. But they realized that this is true for women between 16 and 20 more often than women in their early 20s, and women between 16 and 20 have lower fertility and are more prone to infection. So this doesn't make sense. Shit, why aren't?
Yeah, because women between 16 and 20 weren't always lower fertility. That wasn't always the case. Like, it's one of these situations where, like, you understand. Well, even if they were of lower fertility, most children, like during the times where we were evolving before the EEA, women were not waiting till 20 to have children. Do you guys understand that? The adaptation to see that as attractive doesn't come from modern day standards. It comes from the fact that we like younger women because so today with proper health care, a woman can be 35 and have a child.
Yeah.
That was much more difficult 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, 11,000 years ago. So we would be more adapted to something that was happening previously. And so she's saying that because today they're not, therefore this is wrong. Well, no, it's because people would often die at 22. Like their teeth would fall out. They wouldn't even make it to 25 years old. So them being less healthy at that time period is something that's it's people today, like Rollo and I, let's say we peak when we're in our 35, 38, 40 years old. That wasn't the case 8,000 years ago. That's the point where she's kind of missing the point in this.
The other thing is like, she wouldn't be able to get a zinger in and say all these guys are pedos. That's basically what she's saying.
Yeah.
They
realize that this is true.
So they can go get with 16-year-old girls.
Women between 16 and 20 more often than women in their early 20s, and women between 16 and 20 have lower fertility and are more prone to infection. So this doesn't make sense. Shit, why are men attracted to women between 16 and 20? Well, now it's because they have high reproductive value, meaning they're less likely to die in childbirth because they have smaller newborns. We can all collectively breathe a sigh of relief now because we've given ephebophiles an evolutionary get-out-of-jail-free card. Homosexual people, the gays, you have been dubbed by evolutionary psychologists the Darwinian paradox. There just has to be an explanation for you, and they've racked their brains trying to explain you, and they've come up with some of the most interesting failed hypotheses.
Okay, so let's go back to this. This is another one. I discuss this every once in a while, which is the concept of an evolutionary psychology of homosexuality, because there is no clear explanation for it, and they call it an evolutionary paradox. Now, here's the issue. This is an iterative process. Could there be an explanation in the future? Yes. Has you ever read a single evolutionary psychology paper hating gay people? No. Telling you can't be gay or that gay is because no. You can go to Twitter and find that. That is not from Evo Psych. Calling something an evolutionary paradox, what are they stating? We believe that natural selection is real. We're just trying to figure out where homosexuality fits in natural selection. And there's a bunch of ones that have come out. I like the idea. One of them I heard is the concept of kinship. Basically, if I know only 40% of men are going to reproduce and 80% of women, I have surplus men. Having some of these surplus men pair off with other men actually helps my tribe And the other thing is, if I have a choice between letting a virile, heterosexual 19-year-old boy look after my wife and child versus having a homosexual man who is still a man, he's still got arms and strength like a man around my wife and child, I would rather have the gay man around. So these are just theories. We're not saying they're right or wrong, but no one's saying we hate gay people because of the idea that evolutionary psychology can't explain it. But here's the problem. She's not offended by that they can't explain it. She's offended that they're even trying to explain
asking the question.
They're even asking the question. Exactly.
Yeah.
And he goes like, to date, top 10.
Just because asking that question, it means that you are endorsing something that basically hatred of gays. That's what it comes down to.
Yes. Yes. So anyway, we went to the circular logic thing again. Remember with what we said before, when there's new evidence, they change their hypothesis. And then they're also biased, and it's the circular logic. But by her estimation, just so we're clear, guys, any evidence that you come to show ingrained sex differences between men and women, she can always say, well, because you can't go back in a time machine, you don't know for sure, and it could be patriarchy. So it's like, it's not just that it's not falsifiable. It's not falsifiable in her direction either. Mm-hmm. Like her cultural explanation is also not falsifiable. Does that make sense? That's the issue that we're having. It's like both sides now become unfalsifiable according to her. There's no evidence that could come out, hip to waist ratio or innate sex differences or differences in grip strength or interest in casual sex. There's no number she could have gotten that she would have agreed with. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because
there's no number that she could believe.
Because anything that she could agree with would invalidate her identity, which is founded and invested in the blank slate. She's basically a believer. Her religion is the blank slate. Her religion is social constructionism. Her religion is liberalism, obviously. Her religion is feminism, and anything that she would be forced to accept in an empirical sense would make her have to question her identity that is invested in those isms.
I agree with you, but I won't even take it that far. I just think that she cannot live under a narrative where patriarchy isn't the dominant force here.
Well, that's her go-to reason for everything.
Yeah, my point is though, there's no data she could have received.
Yeah.
Like if we went to another society that had no connection to the United States, Western culture, or any of this, and saw the same innate sex differences, then that would then prove it's not patriarchy. It's just there are ingrained sex differences that are given to us at birth. But that would then disprove her point. And we kind of did that with the 37 culture study, which is the reason why she never refers to it in this video at all.
Stupid. Next, we'll have government-funded research on whether my boyfriend will still love me if I were a girl. Oh my God. Just kidding. I made that one up. A compounding factor in all of this is the tendency for researchers to cook their numbers a little bit. So I wanted to do some research on how many views a video gets based on the amount of beers drunk within that video. Because maybe I wanted to justify my own degenerate actions or something. I don't know. But the research process would be totally unbiased and fair. So I took data from loads of different videos and loads of different creators. Maybe I got AI to watch them all, but there wasn't much of a correlation. So I was kind of bummed. I've got this flipping Excel spreadsheet now, and I've paid back Pockens Sam Altman to use his API. I've got to use it for something good now. So let's have a look at some other parameters. Maybe I've cast my net too wide with my data collection. Maybe I should reduce this down to only video essays. Now my pool of data is significantly smaller. And with a smaller pool of data, statistical significance is much more easy to find. In fact,
okay, so this is what she's we don't have to sit through this whole thing, but basically she says, and you've made this argument too with the Incel study that William Costello did, is because the studies are small, it's easier to taint the data. That's her argument. Okay. And by the way, that's a mathematical argument. I don't have a problem with that. It doesn't mean the data is wrong. Meaning, like, if I were to do several studies saying, and they come out with the idea that 70% of divorces are initiated by women, if you were to come out with a different study that said it was 80 and another one that said 60, you have not come out with a study that says 60% of divorces are initiated by men. And if we do one study, like Mac and Murphy talked about before, there was David Buss talking about a 0.72 to 0.68 hip to waist ratio. And then Mac and Murphy showing exceptions to that where it got up to 0.75 or 0.65 or whatever it was. What it doesn't mean is that men prefer women that have thicker waist than hips. That's the point. So meaning what she's saying is because the data is not perfect and it's not population wide, therefore we're just going to poke holes in it. My response to that is at some point, someone has to go talk to the girl. At some point, someone has to take action. At some point, you have to build the building. It's like just because gravity is a theory, I know the flat earthers are going to get an erection for me saying this, but because gravity is a theory and we've never actually observed a graviton, it doesn't mean we shouldn't go build buildings or try to launch spaceships. At some point, you have to grab your balls and go do a thing. even though the data isn't perfect. So he's right. There are some studies that are done by evolutionary psychologists that only include 100 or 200 people, and they're supposed to show a correlation. But over time, what you do is more and more of those studies, and then you get more money to fund studies, and then you can do bigger and bigger studies to show more and more stuff. But the problem is, if the conclusions you come to, like women who have more sexual partners before they're married are more likely to cheat, you're not going to get any money for those studies. You're not going to get any money for those studies. And so is there a problem here? There is, and we're actually going to go over it. This is probably one of the most important parts, is the reproducibility. Where's it at? We're going to go to 116.
I was just gonna say, if there's this endemic society of like patriarchy, then why is it so fucking difficult to get like funding and peer reviews and publish for experiments that would actually like go with what she's saying?
Yeah,
like,
you can fund experiments that would prove patriarchy. Yeah,
you would think there would be just experiment after experiment that wouldn't be falsifiable or not. The funding would be there to like to promote pro patriarchy experimentation. That is just simply not the fucking case.
All right, let's do this.
Reproducibility studies that were being replicated were consistently showing that they just didn't show the same effect as the original paper stated. The reproducibility project was started in 2015 to really try and round up some numbers on how many.
Okay, here we go, guys. This is a reproducibility study, and basically they go through psychological papers and they try to reproduce and see if they can find the findings. Listen to something that she very conveniently leaves out.
Psychology papers were unable to be replicated. They reran 100 papers, and only 36% of the papers returned significant results.
36% of psychology papers. Keep listening.
In line with the original study, and of these significant results, they were far less significant than the original study. Another replication project was started in 2018, in which 62% of the papers were able to reproduce. But again,
62% of psychology papers. Keep listening.
The effect sizes were only half of the original papers. And then another study about unreplicable studies found that the less replicable a study is, the more likely it is to be cited by other papers as supporting evidence. There have been pretty prominent cases quite recently of behavioral scientists just literally...
Wait, what type of scientists?
Behavioral science.
Behavioral scientists. So psychology papers and behavioral scientists. By the way, you guys want to know who the enemy of the evolutionary psychology is? Do you guys want to know who the enemy of the evolutionary psychologist is? It's the behavioral psychologists. Okay, they're on two opposite ends of the spectrum.
Changing data in their Excel spreadsheets in order to make their effect sizes seem way more significant. The recent exposés of Francesca Gino and Dan Ariely's behavioral science fraud, alleged fraud, have brought these to light. And these are professors at Harvard and Duke. This is happening at the top of the field. And the scientists who do this, for as long as they get away with it, will use these significant findings to do TED Talks, TEDx Talks, write books, do corporate consultation. Selling scientific evidence on the supposed intrinsic nature of human psychology is incredibly lucrative. But in some cases, it's not just for the career. Evidence on the supposed intrinsic nature of human psychology is incredibly lucrative.
Human psychology. Keep listening.
But in some cases, it's not just for the career advancement of the researcher. Scientific fraud can be used to advance political agendas, such as these studies on the supposed innate nature of human prejudice and its evolutionary underpinnings, and another in which skin color was supposedly linked to aggression, which was then readily used by white supremacists. The former was retracted by the journal for huge flaws in the data, and the latter was retracted by the journal because it decided to cherry-pick citations from studies conducted by denounced academics, including self-professed scientific racist Richard Lynn, and then presented that information as if it were representative of the state of the literature at the time. It was a bit like...
Has anybody noticed one thing that she's totally omitted from this reproducibility study? Ready? Evolutionary psychology. The video is titled, I Debunked Evolutionary Psychology. This is one of her key points, but she leaves it to 1 hour and 18 minutes into the video. She talks about non-reproducibility. Now, who here thinks that if Munecat found a non-reproduced evolutionary psychology study, like the 37 culture study that Dr. Buss did, which was reproduced, who thinks that she would have left it out of her video debunking evolutionary psychology? So now ask yourself a question. Why didn't she include an evolutionary psychology study that wasn't reproduced? Anybody ready? Because she couldn't find one. Evolutionary psychology is not psychology. It's a function of psychology, but it is very, very different from your standard therapist psychiatric psychology. There's no Freudian shit in it. It's not like that. It's not the behavioral stuff. It's not Pavlov's dog.
Yeah.
So this is very different form of psychology. So what she's done is she said, because these other forms of psychology, I agree that psychology is a soft science. I disagree that evolutionary psychology is a soft science. I think there's way too many things that you can test.
Hey, let me answer this question really quick. Kane, why is she relevant? In all caps, so we have to say it really, really loud. because this video is just about 1 million views right now, and she's got almost 500,000 subs. Okay,
Well,
and
it also, this is going to be a lot of people, especially on the left. This is going to be their introduction to evolutionary psychology. Hey guys, let you know, wave the flag. This is the new enemy, guys. Everybody, look, the evolutionary psychology. This is a new enemy. I'm waving the flag so you guys can all see it. That's what this is going to be, their introduction to this.
Right.
That's why it's so important that we do this video.
That's why it's trending in the algorithm too.
For sure. Like I said before, let me say this one more time. She's an incredible content creator. I'm really impressed with all the work that she did here. There were a few places in here when she was talking about spatial recognition and like men tasting other men. I thought that shit was ridiculous. I agree with her. And she throws that in there. I get it. But her main supposition is that evolutionary psychology tells you how to feel, and these innate sex differences can be explained through patriarchy. Those are her main contentions that she repeats throughout this whole deal.
Writing a paper
And finally, more than 2/3 of this video have nothing to do with evolutionary psychology.
on the link between vaccines and autism, and only citing Andrew Wakefield. And on top of that, paper mills are a huge issue in scientific literature. They work by making up plausible papers and then submitting them to journals and seeing who will accept them. Once one is accepted, they'll just auction off author credits to the academic willing to bid the highest for.
I mean, what do paper mills have to do with Dr. Buss? That has nothing to do. Like, it just, again, she's obfuscating as hard as she can.
Academics accumulate prestige by publishing as many papers as possible and racking up as many citations of those papers as possible. Sometimes publication is required for an academic to continue in their career. Success is not measured by accuracy of research. It's all about quantity over quality.
You guys, how she's now showing Buss and Jeffrey Miller and Lita Cosmides, but she did not. Okay, so she talks about the reproducibility project, and then she shows Buss. But do you notice she didn't say Dr. Buss had one of those papers that wasn't reproduced? Because if Dr. Buss had a paper that wasn't reproduced, that would be in the first thing she had brought up in this video. Do you guys see? Do you understand?
What she's trying to do is she's trying to poison the well of the entire field of evolutionary psychology. And by the way, the crisis of replicability is not just in psychology. It's also in the soft sciences, but it's also in the hard sciences. Even STEM fields right now who do like hardcore data stuff. This is endemic right now because there's certain studies and there's certain experiments that they try to reproduce that they never do, or they don't get the funding to do the ones that probably would reproduce as a result of that. It's academic wide. It's not just one area.
All right, let's keep going here.
It's estimated that even in the most prestigious journals, 2% of the papers in them are from paper mills. In others, without the same rigorous checking protocols, it's up to 40%. Much of the time, however, researchers are entering projects with completely pure intentions, but it's very easy to just end up subconsciously tampering with parameters when you see a correlation emerging, or when you don't see a correlation emerge, and you end up thinking that you've done something wrong, so you rerun your data until you find a correlation, and then you think that you've done something right, when in reality, all you've done is found a very specific way to present your data, but one that doesn't actually represent what you conclude.
In 2011, an analysis of over 250 psychology papers found that more than 1 in 10 of the p-values was incorrect, and that when the errors were big enough to change the statistical significance of the result, more than 90% of the mistakes were in favor of the researcher's expectations, making a non-significant finding significant.
Various suggestions have been made to remedy this crisis, such as blind data analysis, adversarial collaboration, and pre-registration. But the late-stage capitalist nature of academic journals stifles any real incentive to publish studies that are reflective of the reality of the...
Okay, but rather than go on with this, she does have a great point about the reproducibility of psychology papers. I'm still waiting for anything to do with evolutionary psychology. Just to let you guys know, spoiler alert, she doesn't ever connect it to evolutionary psychology. She just says that certain scientific papers are not reproducible, and therefore evolutionary psychology papers aren't reproducible, but she can't find an evolutionary psychology paper that wasn't reproducible. So let's keep going. So just so we don't stay on that for too long. This is going to be one Rollo's going to want to talk about real quick, and we may skip ahead a lot more here because you guys have gotten pretty much the gist of the video here. I mean, hold on, let's go here to 20.
For fucks, were reunited. Sometimes were reunited for years at a time or had intermittent visitations. A quote from one of these studies reads, "The twins were reunited most of the time from 5 to 15. Like, you'd probably learn more doing an IQ study on Jedward, for fuck's sake. Somebody needs to figure out what's going on there. Did they inherit this from their parents? Have never witnessed an obsession like the one between evolutionary psychologists and the sneaky, concealed menstrual cycles of women. They look at the animal kingdom, females face down, ass up, ready to take in the prime genetic material of the most viable mate and shake their fists at the sky with rage at the realization that human females will not reward them with the same display."
To see whether estrus was really lost during human evolution, as research...
Bro, I'm actually I'm interested in what you think about this.
Which is often claimed.
I don't really care enough about this to like make a difference one way or the other, but I'm curious what you think about this.
Miller obtained a sample size of, wait for it, 18 sex workers who anonymously recorded their position on the ovulatory cycle for him, along with that nice earning.
Like, real talk, if Jeffrey Wilson is walking around talking to 18 sex workers and like paying
Miller, yeah.
I do question the efficacy of only using 18, but like, can you see Jeffrey Miller? and his wife.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's
they're
number one.
polyamorous, and they're just talking to sex workers and paying them to do.
One researcher who goes unnamed in all of this, and quite often goes unnamed, is Marty Hazelton. She's certainly done more work than Jeff Miller has for a very long time. Like when Jeff Miller's talking about how like, oh, the red pill like lifted his material. No, actually we lifted Marty Hazelton's material way before we even knew who his name was. But Hazelton is the one who has done like this is one experiment out of like dozens for that talk about ovulatory shift, and is still, at least in my opinion, is still the predominant theory for, or the underpinnings anyways, for dual mating strategy. But the thing is like, that's one thing. We're going to talk about sexual ornamentation. Are we going to talk about muscularity studies? Are we going to talk about the sweaty t-shirt studies? Are we going to talk about, there's so many, like we're talking about 25, 30 years of research at UCLA. Okay. This is not like some backwater bullshit, university somewhere. This is not Sarah Lawrence or some shit like that. Okay. This is UCLA that she's been doing this is basically her career for forever. And a really great book. If people want to have a better understanding of ovulatory shift, she's got her book, which is basically chock full of her studies for 25 some odd years. It's called Hormonal. And she's cherry picking one like kind of semi ridiculous experiment that Jeff Miller did. What she's failed to mention Steve Stewart Williams in this at all, and she sure as fuck isn't mentioning Dr. Marty Hazelton in here, because she's not an influencer. She's not somebody that she would even know the name of Dr. Marty Hazelton. But the thing is like, she's essentially the godmother of ovulatory shift. Even Gad Saad, she's a student of David Buss. Gad Saad has interviewed her several times. I'm sure she probably knows Jeff Miller as well, but she's not going to mention her names because her research and her data is so endemic and is so the underpinnings of all of this. But she's never going to go back to that because she's not going to find the ridiculous like outrage bait that she's going to find with Jeff Miller. So as far as ovulatory shift is concerned, yes, it's been going on for quite some time, and some of the studies are replicable, some are not. I would still blame that on a lot of the crisis of replicability. But the thing is, you're never going to be able to redo those studies in the same time when she was doing this prior to all, because remember, she's doing these studies on ovulatory shift right around the mid 2000s. If you tried to do those now, you're dealing with an academia that is hostile to anything that would in any way put an unflattering light on female nature. So basically, trying to replicate those studies you're always going to have the observer's bias in this as it stands. So does it sound ridiculous? Yes. Again, she comes back to polyamorist, Jeff Miller, but again, it's for sensationalism.
Okay, let's keep it going here.
Innings for a total of 60 days. Just going to do the girl maths for you. That's a total of 2 periods per woman. Ovulating women, it was revealed, earned $35 more than menstruating women and $20 more than women elsewhere in their cycles. Women on the pill had no estrus earning peak. It was such a breakthrough that it got published in the New York Times. The study also states participants only logged onto the website on about half of the days when they worked, or 27% of the 60 requested days. So the sex workers could barely even be bothered with this bullshit.
Our results give clear economic evidence that human estrus actually does exist. The findings that estrus impacts earnings can have implications for women selling cars or giving big presentations as CEOs, Miller says. Should women schedule big job interviews during certain weeks of the month? We don't know. But maybe.
So we've ended this article with the implication that women are only useful as car salespeople or CEOs during ovulation. And during those times, you're probably only useful if men find you sexually attractive. And if you're on the pill or post-menopause, just give up.
Indeed. The standard argument for women's extended sexuality, sexual receptivity outside the fertile estrus phase, is that it evolved to help women extract material resources from males.
So the only reason men aren't repulsed by women when they're not fertile is because women are manipulatively seducing them for resource extraction. But that's not where ovulation science ends. Oh no. Remember the TEDx talk in which David Bussyboy mentions the dual mate hypothesis? Come on, haven't you been taking notes? So women look for alpha chads to sleep with while fertile, and beta books to settle down with and spawn resources off once they're inseminated by chad genes. So that must be why they conceal their ovulation, because we're sneaky like that. But it got debunked by DNA data disproving it because there isn't a load of cuckolding dads everywhere. Well, this theory, based on a now disproven hypothesis, inspired an entire subsection of evolutionary psychology, and you'll be amazed at the amount of studies they managed to squeeze out of this one. So supposedly, facial symmetry is evolutionarily attractive because it means that the person is parasite-free. So
now, I got to be honest with you. They go into some shit here about like women going through their menstrual cycle and all of a sudden their faces become more symmetrical. I had never even, she is talking about shit I have never even heard of. And I have read tons of books on evolutionary psychology. I'm not saying this doesn't exist, but like what I'm saying is if this is wrong, which it might be, I'm not going to sit here and debunk all of evolutionary psychology because of this. But some of this stuff I don't even understand where it
if you
comes
see someone with a lopsided face, your subconscious cave brain is going, he's got a tapeworm. I mean, if anything, I like a man with a pet. It shows responsibility. I mean, if it popped out and started watching you while you were doing it from behind, I mean, it would be kind of off-putting. So ovulation science, based on the debunked dual mate hypothesis, would dictate that when we are fertile, we should find symmetrical men extremely sexy. And guess what? They found that we prefer the smell of symmetrical men when ovulating.
More symmetric men smell better to women, specifically to women who are at the fertile phase of the menstrual cycle.
And we even become more symmetrical ourselves.
Symmetry appears so important that the female body even performs its own tricks to appear more symmetrical. In a simple experiment at the University of Liverpool, England, biologists measure the hands and ears of women.
Again, with this, I don't think these are evolutionary psychology experiments, Rollo. I truly don't. Like,
Again,
I've never heard of this.
This is pop psychology sensationalism. The fact of the matter is, and again, this is something she's simply never going to throw into something like this, is that during the menstrual cycle, women's brains functionally change. They physically change. I was just reading the article about like 2 weeks ago about. In fact, I even threw it at Alex from Date Psych not too long ago. During women's menstrual phases, there was it the white matter and some. I forget the brain chemistry changes during menstruation. So there's a kernel of truth. Like I said, the thing that's going to prove dual mating strategy is not going to be evolutionary psychology. It's going to be evolutionary.
Agreed. I definitely. All right. Let's
triangle. Real life is about finding patterns.
Onto the podcast train. Chew fucking chew. So this episode with #1 neuroscientist, Dr. Tara Swart. I'll give it to
you. I'm just bringing this up because we're doing this again. Well, Tara Swart says some crazy stuff.
Well, as far as once again, when she's talking about hormonal birth control and everything else, we've already seen the studies on this. Like when women go off of birth control, then they tend not to find their husbands more as attractive.
Yeah,
because that only happens if there's a cycle where that woman would find another guy attractive other than the guy she happened to marry, but she happened to be on hormonal birth control, goes off it, and suddenly her tastes change. That only happens because of biology, not because of some patriarchy, not because somebody convinced her that this guy's more cute than the other guy or his face is more symmetrical. We can see that when a woman is on HBC and she goes off of it, she has two different preferences.
Little Skittle said she sounds manic. Hey, Little Skittle, just to be fair, I'm playing her at 1.75 speed. So I'll play her at regular speed right now just so you can hear.
There's got to be some of the most entertaining bullshit I've ever listened to.
Oh, no. So here, I'm just bringing this up for a second because we're doing this thing again where she's going after a neurologist. And then, so anything she doesn't like is evolutionary psychology. So if any scientist says anything she doesn't like or any content creator says something she doesn't like, it goes in her video about debunking evolutionary psychology. Let's watch her do it again.
When a baby is born, one of the ways that it learns what emotion the mum's experiencing, how it understands its own emotions, starts off mostly with eye contact with the mum. So most people are right-handed, so they'll be holding their baby in their left arm so they can still use their dominant hand to do stuff. And that means that when you gaze at your baby, your right eye is looking into their left eye, and then that interaction that from the optic nerve is going around the brain. It's impacting the
I can't listen to this anymore. Anyway, the point is this woman is not an evolutionary psychologist. And they're just throwing this in there one more time. But I just want to show you just another example. I'm saying 2/3 of this video is not evolutionary psychology, and she's attacking evolutionary psychology.
Anything that is a whack crackpot idea, like when it comes from biology or something, like that's
anything she doesn't like becomes an evolutionary psychologist. All right, so let's go here. 53. You're gonna like this one, buddy. This one's for you.
Oh, Jesus.
Where's he at?
This motherfucker.
In the in the water, and that might be messing with their hormones. And men are heavier than they used to be, and fat aromatizes testosterone to make
done studies where men watch women's silhouettes walking, and the women who are currently during the 7-day you can get me pregnant period, they're the ones that they're most attracted to. The fucking silhouette of the way they walk displays
high heels replicate that. Guys, we're witnessing the spread of bullshit science in real time.
They then either come off or don't come off birth control, but find that they've come out of this fucking hormonal fugue state.
Guys, I'm entering a fugue state. Where's my cute little twink boy? Right, so based on a load of debunked ovulation science and unreplicated studies of women's sexual preferences when on contraception, birth control is now the sole reason for why women won't dress sexy for you anymore. It's making them only want to date beta providers. It's why men aren't men anymore, but they are Timothy Chalamet. It's why women are gay, depressed, and neurotic. It's why men are fat and unmotivated to get jobs and don't want to sleep with women because they can't smell when they're fertile anymore. And it's turning the freaking frogs gay, and it's why Tucker Carlson doesn't want to fuck the green M&M anymore.
The green M&M, you'll notice, is no longer wearing sexy boots.
You went on the pill, didn't you?
Again, here we go. Like Tucker Carlson, the evolutionary psychologist. Here we go.
You slut. Tell me by your name, come again! I'm assuming you don't know the backstory of Chris Williamson, and if you do, why? He started out as a club promoter who then went on to star in the first series of Love Island. And according to this BBC interview, he didn't enjoy his stint on the show because the producers wouldn't let him discuss the evolutionary underpinnings of male aggression for hours on end with the other contestants. So now Chris hosts his own podcast in which he invites on whatever academic he can get his clammy little hands on to report on the latest updates from the world of misogyny science. It's by far the worst one for peddling misinformation via some of the worst small-scale gender personality studies I've ever seen.
Okay, before we go into whether or not Chris
small
Williamson
scale personalities. Okay, baby.
Yeah, like half of his guests are bigger than her.
Yeah.
So that's the first issue. The second issue with the Chris Williamson thing, let's just say everything she's saying is true, which it isn't, but let's just say it is. Chris Williamson is so far to the left of us that he's probably watching this video right now. Like, how the fuck did I get dragged into this? Like, this is what I was talking about before. In this space, just male improvement. As far to the left you can go would be like Chris Williamson, and as far to the right you can go would be like Andrew Tate. Rollo and I are probably a little left of center in that.
You will never be invited on Chris Williamson. What? Maybe you will. I will never be invited.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, but it's when I saw this, I was like, bro, what is she doing? Like, if anybody is more egalitarian and like more woke and less like red pilly than anyone, it's fucking Chris Williamson. Yeah. This was again. I'm not going to talk about the relevancy of the stuff he's saying. I know Chris Williamson. He has interesting people on his show. You remember I had Jen Rufo on, and she was talking about men all secretly want to be, cucked or whatever. And I was like, I don't know if I agree with that, Jen. I will let people say things that I don't agree with on my show. Chris does it. You saw Joe Rogan recently have Terrence Howard on saying utter and complete nonsense about gravity not being real. Just nonsense fucking bullshit. Everything Terrence Howard said was total bullshit. But Joe Rogan had him on and he was just like questioning him. I'm fine with that going on. The issue is because my problem with this whole idea is Chris Williamson, as far as what she's saying, she considers him to be the problem, which is crazy to me. Yeah. That is the issue. And the reason why is because
science.
Here's what I said before. It's not that Chris Williamson is saying crazy stuff. It's that he's more effective. He's more effective than me or Rollo. He is. He's more effective than Myron and Fresh. He's more effective than all of us. He's not more effective than Andrew Tate, but he's huge. He's a huge content creator. And remember what I said before about evolutionary psychology is the most underrated player in the game. And then Dr. Buss eventually, Dr. Buss, by the way, the reason he got on Joe Rogan was because Jordan Peterson recommended to Joe Rogan to have Dr. Buss on. And Chris Williamson and Dr. Buss are writing a book together, which is the actual reason why she's going after him. What's happened here is Chris Williamson, as far as like Neil deGrasse Tyson being a science educator, Chris Williamson has become this sort of like evolutionary science educator. And so because he's so dangerous, that's why she's going after him. I have never heard Chris Williamson say anything that I think is even remotely misogynistic. And I can't, it's crazy to me to hear her go after him, because this is also what I was saying before, Rollo. It's funny because we're all lumped into the same boat here.
Right. Well, I was going to say, like, he's going into what I was just talking about the studies on HBC and like silhouettes and all this other stuff like that. The very fact that he knows that and he's relating that to, and I forget the chick's name. Is it Louise Perry? I think is who
he had Sarah Hill on there too.
Yeah. Yeah. And so he's relating this stuff and they're talking about this and they're just basically having this conversation, whether or not you like, I mean, you can go and look and at the very least, you can go look up the studies if you want to. But the thing is the reason why she's doing this, of course, or she calls it misogyny science, is because she thinks that he's spreading this untrue shit, because what the real truth is that we're all victims of patriarchy, right? So literally anything that she doesn't like is bad science.
Anything she doesn't like becomes evolutionary psychology. For the purposes of this video, anything she doesn't like becomes evolutionary psychology dogma. So because she doesn't like Jeffrey Wilson as an evolutionary psychologist, his polyamory now becomes evolutionary psychology,
Jeff Miller,
which they attack him back with. Got it? Okay, cool.
With evolution misinformation via some of the worst small-scale gender personality studies I've ever seen, backed up with evolutionary just-so chases and a healthy sprinkling of anecdotes. Here are some examples.
Among over 11,600 US employees, women were less satisfied with their jobs when they reported to a female boss, whereas men showed no difference in job satisfaction based on their supervisor's gender. Why do you think that is?
Our male ancestors were more often involved in...
I'm confused. 11,000 people in a survey is small scale? Did you... 11,000 is bad.
GADSAT is a small scale producer. Oh,
GADSAT is a small scale. What? I'm so confused. What's going on here?
In coalitionary context. So they were forming larger groups, both for the context of hunting, but also I think more consequentially for the context of warfare.
Because you see, when the men went out hunting, they needed to do it in groups where there was a clear hierarchy. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
In these contexts, what helps is...
Wait. Yes.
And?
Hold on. Whoa.
And?
Did she... Wow. Yes. When men go hunting, there's a hierarchy. Yes. When men conduct military operations, there's also a hierarchy. Did you not know this? That's crazy to me.
Right. And organized team sports, there's a hierarchy.
This is the second time she's done this, where she's trying to be ironic and actually came to the right answer. Yeah. Yes, that is how it works. When I go to a jiu-jitsu school, there's a hierarchy for me to get trained. Yes. How is this? When I go to my friends out on his farm, on his land to go hunt deer, he lets me know where the blinds are. There is a hierarchy. How is this? Yo, what is she talking about? She's trying to be ironic and accidentally stumbled upon the actual correct answer.
They needed to do it in groups where...
think more consequentially for the context of warfare.
Because you see, when the men went out hunting, they needed to do it in groups where there was a clear hierarchy. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
In these contexts, what helps is a strong hierarchy.
And the women, you see, back in the cave, they needed to all be friends and they needed to stay on the same status so then they could look after all the kids together.
They preferred contexts where they were of equal power and equal resources.
And that's why they gossip about each other.
Data suggests that gossip is useful because it lowers people's social appeal.
Oh, did I mention that girls have no idea how to do sports because they're too dumb to realize that you can play in opposition to someone and then not be in opposition to them when not playing the game?
You're not that good as a guy. You take yourself off and sit on the bench so that you guys can win the championship. Whereas I think, and it's been said by many of my colleagues, in some ways...
Again, she's not claiming this to be science, but like there is a reason why women do not participate in sports to the level that men do. There is a reason. And I don't want to go down this path because I'm not going to sit here and try to pull up data specifically for each one of these things.
Exactly.
But what she's saying, what she's doing is she's saying, because this thing sounds ridiculous to me, why doesn't it sound ridiculous to you?
Right. Well, the whole thing about like hierarchies versus like egalitarianism, that's the whole thing. Once again, as I said before, it's one of those four legs of the stool. That's egalitarianism right now. When men organize society, it is organized in hierarchies. That's why we have the military in a hierarchy. That's why we have businesses. The American workplace has always been the CEO, the CFO, everything on down to the janitor. Team sports, there's the team captain and everybody who, as far as they're all equally important, right? But they got to work together as a team. And that works better if you've got one guy who is Stone, Mike Stone. He needs to be the captain of fucking the Golden Knights, right? So there has to be somebody who's directing traffic right there. There has to be a hierarchy because men compete with other men. That's why there are certain concepts such as like respect. Respect is a gendered concept. Men look at respect in terms of hierarchy. How respectable are you? Why should I respect you? What have you done? Where are you in the pecking order to make you more? And when women consider respect, it's always everybody deserves respect. It's a common courtesy and everything else. That's why there's two definitions of it in the dictionary. So when we're talking about merit and we're talking about hierarchy versus egalitarianism, the reason why she has a problem with this is because the fact that there might be some sort of evolved gender difference that predisposes men to fucking hierarchy is so it's not even an afterthought to her. It's so out of the realm of possibility that anyone could think about anything other than a female defined egalitarian way of organizing, well, in this case, a business, because we're talking about the workplace and how women would like to work under a man. That's because that structure and in the American workplace is automatically, intrinsically a fucking hierarchy. That's why they're not all just running around. It's not some egalitarian socialist fucking communitarian dream world. That's why women tend to think in the round. They tend to think they organize societies in egalitarian ways, not in hierarchies. That's all they're getting at. And the reason why it's offensive to her is because, once again, it would challenge her to actually have to question her own identity that is invested in fucking egalitarianism, social constructionism, the blank slate, and fucking emotionalism.
All right, let's get into slut shaming here.
Women and girls would rather lose the game and have everybody play than win. If you're a girl or a woman, when somebody's done you wrong on the field, you can't let it go. They're personally offended by a slide tackle gone wrong. Whereas men just shake hands and get on with it.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
We also slut shame each other, not because of internalized misogyny, no, but because we're trying to level out the price of sex.
Do women have an intolerance of sexy peers?
Absolutely. It's a robust finding. I did a study on this.
Unless you have this kind of game theory perspective, it's really hard to understand why slut shaming is mostly done by women to other women.
Correct. If you think about sex as having a price, and if one woman is prepared to lower the price from 3 dates to 1 date, or from X amount of resources to 0.5 X amount of resources.
Like what I'm confused by is that she's not proposing an alternative hypothesis or saying that it's wrong. She's saying that this is probably wrong, and the answer is actually patriarchy. I'm just so confused. Like, I just don't know how you've been alive and like. So first off, the idea that women talk more shit about each other than men do about men is just true. I don't need a study to know that is factual. The problem is, like, now what she's saying is, well, of course they have to do so because of internalized misogyny caused by a patriarchy, and that's the reason why this is happening. But that doesn't make any sense, because it's like, it's one of these things where it's a weapon with which to degrade competitors. The idea that what she's saying at this point is that, like, the entire idea of intersexual competition is totally based on cultural constructs. Right. Like, men would not compete with other men for access to women if it wasn't for culture, and women would not compete with other women would not compete with other women for access to men if it wasn't for culture. And like, we're getting to the point where, like, to absurdity, because if that's true, then that means heredity plays no part whatsoever. No, I don't agree. I think this is, I don't know. This is one of the things where I'm starting to get frustrated, because we've been going over this for 3 hours, but it's like the idea that women, this is another example where Chris Williamson is saying something that actually sounds like it makes sense to me. I don't really have an argument against it, but she's going to make his face zoom in and then put all these fucking mathematical equations over his face to try to show that what he's saying is wrong. There's another part in her. We'll go over it later. We might skip it. I'm not sure. But she's discussing eugenics. And while she's discussing the idea of eugenics, she's showing a drone flying through Auschwitz. And I just, like, one more time, guys. She does it in this video, Birkenau, Auschwitz. And I don't mind if you guys are being sold to. We're all being sold. We watch advertisements, whatever. I don't mind being sold to. Just know when you're being sold. So again, it's like when Dr. Bus is playing, she's playing that she's playing that goofy, dopey music. Understand that that's what's happening while you're listening to it. And in your mind, you're like, oh, it's the dopey music. So that means whatever this guy's saying is dopey and dumb. Instead of listening to what he's saying, and then you might be like, wait a second, this doesn't sound wrong to me at all. So let's try this one more time.
Why slut shaming is mostly done by women to other women.
Correct. If you think about sex as having a price, and if one woman is prepared to lower the price from 3 dates to 1 date, or from X amount of resources to 0.5 X amount of resources.
Like, I know so many women who sit there, and when they do the slut shaming, like Kylie will do this before. She'll be like, I can't believe these sluts would ever do this. The girls aren't even hearing her say it. Like, the shaming, she's not even doing it publicly. She's doing it privately. And she's legitimately frustrated because she's like, these girls are so much easier than I was. What if my man cheats on me? That I don't understand how Munecat doesn't see that as a legitimate issue that women would have to deal with. If I walk into a room with a bunch of men who are bigger and more physically imposing and better looking than me, I'm going to at least be internally aware that I might lose my woman to one of them. As a caveman, I'm going to be aware of it. So the idea that women would not be aware of other women, just like, hey, I'm prettier than this girl, but she's willing to fuck in a bathroom, and that could be a threat to my relationship. How does that not make sense? I don't understand how this is, like, so off the wall.
That lowers the market value of whatever that thing is overall.
We're applying laissez-faire economic theory to female intersexual.
Yes. She got it. She got it. Finally. Yes. She got it. Finally. Yes. It took her 2 hours. She got it. Yes. It is a sexual marketplace. The reason why baristas don't date billionaires is because there aren't enough billionaires. It is a function of economics. Yes. This is the third time in the video where she ironically trying to make a criticism actually came to the correct point. Yes, it is laissez-faire economics.
Lowers the market value of whatever that thing is overall.
We're applying laissez-faire economic theory to female intersexual slut shaming. I've never needed to touch grass more in my goddamn life. Wait, does that mean I can sell stocks in my sexiness? Guys, I'm projected to get sexier very soon. I'm literally about to ovulate. Bye now, before it's too late.
Women who are high in intersexual competitiveness are more likely to advise women who they perceive potential mating threats to cut off more hair in an attempt to sabotage their attractiveness.
This is probably one of the most stupid studies I've come across throughout this entire thing. The effect is literally about 2 millimeters of extra hair being cut off.
Yes, that study finds itself in the book.
Okay, so underlying it all, I would say, is the sense that we are all equals. So if my friend does much better than me on an exam and I find out about it, I feel bad. It's like, who is she? And I've done quite a bit of research on that.
Yeah, I mean, these seem like small studies, but it seems like she did like 20 of them.
Those stats could be fucking anything if they're just like pulsed at you like that too. I can do that in fucking After Effects.
Quite a bit of research.
Okay, to sum this up, academics enter social sciences and psychology fields with a pre-existing bias, whether they admit it or not. The last few decades have provided them with the institutions and funding with which they can carry out research, but most of the time, the funding only allows them to carry out studies with, at most, a few hundred people.
I'm so curious, if we sit there and went over like regular gender studies, or if we looked at like global warming studies, I'm curious if she would feel the same way, because those are also funded. I'm just like, it's just her logic breaks down when the rest of academia are like harsh liberals, except this one field of evolutionary psychology that she seems to have a problem with.
And most of the time it appears to be less than 100 Western, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic samples of university students. This could be fine for preliminary studies which call for further investigations, but they are consistently communicated to the public as if they're not, despite behavioral science being one large dumpster fire. Some of its academics are procuring careers.
Again, one more time. Maybe she just doesn't understand. Did you hear her say this again? Guys, behavioral science is not evolutionary psychology. Wow, that's crazy. Like, I didn't understand that maybe she just didn't grasp this, or no one explained it to her. But like, if you want to know where the debates in psychology happen, it's between behavioral psychologists and evolutionary psychologists. Behavioral psychologists believe that stimulus after you're born this is where blank slate theory comes from. Like, evolutionary psychologists believe that you're born with some firmware. So it's really funny. It's like if fucking Rollo and Pearl disagree on something, and so she makes a video criticizing both of them for the same thing, and they're like, what the fuck are you? That's like, behavioral psychology is not the opposite, but it's often in opposition to evolutionary psychology. And in several cases in this video, she's referred to behavioral psychology, which is, again, further confusing to me. Hold on. Let's go to 110 here, 210. Go to the next one.
I'm not going to say that gender science is settled and that there are no innate gender differences. I don't think that science will ever be settled. But from what I'm seeing, the better we get at doing fair studies, the more gender differences seem to sort of merge into one another. Gender differences in traits such as 3D rotation, which can be quantified.
I'm really confused. So before, she was saying there are innate sex differences, but the innate sex differences are because of patriarchy. And now she's saying there aren't innate sex differences. Okay, got it. Okay. Is everyone following along? Good. I want to make sure everyone's following along what's going on here.
I think she's about
by easily identifiable tests seem to collapse when you take away stereotype, threat, or change certain parameters, revealing a much more complex array of differences. I would hazard a prediction to say that it's culture that causes the differences in the expression of the trait, but the underlying trait is innately the same in both genders. Because why would a woman be better at location memory when she incidentally recalls objects on a desk, and worse than a man when she intentionally recalls fake objects in a computer game? There seems to be either a cultural reason for this, or there was simply a quirk in the way the studies were carried out. We'll never know. But it's also interesting that when researchers ask women to show a trait that they're not in any way aware that they're supposed to be doing, their results fall apart in replications with larger sample sizes. The ovulation studies, based on a shaky just so evolutionary theory to start with, suffered from a caveat that doomed them. Women were being studied to see if they carried out actions that they were themselves not aware that they were supposed to be doing. Like, thankfully, it's not the done thing to advertise the condition of your cervical mucus to surrounding men to indicate your ovulation status, so no women will have experienced funny looks or social ostracization if they're not wearing red on days 14 to 18 or not performing the estrus special on their shift at the strip club. The same goes with the failed homosexuality hypotheses. They attempted to survey homosexual...
All right, just to sum this up, this goes back to what I was saying before. Before, she was saying that there are innate sex differences, but they're due to patriarchy and culture. And now she's saying the more we do the studies, then there aren't innate sex differences. So this is the part where she's hoping at the 2 hour and 11 minute mark you haven't been paying enough attention, or maybe she's just been making this video so long that she forgot that she had said both things.
She's also building this up over time. This, like the beginning of this is the Mott. This is the Bailey part. This is where it's more difficult to defend what she's talking about. but she thinks she's already built a case with everything that she's done in the Mott, which is like the easier to defend part of this whole thing.
Yeah. Again, one more time, guys. If you believe that we don't live in a meritocracy, that all of our entire society is based on patriarchy, that patriarchy is totally based, it's the fault of men, and it is not based on any sort of evolutionary difference, that it's just total men are born evil and therefore evoke a nefarious and conspiratorial patriarchy against women, and the patriarchy is only against women and not against men. If you believe in those three suppositions, which you shouldn't, but if you do, that means you're not looking at objective reality. Yeah. Then what she's saying has merit and has a basis to stand on. If you don't believe in those three things, then all of the rest of these ideas fall apart, along with 2/3 of this video is not about evolutionary psychology. And for the most part, she's expressing that evolutionary psychologists tell you how to think. So the evolutionary psychologists don't tell you how to think, and the people who are telling you how to think are not evolutionary psychologists, but she conflates the two in a big old pile of gumbo that she uses for her own.
I'm gonna destroy her premise with one simple graphic here in just a second. The thing is that when she throws it, like, she never completed this because she was doing this thing when we were looking at the whiteboard part of this video, where she was saying between the nature and nurture. Nature versus nurture has been settled, and it's been settled for a long time now. It's been settled because we have the 4 laws of behavioral genetics. And if she really had any interest in trying to debunk evolutionary psychologist, this is where she needs to start, not with some 3-hour fucking video just shit talking everybody in the fucking field right now. If she could in any way come at the 4 laws of behavioral genetics. I mean, the reason why she will never do that is because she will never be able to, take on somebody like, Steve Stewart Williams, right? So if you look at once again, evolutionary biology and plotting the human genome and then pairing it up with behavioral studies, with twin studies, with a little bit of evolutionary psychology as well. But these are like, these laws have been around really since I think the late 90s right now, but we still think that it's nature versus nurture. The problem is that nurture is downstream from nature, and you're never going to be able to tell that to somebody who is so invested in the blank slate. If she could in any way, here's my challenge, Munecat, if you're watching, challenge the 4 laws of genetic behaviorism. You won't be able to do it, and every premise that is in this video comes crashing down because you will never be able to do that.
Okay, let's keep going here.
The dominant trait. If both parents had a recessive gene, I'd end up with the recessive trait. Before embarking on the Human Genome Project, that was how we assumed most traits would work when evolutionary psychology was being established. But no, this simple inheritance model isn't even true for eye color, and we still don't even know what's happening there for the most part, and that's a trait that's A, easy to measure, unlike any mental trait, and B, unaffected by environment, unlike any mental trait. You could think of it like one person's genome being all of the stars in the universe.
Okay, so she's going to go into an expression here, and we can sit through this if you want, but I don't really think it's necessary. What she's going to express is basically, because of heritability, the complexity of heritability, we don't actually know exactly how heritability works. But then she extrapolates that to then that means that why are we even studying it? And we get back to this whole thing again, because the world is more complicated than we'd like it to be. Let's just give up. Why are we studying this in the first place? Right. Or she'll say, bro, I could have figured that out on my own, not using evolutionary sciences. So why are we studying it? Again, anything but studying evolutionary science. Do not study evolutionary sciences. Whatever we got to do to keep you from doing that. So genetics, because it's so complicated, after we mapped the genome, we found out it's really complicated. It's not just one gene that creates blue eyes. It's a combination of genes affecting one another. Got it. I understand. That doesn't make Richard Dawkins wrong. That doesn't mean that your genetics are not trying to replicate themselves. It's just they found a way to replicate themselves using complex patterns. That's all it means.
And exactly. And the other thing is, like, there's a reason why we go through, like, we agonize over these like bioethics committees when it comes to, like, customizing babies, like designer babies and stuff. Because we can fucking do that. We can. We're not perfect yet, but we're getting to the point where we can perfect being able to create designer human beings. I was just looking again. They're already looking at artificial human sperm and
we're not saying they should. We're saying we can.
No,
we're not saying we should.
This is not an endorsement. The fact of the matter is that
the fact that we can shows that we do have some understanding of genetics.
And the whole thing is, like, well, she said, well, it's just random chance, and we still don't understand it. No, we understand it well enough that we can create designer children if we want to the point where we have to have these UN bioethics debates about it. So clearly we've crossed a Rubicon here. And the thing is like, quote whatever fucking study you want and talk about the number of the stars in the fucking universe. The fact of the matter is we wouldn't be discussing that if we couldn't do it already. We're not saying we should, I'm just saying we could. And you know who's going to do it? China.
Exactly right. If we don't do it. Another buddy of mine, let's skip ahead to, she starts talking about a good friend of mine here. Let's get to it.
Of a percentage. We found hundreds of
Dr. Buss, Sweaterman.
probability that they will affect your height. And look at the amount of people they needed to even get that far.
I've also been trained by Dr. Buss, who had him in 2014, and we've been very close. He's been an advisor. I sometimes talk to him 3-4 times a week.
Oh yeah, did you know David Buss is now Ty Lopez's evolutionary psychology mentor? There's a crossover no one was expecting and literally no one needs.
IQ is extremely heritable. Heritability.
One more time. Do you guys know where Ty Lopez got his degree in evolutionary psychology? He didn't. She's going after Ty. This is just straight up clout jacking. Ty is big. She wants to show how pervasive this whole thing has gotten. And to be fair, I know about evolutionary psychology because when I met Ty back in 2013, me and Ty became friends back in 2013. He was the one who introduced me to Dr. Buss.
Like 0.78. Height is about the same. But other things like narcissism is almost the same. Heritability. Anxiety. Quick to anger. Determination, persistence. It's called conscientiousness.
To even begin to assert that we found a certain percentage of a trait, especially a psychological trait like IQ, is caused by our genes to a certain specific percent is wild. We're nowhere near knowing that.
Knowledge.
But don't let that get in the way of your juicy headline about the discovery.
Yeah, but okay, so this is, again, she's doing the thing is because it's not X, then it's Y. If we understand that there's a positive correlation, so let's just say the correlation is like 0.72, what that means is now inside of that correlation, there's a normal distribution and it's going to fall, but not at 0.72. It might fall between 0.62 and 0.82. And that's plus and minus 1 sigma. I know I'm getting, maybe I'm hurting her brain if she has to go through this, but it's like, it doesn't mean when we say there's a positive correlation that in every case, heritability is 72%. I'm sorry, intelligence is 72% heritable. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is if we average out all these people, we're going to find that. When she says there's no way we can know that number, she's correct in that there's no way that we can know a specific percentage, but we can average percentages out and make a guess. Because one more time, I'm going to say this. What she wants, what it feels like, what it feels like she wants is for us to shut all this down and to stop studying this stuff. That's what it feels like.
Stick your head back in the fucking sand. Put the Wizard of Oz
head back in the sand. Women are complicated. Women are mysterious.
I can
Stop trying to figure them out. Yeah.
I can answer this in one fucking law. You dumb bitch. Yes, we can. Law.
Okay.
Most complex.
I call her a bitch. She's a very nice lady.
Most complex traits are shaped by many genes of small effect. There are no common genes that increase or decrease IQ by, say, 5 points, but there are hundreds or even thousands of genes that increase or decrease IQ by a tiny fraction of a point.
Yes.
Know this because we.
That's fine.
Thank you.
We're discussing the complexity of heritability. And I get that. Like, I agree with her. It is complex. But that doesn't mean we pack up our bags and leave because it's complex, because this is an iterative process. And at some point, the nightmare happens and we actually can show that narcissism is this trait with this trait and this trait. And we show that it's totally heritable. Now we're in deep shit. Because now it's like, now we can start to pinpoint all these things that are heritable. And now the amount of stuff that's cultural based has just become smaller and smaller. And this argument becomes weaker and weaker.
She will cling tooth and fucking nail to the blank slate. That's all she can do.
You were saying bitch in general, not her as a bitch. We don't know her. We don't know Munecat at all.
Term, yes.
Come on the show, Munecat. We like you. Okay. You're very talented content creator.
That will never.
All right, let's do this real quick. So we talked about Ty Lopez. This is another one. Let's do this. Okay, here we go. Let's go to 236. Where's it at?
We learn
by women. As one
in learning is that we shouldn't mess with anything ever. No matter how much we learn.
Well, as one biological anthropologist, I think this was Herb DeVore at Harvard, he said men are one long breeding experiment run by women. And, you know,
We're just including this because this was my interview with Dr. Buss.
Basically, one of the things that one of my first studies, the 37 culture study, documented is that women have a universal preference for men with resources.
From what we know, women aren't the allegorical eugenicists choosing the traits they like, and now they're all on the pill. They don't like masculine men, so now they're breeding a dystopia of Timothy Chalamet's, and the West is going to fall, or whatever the fuck. The fact that the rate of schizophrenia seems to resonate.
By the way, Timothy Chalamet has fucking hunter eyes, and he also fucking has a long, defined jaw. He just looks young. She keeps using Timothy Chalamet as like to try to disprove this idea of a masculine ideal. He just looks like a young, masculine, handsome man with a symmetrical face. It's just crazy. Like, anyway, I'm sorry, I don't want to get too far into this.
Resolutely remain in the population at 1%.
I just watched Dune last night, and I was like, what is she fucking talking? And he's got a deep, gravelly voice.
It's there for a function of survival and group fitness. We may culturally see it as a defect from the norm, but what if it's not? What if it's the environment that we're giving these genes that causes them to express in a negative way? Why should the...
One more time, with the resource acquisition thing, what she's saying is, yes, women require men who have more resources because women were kept from the resources. And while that may be a chicken or egg argument, and it could be true, I'm not saying it's not true. I definitely think during certain periods of time throughout history, women were not able to acquire resources like protein and shelter to the same level that men were. Of course, I don't disagree with that. But the idea that then that adaptation of women to want men who provide more resources is somehow totally cultural, no, that wouldn't make sense. You wouldn't have 37 cultures where you find the same thing. You would have some cultures where you find it and others that don't. What this means is that men having the ability to procure resources easier than women because of their physical strength would have been something that existed throughout human history for 100,000 years. And women evolved through selection pressure to want men who are able to acquire more resources, which means this is heritable, which goes against her argument.
The genes that predispose us to these conditions, either directly or when combined with environmental factors, remain in the population at the same rate throughout generations. If there weren't some kind of benefit, perhaps they're functioning as a kind of trade-off for a more socially beneficial trait. Diagnosis rates for schizophrenia remain at about 1% of the population, suggesting that in an entirely different environment.
So she's missing the point. You guys remember the EEA argument? The EEA was the point where we became the apex predator, not the point at which evolution has stopped. The reason why schizophrenia stays in the population is because we don't weed it out. If you've ever seen a girl who's crazy as fuck, who has a fat ass and big tits, some dude will still breed with her. It's not weeded out of the population. That's the point. It's not that it's necessary for the population to exist. It's that there's no selection pressure against it or anything else. If the world's greatest astrophysicist was in a fucking wheelchair with motor neuron disorder and was still able to come up with all those theories, we live in a softer world than our ancestors did. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I was going to, the other part she's missing in here is, of course, she's going to try to explain this away with social constructionism, meaning, well, the reason why women have always wanted guys who had resources is because they've been denied the resources. Therefore, they were not in control and they didn't have those resources for themselves, right? So therefore, that's what made them attractive. No, that's not it. I'll tell you why.
That part, women did have fewer resources, but her argument is, so generation one, we wanted men with more resources because we had fewer resources. Then we had kids, and generation two independently came up with that same rationale, not hereditary, independently. Then generation three came up with the same rationale. Then generation four, then generation five, rather than to say there were probably women that were like, fuck him and his resources, and then they starved and they didn't have any babies, and there was selection pressure against that type of behavior.
Because it's not just resources, it's protection, it's provisioning, and it's parental investment as well. Those are all part of women's need for long-term security. We're wrapping that up and throwing it into this modern sense of, well, we want a guy with a good job, blah, blah. Those are proxies for protection, provisioning, and parental investment. That comes from the biological fact that women are the incubators of the next generation. They inherently need long-term security. And where did they get that in our ancestral past? From strong men who could provide protection, parental investment, and provisions. That's why women want a guy who has status, who has, again, on the hierarchy chain. There wouldn't be a male hierarchy if women weren't selecting for guys who had more than the other guy. They wouldn't be selecting for those dudes. And it has nothing to do with patriarchy, has nothing to do with fucking social constructionism. It has, in fact, the very fact that women are the vulnerable sex who would be in our ancestral past, would at any point in their lives when they were reproducing, they would have one child that takes at least 7 years for that child to get to self-sufficiency so it can feed itself. And then in the meantime, she's having more children and more children. So throughout a woman's life in her ancestral past, you had a series of kids, you know, hopefully more than less. But the thing is when she's still the vulnerable sex. So when that woman is pregnant for 9 months and she has to nurture the child for another, you know, few years after that, how does she do that? She becomes dependent on a guy who can provide protection, provisioning, and parental investment. Nothing to do with Western 20th century, you know, status and all this other stuff. We use that as a proxy. Yes, we do. But as far as social constructionism is concerned, it doesn't come from social constructionism. It comes from biology. Again, society, social construction, everything else that she's saying, patriarchy, is downstream from biology. And biology says, woman, you need long-term security in the form of protection, provisioning, and parental investment. That's why you're particular. That's why women are more choosy, because their reproductive costs are way astronomically higher than that of men. So it's not just something that we just fiendishly came up with as a form of control. We're not going to let the women have any money or rights or anything else like that. I'm sure that some societies that was the case. But the thing is, that started from what? From the need for protection, provisioning, and parental investment, because women are the vulnerable sex.
Okay, so I want to point this out really quick. Munecat's argument is that some people are using ideas from evolutionary psychology to say, this is how it was, so this is how it should be, and then use that to support their own version of misogyny. I don't disagree that some guys are doing that. What I'm saying is that is not what Dr. Buss wasn't like. How can we keep these women in their place? Hook 'em horns. How do that? This nefarious sort of conspiratorial belief of patriarchy. That's where I have a problem with it. People have been misaligning different ideas throughout history. They'll take somebody's idea and they'll bastardize it because one is not necessarily I'll give you an example. If you're a member of the Planetary Society in the United States, you use Newtonian physics to describe the solar system. But if you're Isaac Newton, you're not a member of the Planetary Society. One is derived from the other, not the other way around. Yep. And so what she's saying is, because there is misogyny out there, and because these misogynists occasionally use evolutionary psychology to support their findings, and they misuse it, because evolutionary psychology does not tell you how the world should be. It tells you how it is and was. Because that is the case, then therefore evolutionary psychology either is debunked or has a moral obligation to not expose itself to anyone because it makes people feel bad. Dr. Buss talks about this at the end of Men Behaving Badly, where there's these women who came to him and they said, don't you have a moral obligation to not describe a woman's reproductive career because it hurts their feelings? And he's like, no, it's better to know the truth. It's better to know the truth. Okay. Let's go to this next one real quick. Apparently at this point, she kind of ran out of budget or something, but the lighting is kind of weird here.
Many years ago. So what we had initially was quite a small population. And the first humans that were around were pretty inbred. But over time, the population increased. And so they got less and less inbred. And the variance of the heritable traits increased over time. Now, if some sort of epidemic or natural disaster comes along that only some members of the population survive because they had the beneficial genes for surviving that particular disaster, what you get is a genetic bottleneck because only those genes survived the disaster. So what you get here is the species being a little bit inbred again for a while, but then over time, as the population increases again, so do the heritable traits. But then, oh no, guess what? An entirely different disaster comes along. And now a small subsection of people with different genes survive it. Like maybe for some reasons, aliens come down to Earth and decide to kill everyone who doesn't have eczema. And finally, my eczema genes come in useful, and I end up saddled with the job of repopulating Earth with all of my flaky friends, and we have lots of flaky sex. And then, over time, the variance in heritable traits increases again. So humans have done a really great job of surviving for a long time. We haven't experienced any genetic bottlenecks for a long time. And what's our number one trait? Our brains. So you would expect to see the most variance of all coming from the traits in our brains, the ones we can't see. So this is why when you measure genetic variance of any trait within a human population.
Yeah, I don't agree. Like, this is the supposition that she's making with no evidence. The idea that the variance, the greatest amount of variance is going to come from our brains. And yet, I can walk up to her and open up a bag of poop and we're both going to be like, oh, what the fuck is that smell? The genetic variance is not, hey, would you like some strawberry ice cream? This tastes good. Like, the genetic variance is not that dissimilar for us, the way that she's describing it. The other thing is women desire more of a, I'll get to that in a little bit.
You'll see there's more variance within the population than between any groups of it. I mean, most of the time it's going to be a lot closer than that, but this is just to illustrate. You're going to see a lot more variance within that population than you will see of any difference between the two populations, because that's just how statistics works. When you have millions and millions of people and they're all creating as much variance as possible within that population. Any small differences that you do see between the means could be some kind of environmental factor, or it could just be chance, which is called genetic drift, but you'll generally see as much variance as possible within a population for heritable traits. So we may see within heritable traits some expressions of that.
So what she's saying is because one of the things, we're a two gender species where we need some genetic variance in order to protect us from, like, say, extinction events or pandemics or something like that, which is true. We are like that. Because of that, because of the genetic variability, it's going to create so much genetic variability that you're going to have people basically speciating. And if that was true, then there wouldn't be a study in 1989 showing 37 cultures where men preferred casual sex more than women in all 37 cultures.
Yeah. The other thing is how significant is that variance, right?
Yes, correct.
She's
not wrong. It's just she's saying the variance is greater than it is. And my thing is, I can show you that it's not. If we showed her a group of men, women, they're almost all going to find this certain group of women to be attractive. The variance does exist, but the variance is between chocolate and vanilla. It's not between chocolate and poop. You don't have as much variance as she's describing. There is some variance, but it's the variance that go ahead.
So I was just going to say, in our prehistoric past, when we were like 200,000 years ago, when we were living in hunter-gatherer tribes on the sub-Saharan African savannas, right? The human population was under 1 million or something like that. Now what are we at? 8 billion. We have done nothing but exponentially increase in population size. So have there been, like, the Black Plague in Western Europe that might reduce a certain locale? Yes. But overall, human beings from the time we were, say, 200,000 years ago to where we're at right now, we have exponentially expanded. So where's the bottleneck in the overall population size of the species? That's number one. Number two is this. What was it? 1 in every 200 guys on planet Earth is a direct genetic descendant from Genghis Khan. How do you, like, if that seems like one hell of a fucking bottleneck? But here's the thing: is like, what's the genetic variance for the people who happen to have old Genghis as their Uncle Genghis in their family history, right? Does that mean that they're predisposed to being just like Genghis Khan, or is it the fact that just doesn't have as much significance in personality traits and in heritable traits over the course of, I don't know when Genghis Khan was, over the time, that he was
Genghis Khan, I want to say the end of the 15th century.
Yeah. So from that time to modern times right now, what's the measurable, like, variance that she's talking about here? And that's my point is this, is like, population size is exponentially larger than this, back and forth that she's talking about here. And then second of all, the significance of that variance, again, getting back to Genghis Khan, what's the difference? Where's the measurement for that? It's a great theory. I can understand what she's trying to prove here, but the thing is like, there's too many variables to it. So I don't know where she's going to go with this.
Genghis Khan was the 11th and 12th century. And at one point he had killed like 10% of the human population. Yes. Going back to what you're saying, the reason why I brought this part up of the video is she's not wrong. It's just, this is very similar to my discussion with Destiny, where Destiny believes that you meet more women by approaching more women, and that's not wrong. Where we disagree with it is how much status plays a part. This is the same situation here. She's saying because humans got out of the bottleneck and had the agricultural revolution and expanded to 8 billion of us, the genetic variability in humans would cause it so that our evolutionary psychology would be so varied that there's no point in even studying it because we're all so fucking different. That's what she's saying that was going on. And my point is, while I do agree that there is more variability now, I disagree with her that this variability is so different that, like, when I look at two humans, I can see a nose, eyes, a mouth. Like, there's a massive genetic similarities between most of us when you see other people, especially people that are from the same ethnic group as you see very, very stark similarities. So we may be different, but we're not as different as is quite the way she's expressing it. So let's get here to here we go, the EAA one last time, and then we can get to GATSAD, and I think we're done. Let me see here. EAA, here we go.
These risk genes just went too far, or perhaps you were helping out with the children of your very straight siblings, or perhaps you're just desperate because you can't get anyone of the opposite gender. there's no evidence for.
Okay, so this is the other part why I brought this up. Do you see the EAA? You see how there's genetic variability, and then right here, this line is where she's stating that evolutionary psychologists are stating we got to our prime genetic place, and then we didn't change from there. And the part she's missing is that this is not the prime genetics. What it is, it's when selection pressure started to decrease because we were apex predators.
For any of this, they haven't found evidence for any of it. They've just decided that that's the case, and they're working backwards from it and doing mental gymnastics to get there. It's been estimated that only 8.2% of our genome is a result of natural selection. The rest is variation, which is genes you have completely by random chance. There was a famous episode.
No, that's again the idea that 8.2% is because of natural selection. The whole fact that we have genes is a function of natural selection. They're just madness. Like, anyway, sorry.
Of Who Do You Think You Are, where British actor Danny Dyer discovered he was directly descended from King Edward III. Geneticist Adam Rutherford, in his book How to Argue with a Racist, explains rather cynically, backed up with mathematical calculations, that all British people are related to King Edward III in some way or another. Saying you have someone's blood or genes doesn't really mean anything once you've gone even a few generations back. This runs contrary to our wide...
Let's go to this spot.
So that essentially disproves her bottleneck theory.
Bring them back. Maybe he is just a shit dog, but my emotions are telling me... decision based on that. Emotions are heavily involved in this process because my brain has to come to a conclusion of his catness. Otherwise, I'd go insane and I'd start throwing balls at him thinking he'll bring them back. Maybe he is just a shit dog, but my emotions are telling me that he's a cat, so I'm going to go with it.
So we're skipping through this part, but this is the part where they ask her, what is a woman? And she goes, there's no way to describe a woman without using the term woman. And then she goes into a description of a cat. I don't want to go down this can of worms, Rollo, because we're going to talk about that one clip for an hour. If you guys want to go check that out, it's around like the 3-hour mark where she goes into the what is a woman stuff. And then she does get deliberately into emotionalism. It's a cat because I feel like it's a cat, right?
The propensity for scholars to think in essentialist terms is exactly
meaning like she believes her cat is a cat because she feels like it's a cat. And for me, I believe my cat is a cat because it shares feline genetics.
Yeah.
It could be classified by a taxidermist as Felis catus. That's why I believe my cat is a cat.
And the fact that
objective reality.
The fact that she goes with feels before this is feels before reals. It's a good,
but it's 3 hours in the video. It's like where she finally gets to this point.
Yeah, this is what she is invested. This is the whole reason she's doing this, is because, again, when the language of empiricism sounds like hatred to the language of emotionalism. That's why she's doing all this, because she's trying to reinforce and affirm her identity that is firmly rooted in emotionalism. That's why I feel like he's a cat. Okay, well, but he is a fucking cat. This is a real fucking cat. Has a tail. It meows. It's got fucking genetics, just like you said. That's the whole thing. And it's like it's the reality. And by the way, this is a really good illustration of emotionalism as our predominant way of thinking, our predominant worldview that's really kind of taken root since the sexual revolution, where it's all about what you're feeling, get in touch with your emotions, express yourself emotionally. And everything is seen through an emotional lens rather than a rational lens. And that's why they hate us. That's why they hate the red pill. That's why they hate this shit.
Here's how it used to be. It was you get in touch with your feelings, but still understand that objective reality is real, but your feelings are also important. We've gotten past that. We're to the point now where objective reality isn't important anymore. It's only your feelings.
Right.
That's where we're having an issue with. Your feelings are above objective reality. Your girlfriend thinks you cheated on her. You show her videos and prove that you didn't cheat on her, but she still feels like you cheated on her, so she's still angry with you. Let's try this again.
Essentialist reasoning is a trap that the right often falls into.
If there are only two categories, male and female, and you say that female now is in this category, there are no definitions. There are no definitions. And to paraphrase my friend Matt Walsh, I'm going to need you to explain what a woman is without reference to the word woman.
You cannot accurately describe a woman without using the term woman. And
why can't you describe a woman without using the term woman? So here's the thing. Here's why I have an issue. I said I was going to skip this, but I'm not. Here's the issue. If we had come to some sort of negotiation or some compromise where he said a woman is one of two definitions. One, a biological woman is a woman who was born XX, and a cultural definition of a woman is someone who wants to change their gender to become a woman and is certified as being transsexual. I would have not had a problem with that. But that's what the reason why we can't use that definition, which sounds reasonable to you and me, is because we can't then say XX is a biological woman, because that's offensive to other people. So we can't even do that. Because if you could, then you would be able to describe what a woman is without using the term woman. You could say a woman is XX. Unless you're trans, then a woman is what you feel like a woman is. And even though I think that's somewhat absurd, I can still live with that interpretation. She can't even live with that interpretation, which is why Matt Walsh found this massive chink in the armor when he asked the question, what is a woman? And no one was able to answer it. to the point where even asking the question, what is a woman, you are now labeled a misogynist.
Yeah, well, because they don't.
It's a legitimate question.
They don't want you to answer the question. That's number one. Now, here's where like this got real for me. Prior to me going on Matt Walsh or going on Dr. Phil, Matt Walsh was on Dr. Phil asking that question of this feminist gender studies professor, and then a couple of guys who were like bearded ladies, right? They wanted to be considered, you know, they were men, biological men who wanted to be considered women, right? He posed exactly the same question to them, and everybody could not in any way answer it definitively because he was using the language of empiricism while they were speaking the language of emotionalism. Because if they gave Matt Walsh any kind of definitive, empirical, objective, qualifications, characteristics of what is a woman, then they would have to say, do I meet those criteria? They would have to question their own identity. And as long as it stays ambiguous, as long as it stays vague, as long as it doesn't matter. It's just what your feels are. And so what happens is when he presses them on this issue, what is a woman, they can't answer, because to answer would be, they would have to also question their own identity according to those criteria. That's why they will never do that, because it has to remain fluid about feelings, about emotions. And then what happens is, because he's even asking the question, that's when the feminist, gender studies professor jumps in and says, I wonder why you even have such an obsession with asking what a woman is.
Who hurts you? Why are you
Are you certain of your own sexual identity? Yeah. Are you perhaps you're a closeted gay? Like that's again, using it's the same thing as who hurt you. When somebody can't answer a question in an empirical sense, when they can't have a rational debate, they default to the language of emotionalism, which is who hurt you? Are you sure you're not gay? You seem very obsessed with this. Why do you think you're obsessed? And did your mom love you? What was your family situation like? They'll just run into all this stuff because they know that they'll get the yucks and the claps from the audience that's going on. But the same thing is the lack of the point of the whole thing is they can't answer it objectively, because to do so would mean they would have to question their own identity.
Exactly. So going back to what you said before, when the concept, I'm going to say something right now. I'm canceled forever, but I'm just going to say it. If you want to transition to become a woman from a man, because I fought the U.S. military and I support the First Amendment, I support your right to call yourself a woman. I do. That's fine. If you want to get it changed on your driver's license, if that's the state of your chooses to change you from an M to a F, I'm totally fine with that. I don't have an issue with that. But then when you come out and you say a trans woman is a biological woman, that's not a function of me supporting your freedom. You're just saying things that aren't true. And so I don't know what to do there. And I'm truly saying that I'm coming from a place of not hatred. I don't hate you. I'm just truly trying to express to you how society breaks down when we can't live in objective reality ever. And this is one of the places. Now, I didn't want to get into this. We're discussing evolutionary psychology. I don't want to get into what a woman is. We could do a different 4-hour video on that. But I just have a problem with, you cannot cancel someone for saying that a trans woman isn't a biological woman. You can't cancel. If I say XX can have babies and XY cannot have babies, then I'm being canceled for saying something that is true. And now we've gotten to a place where society starts to break down.
And in the same way, you cannot accurately describe a cat without using the term cat. Somebody might come up to me and say,
you can
why do you think Brooklyn is a cat? And I'd say, well, he's got pointy ears and whiskers.
I know you can describe a cat without saying cat. You can say something with feline DNA. I did not use the word cat. See how I did that?
At one point, I forget who was the conversation was, but it might have been on whatever podcast, but Destiny was on there and he was trying to explain what is a woman kind of thing. And so he was going into these really kind of Plato, ideas and shit like that. So he's like, well, what is a chair? You can describe this chair. You can describe your dining room chair. You can say chairs are chairs, and everything can still be a chair. But is it a stool? Is it a lawn chair? Is it basically running down all the different varieties of chairs and stuff like that? And I'm like, yeah, you can do that, but the function of that fucking chair is so you can sit on it. That's the objective reality of what makes a chair a chair. Is a rock a chair? It can be, because it's still a big ass rock, but you're sitting on it as if it is a chair. Is it a chair? for all intents and purposes right now it is. But the thing is they can't, but they don't want to give you like what is the empirical function of a fucking chair? What is the empirical function of a female? And then so that's number one. So that's a common emotionalist argument is like, well, a chair can be like 3 legs, it can be 4 legs, it can be this leg, and so they're throwing this out as far as variation. But when we're talking in the terms of empiricism, we're looking at function. We're looking at function. They're looking at form, because the form is emotion. The function is fucking reality and reason and rationality. That's the difference. But the problem is we're expected to say, no, this cat is actually a dog, right? This cat, because I feel it's a fucking.
Well, so you're correct again. So this is where she's about to go next. I know that Willie, Kobe, and Ellie are cats because they have feline DNA, and I witness when I look at their behavior and I physically look at them, I can use deduction to come to the realization that they are indeed a cat. So that's the reason why. And I don't even need to say the word cat in order to do that. What she's going to say, and you'll listen to her here, is that she believes our cat is a cat because she feels like it is.
Whiskers and fur and toe beans, but I've also just described a dog. Before Darwin, scholars viewed the animal kingdom in essentialist terms. All species had a list of certain traits that made them the species that they are. Deviations from these essences were an error. But Darwin actually discovered that in all species, these deviations are in fact the norm. What we define as a species is at best a statistical average of all the traits we associate with that species. But this doesn't just apply to animals, it applies to most concepts we think of as logically definable. Like, how do I know that Brooklyn is a cat? How do I know I haven't been feeding a dog for the past 7 years? Well, my brain is doing thousands of calculations at once to come to a statistical summary of my life experiences of catness and making a decision based on that. Emotions are heavily involved.
No, again, while this is true that her brain is doing statistical calculations to determine that her cat, Brooklyn, is a cat, there is also additionally an objective definition of a cat that she's skipping over. And that objective definition is the problem, because objective definitions of gender is what what she's trying to avoid
in this process, because my brain has to come to a conclusion of his catness. Otherwise, I'd go insane and I'd start throwing balls at him thinking he'll bring them back. Maybe he is just a shit dog, but my emotions are telling me that he's a cat, so I'm going to go with it. The propensity for scholars to think in essentialist terms is exactly what's wrong with much of modern science. This is the error that Shapiro makes when he looks at a woman.
Again, one more time. The problem with science is that you think in scientific terms. That's essentially what she just said. The problem with science is that you use objectivity in order to come to realizations. One more time. I'm going to play that for you again, and I want you to listen to what she said. The problem with science is that you're using science to come to realizations.
Has she ever felt that this cat is a dog to the point where she bought dog food for the cat?
No.
Probably not, because her rational fucking mind that's running subroutines in the back there knows it's a fucking cat. That's what she's going to get fucking Friskies and not fucking Arena 1.
Well, she would agree with that too. That's not my issue. My issue is if she didn't exist, Brooklyn is still a cat. If she did not observe Brooklyn, Brooklyn is still a cat. Brooklyn is objectively a cat, regardless of how she feels. That's my problem. Let's listen to what she says one more time.
Maybe he is just a shit dog, but my emotions are telling me that he's a cat, so I'm going to go with it. The propensity for scholars to think in essentialist terms is exactly what's wrong with much of modern science.
The propensity for scholars to think in essentialist terms is what's wrong with modern science. So using objective reality in order to describe the world is what's wrong with science. Using science is what's wrong with science. Everybody got that?
This is the error that Shapiro makes when he looks at a woman. His little synapses are firing through all of the cultural experiences of womanness he's had throughout his life. And
It isn't, because he's describing... I do not have a cultural experience with XX chromosome. That's not a cultural experience. That's DNA. That's just like... And she's also making assumptions about Ben Shapiro not having any understanding of DNA.
Using his emotions, his feelings, to come to his conclusion. And he's working back from this conclusion to tell himself he's using logic based on chromosomes or genitals. He's not. He's just dumb.
Wait a second. But chromosomes and genitals are real things. I'm just so crazy. Like, chromosomes and genitals are not things I have feelings. That feelings don't matter.
Like, this is like, she's like everything that is wrong with, you want to know why there's such a divide between wokesies and like base, whatever the fuck we're going to call it. It's simply a conflict between empiricism and emotionalism. She thinks this is the way people should think, and that Ben Shapiro would be a better human being. Matt Walsh would be a better human being if they prioritized emotion before reason in their process of interpreting reality. That's what she's talking about. There's no math. You You want to know why 2 + 2 = 5? This is why it is, because I feel like it does. That's why they start every fucking sentence with "Don't judge me," but "Don't judge me" means you're going to use empirical language or empirical reason to figure out whether I'm full of shit or I'm not. That's why they preempt it with shit like that.
The people who engineered this lamp behind her, the people who engineered the peroxide that's in her hair, the people who engineered this lava lamp behind her left shoulder, the people who engineered these beer cans and constructed these beer cans, the people who engineered this keyboard right here, and the people who engineered the construction of a laser through quantum mechanics, the people who engineered fiber optics, the people who engineered satellites and telecommunication, all did so using objective reality. She is literally using a medium that was created through essentialist objective reality in order to express to us that we use objective reality too much. Consider the irony.
And this is how they interpret their world. This is, and expect you to play along. Even if you say, you know what, this is kind of crazy and stupid. No, go with it. Because if you don't, I'm going to cancel you. I'm going to take away everything. The other, also, I don't know if she gets into this later on, but the whole thing about like, what is a woman and everything. One of the other things that this mindset of emotionalism versus reason really has a problem with is separating gender from sexuality. And that's where the objective reality of fucking sex and the objective reality of what is gender. Gender is a byproduct of sex. The problem is they want to separate those two and say, well, one is subjective and sort of relative. The other one is just your biological, plumbing and everything. No, the only reason you have any concept of what gender is because of sex, because of the behaviors, because of the feelings, because of everything that comes from that biological sex is intrinsically linked to gender. That's the problem they have. You want to know why we have all this transgender stuff and everybody's confused and why we have, men competing in women's fucking sports and everything like that is because the emotionalism that says those two things are separate because it feels better if they are, because if they're not, then I would have to explain myself to myself and reconsider my fucking identity instead of having people play along with it. You want to know why what was it? I mean, it's funny to us when we see that biological man in that liquor store and he's like, "It's ma'am." Like the reason why that's hilarious to us is because this is a guy who, if he were to have to decide for himself and to have to confront the objective fact that he's a biological fucking 6'3" guy, he would have to fundamentally ask questions and re-engineer his fucking whole identity. And people are simply, they don't have certainly the mental capacity to fucking do that.
Let me tell you guys this. Hypothetically, if you were to take two women down into the men's room in your building, hypothetically, whatever building you happen to live in, and there's a hot tub in there and you want to have a threesome, if security walks in on you, if you just say that the other two ladies are men, then you're good. You can get away with it. I just want to let you know, hypothetically. No, I don't know anyone who's ever done that. I'm just saying.
I was going to save this for tomorrow's show, but I saw this meme about like this chick who's saying, if I was in the force and I would want to see a bear instead of a man or something like that. And then so the next frame, the guy's like, "Oh, good. So now you know how I feel when there's a man in, like with my kids, a biological man in my daughter's bathroom at school or something." Like,
wow. Okay, yeah, we'll watch that tomorrow.
I'm glad we finally can see eye to eye.
That's so crazy. All right, hold on a second. Let's finish this off. We're just two more and we're done.
Cannot escape emotion. Emotion and bias with a little bit of logic, a tiny little sprinkling of logic, is literally how reasoning works. But evolutionary psychologists and many people who know what a woman is don't realize this. Watch any podcast with Gad Sartain. He will literally describe any opinion he doesn't agree with as an idea pathogen. Like he literally believes there's a woke mind virus.
So they will say things.
Okay, so let me help you guys. Because there is. Just in case you were confused.
Like, well, bro.
If you don't believe there's a woke mind virus after watching men participate in women's sports like Texas high school wrestling, where this dude, he's born biologically a male, is like crushing these women. If you don't believe that there's a woke mind virus from that, I don't know what else to express to you.
Idea pathogen. Like he literally believes there's a woke mind virus.
So they will say things like, well, bro, evolutionary psychology is pseudoscience.
Yeah, you're a moron. Probably the granddaddy of all of these idea pathogens would be postmodernism, because postmodernism, if you like, is the negation of the scientific method. It's the negation that there is a truth with capital T that is out there to be discovered. Humans suffer not only from actual brainworms in the same way that the mouse does, but we suffer from another class of idea pathogens, and those are actual ideas that are parasitic.
Sad isn't even a psychologist. He just decided to apply evolutionary psychology to marketing for an easy, plausible sounding way to tell companies that it's easy to market to different demographics because they're wired differently. So you just have to know what they were doing in caveman times. It seems Sad's obsession with objective truth is a sort of overcorrection code because his entire profession is based on extremely shaky scientific ground. And when David Buss goes on the Joe Rogan Experience, his extremely shaky research, again, is taken as objective truth because it's labeled as...
One more time, his extremely shaky research. Remember, guys, she doesn't go after the 37 culture study at all.
Science, and because Rogan decided it fitted in better with his little slice of the vibes pie.
That's what's disturbing to me, is this sort of wholesale acceptance of this denial, where we're deciding that there is no difference, and that these differences are cultural, these differences are purely brought upon by the patriarchal society to try to suppress members of the opposite sex, and it doesn't back up with science.
I'm a scientist, and so you go with the data. I object to and find abhorrent the infusion of ideology into the science.
The underrepresentation of minorities in science has led to a bias which is only masquerading as a truth. And when that's paired with a science like psychology, which is still clearly in its infancy, we're left with a combinatorial explosion of lies, manipulation, and bias. Multiply that with the profitability.
Guys, I want to make sure you guys understand. She provided no evidence for this, but because psychologists tend to be more white than black or other races, therefore there is an implicit bias. But this bias is to maintain cultural norms. She didn't provide any evidence for this, but
I'm going to keep going, but I'm going to destroy her fucking argument here just a second.
Neuroscientists giving their opinion and saying that it's based on bulletproof empirical evidence.
Yeah, neuroscientist who is not only, remember, she just said underrepresentation. She showed a minority woman giving her representation. Guys, I didn't realize it the first time I listened to it. How crazy is this? Listen to what she just does.
Has led to a bias, which is
infusion of ideology into the science.
The underrepresentation of
minorities. Everybody, hold on to your dicks. Ready?
Minorities in science has led to a bias, which is only masquerading as a truth. And when that's paired with a science like psychology, which is still clearly in its infancy, we're left with a combinatorial explosion of lies, manipulation, and bias. Multiply that with the profitability of supposed neuroscientists.
Okay. She's literally just talked about the underrepresentation of minorities and women.
And here's a minority woman. Yeah.
like read the room, dog. What the fuck is this?
Okay, let me
opinion and saying that it's based on bulletproof empirical evidence. What science is actually doing for us right now, at least, is generating more questions than answers. We are discovering that sex is literally a spectrum, and in our minds, gender identity is a real thing and a separate spectrum from our...
Yeah, so we aren't discovering that. I agree that she's discovering that, but we aren't scientifically discovering that.
Let me explain.
Really confused here.
There is a bias in psychology, and this is it right here. Female grad students in psychology outnumber males by approximately 3 to 1 and have done so for more than a decade across all psychology.
There's your underrepresentation, guys. Do you see all your underrepresentation?
You were correct. There is a bias. It's a bias in favor of women. Oh, and look at this. Only 5% of American psychologists who are 30 years of age or younger are male. Well, that looks like a really huge fucking bias. What do you have to say about that, Munecat?
Culturally defined masculine or feminine personality traits. A government cannot decide what real science is and tell academics to fall in line. But if biased science is able to masquerade as a truth, it's easier for its proponents to make it seem like their side is already winning the argument. You're the stoic, logical side pointing backwards at a tangible view of the past and conflating is with ought and then leaning back and laughing at your hysterical opposition.
Here, last one, and then we're gonna be done here because this is pretty. The end of this.
It starts suffocating when not in signal range of a Starlink satellite. Yet the cursed creature will be
down
considered
here.
a pinnacle of human evolution. Despite only being able to communicate by making wet fart noises, people will flock to it far and wide for advice. The promised trickle-down eugenics wealth distribution will never make it back to Earth. A black market will emerge due to the goblin people's desperation for elite DNA.
Yeah, you'll love this, Rollo. Watch this.
I can never remember where those damn berries are. Wait a minute.
Hey, look, she found
What
it.
is this? Well, better see if it's poisonous.
I don't know what it's doing to
Hold on. Listen to the music. There's a lot of music here.
I need an emotional man to penetrate. All creators wish they really wanted insanity, but now to take you back out of insanity, I'm...
All right, well, I couldn't find it, but there's a part in there at the very end where, oh, here we go. It's at 3:08. Let me do this real quick, and then we're done. Sorry, I skipped it. 3:08:24.
Obsessed with no emotional response to being wrong or right. If you're not exhibiting humility, like even acknowledging that there's a chance that you could be incorrect.
Okay, at any point, I'm going to ask you guys, because this is the part I was bringing up. She talks about humility and the idea that we could be wrong. Remember, at the 2-hour mark, or it was like the 1 hour mark, when she says that evolutionary psychologists, when new data was brought in, they changed their hypothesis. And at the same time, she's saying that they don't have the humility to ask whether or not they're correct. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. Do you believe that she has the humility to accept that possibly patriarchy is wrong?
Absolutely.
Ask yourself that question. Seriously. Any data brought to her, is there any possible way that she would have the humility to accept that possibly she's wrong, that some of these innate differences are due to genetics and not patriarchy? Is she willing to do the thing that she's literally asking scientists to do right now in this clip?
That, in a way, is the most emotional, hysterical response of all. Evolutionary psychology, for a field so up in arms about its supposed censorship, whilst getting interviewed constantly on the largest podcasts in the world, what they're doing is taking part in a more insidious, covert form.
I would just like to point out that I was demonetized 14 days ago. Thank you, Munecat. I'd like to point that out.
Of censorship. Women are too emotional to be scientists. They're taking hormones that are putting them in a fugue state. People with progressive viewpoints are infected by idea pathogens. They're only virtue signaling to each other. They don't really have that opinion. It's not worth listening to them. They're crazy. It's in their genes. In fact, maybe they need breeding out. This isn't censorship. It's worse than that. It's dehumanization.
You know, as I've said and you've said, there's no such thing as my truth, right? There's your opinion and then there's the truth.
Well, call me a
Yes! Bro, what is going on here?
wokey woke, Benny boy, but I actually do believe there is no the truth.
Duh.
Society-
Who here believed that she ever thought there was the
There
truth?
it is.
There it is. Thank you. And
reality
we can be done after that, bro. That's it.
Reality
He does
is
not believe that
subjective.
there's the truth.
Well,
Got it.
yeah, and then the other part, I mean, I was going to drop this in there with the God Sod thing about the mind parasite thing. Well, he's not actually saying there's like a literal fucking parasite. Okay, what he was talking about was mimetics, is what it is. It's software. It's beliefs that we have that get passed on generation to generation, and it follows. I've been fascinated by this ever since I started learning this from Steve Stuart Williams. Mimetics follow an evolutionary course as well. So if there's a belief that, like, say, God is going to save you and the bullets are going to pass through you when the army comes and shoots at you and you die, that meme dies with you because it was a non-beneficial meme for that person to believe. Like it's not just belief set. It could be like songs. It could be like values and traditions and stuff. Like a meme is a meme is a meme. But the thing is, he was talking about there are beneficial memes. And then there are, memes that can actually get you killed, right? So that's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about like, oh, there's an actual parasite or something. Like she's being like stupid and facetious and probably like 6 beers in at that point. But the thing is it's mimetics, and I would encourage anybody who doesn't know what mimetics is to look at that, because I usually look at, like, say, the human mind is sort of like a computer, right? There's a hardware, there's a firmware, and then there's a software. Her software is corrupted. Her firmware is probably still what it is, or her hardware is still what it is, unless you're like really, mentally retarded, or you have
She's
some.
not going out of her way to make herself look ugly.
Exactly.
Like, she's on camera trying to look moderately fit. She's a physically attractive woman.
Her
she does have some concept of like cisgender dynamics when it comes to fucking heterosexuality. Like, she is like not total. You understand what I'm saying? It's like she's not totally out there. She does understand some of these concepts, and she's subject to them.
Right. Every subject, reality is subjective. Reality is not an objective thing. That's why we say there's the truth, and then there's like how you feel about it, how you interpret it. That's never going to enter her equation because she is an emotionalist. If she had to confront there is one objective truth, it would mean she would have to redefine her fucking whole idea.
Yeah, and that was that's why we wanted to end it on that point where she literally says, I don't believe in the truth. And I was like, that's where we should end this right now. Anyway, thank you guys. That was 4 hours and 20 minutes. We just went off and did this.
Yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow on Access Vegas. Access Vegas is going to go on Mike's channel, and then it's also going over. We got demonetized on YouTube. I'm not going to even attempt. So we're going to go and move Access Vegas over to Rumble tomorrow. So it'll be on Mike's channel and on our Rumble channel. So if you haven't subscribed to our Rumble channel and you want to see Access Vegas, that's where you're going to see it from here on out. So, all right, guys. And we'll be live tomorrow about let me stop lying. About 8:20, 8:30 is when we'll be on. So we'll be doing that tomorrow. And then again, my show always 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday. So thanks for watching, guys. This is your midweek stream. I thought it was pretty good, man. We went for quite a while.
Dude, this was a last second thing. I was just like, if we don't do this now, when I saw she had got to 980,000 views, she probably crossed over 1 million while we were doing this 4-hour video. The thing is, for me, I was like, there were a couple things. Number one, how pervasive the video was, getting 1 million views. Number two, considering the fact this is going to be a lot of people's first exposure to evolutionary psychology. And number three, the fact that like Gad Saad, Stephen Stewart Williams, Jeffrey Miller, David Buss, William Costello, Alex Datesike, Mac and Murphy, none of them did a response video except Mac and Alex and William did one, and it's going to come out hopefully here pretty soon. And I encourage all of you to go watch their response.
Those guys will be much more clinical than we are.
Yeah, they're going to be a lot more clinical. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Honestly, I don't know. I think this is going to pull them off sides too, because the way you're attacking, like they have more invested this than me. If you totally debunk evolutionary psychology, sorry, I still have 1,600 clients, and a lot of them are dating really fucking beautiful women and have incredible jobs. So even if you don't believe in the science of what I'm saying, the results speak for themselves. At some point, you're going to, it's like if Mike Tyson's theory on fighting, on boxing isn't true, but he's still the world heavyweight champion, at some point you're going to, I don't really have that much to lose here. Those guys, this is their livelihood. And she fucking went at it. She vaguely came after me in this video, although I have a feeling in her next one, I may get a larger appearance. But I am interested. Also, if she's watching this, I'm maybe a friend of a friend of a friend may told her, hey, these guys did a video responding to your video that's actually longer than your video and touched on a lot of topics. I'm curious if she'll watch it. And we want to let you know, you have a friendly place here, an open forum, and absolutely no one, we will allow no people to call you names. We won't call you names. And we would love, Munecat, if you wanted to come on and have a discussion about this, about some key tenets from your beliefs. I think you'd really enjoy doing it. I think we'd really enjoy working with you. But again, we're nobodies. You have 500,000 subs. We're nobodies. So yeah, I would understand if you don't want to like have discourse with a bunch of mouth breathing troglodytes like us,
such as us.
Innate sex differences. Okay. You're a fantastic content creator. I want to say that again. Some of the musical numbers in there were actually really good. One of the most disappointing things is that she couldn't use her talents for something else other than making extremely like progressively liberal videos, but you know, each their own.
Gotcha. All right, man. I'll see you tomorrow, man.
See you guys tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
You guys in